Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Hello. Welcome, folks. Welcome to the show. Welcome, everybody in Call Land. Thanks for joining me tonight. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. It doesn't go unnoticed, and I will be grateful to you people for helping me build this platform. As I think this platform is going to take a revolution. This is the only revolutionary platform out here, folks. If you want revolution and you want real answers to these problems and this conundrum we're facing, this is a platform you want to be. So when you have topics like South Africa versus Ghana, a really interesting topic we need to talk about, which country holds dear the future of people who want to repatriate. Now, I know there's some people right now, including the FBA, don't want this conversation to be had at all, They're like, oh, we talk about college. My bones were buried in America. I'm a Chickasaw Indian, whatever. I ain't going no South Africa. I ain't going no Ghana. I'm going right here. I ain't never leaving America, whatever. So that's what you have right now. Those FBA people. I keep stomping their heads and I keep winning on them and everything like that. They have really nowhere to go. Ibrahim said, "What's up, Kala? The conversation needs to be had. I mean, I don't think you mean had. CIA and M16 does. Why should we? Why shouldn't we? I don't know quite what he said. Maybe you can call in tonight and tell me what he was talking about. I don't get the question about what he wrote. I don't know. I'm not clear about what he means by all that, but." So tonight we're talking about South Africa and Ghana, basically because we had Loki, and Zongo going at it last night. And I don't get any pleasure of seeing African countries fight and stuff like that, But the thing is, you got black people, you got Team Ghana and Team South Africa out there. Yeah, CIA M16. I don't know what M16 means. What is that? What is M16? You know, we know the CIA is all over West Africa. They're definitely in countries like Ghana, and so South Africa has been M16. What is it? MI6. What is that? What is that? I don't know. I don't know everything, folks. MI6. I don't know anything else like that. Five Eyes. What is Five Eyes? I don't get you, Ibrahim. You're talking in riddles. British equivalent of CIA. Oh, MI6. Okay, I thought it was Interpol. Yeah, that's always thought it was Interpol. That's what I always thought. It was Interpol. Interpol was the American equivalent. The equivalent of the CIA is Interpol. That's what I always thought. Yeah, I was wrong. You know, MI6. I never heard it. I thought it was just Interpol. Are they part of Interpol? I never heard of them before. Well, let's not talk about that tonight. Tonight we're talking about the culture and the reasons why people are going to Africa, because I think people want to experience the Pan-Africanism and living in a black majority society. On one hand, you have Ghana, basically is really a black society for the most part, and then you got South Africa, which is a rainbow country, mixed race and white, also European, and you have Kosa, Zulu, and all these other people like there, and also you got the Afrikaans people, and you got the British English people, and various other white people out there that make up South Africa. So it is what it is. So principally says South Africa 85% black. Yeah, but still though, the effective majority of South Africa. Look. This is what people like Principally don't understand. You could be numerically the majority, but that don't mean you're the actual majority. That means when you look at South Africa, the majority of people who live on the grid, pay the taxes, and function in society, make all decisions and stuff like that are white or Indian or colored, right? They're like to like 85%. They're the effective majority. Blacks in South Africa are not the effective majority. They're getting there, but not fast enough. As to become the effective majority. In America, white America is the numerical majority and the effective majority. So they basically run this country. So that it is what it is. You say America is run by white people. Yes, the only balance is black people have numerical thing that balances out the effective majority of the numerical majority of the black South Africans. So you may say, "Oh, the black people are numerical." It does not matter. They're not effective, because they don't control the wealth. They don't control the banks. They don't control the oil fields. The gold fields. They don't control all these things that will make them the effective majority. So just like the American Liberians in Liberia, they were the effective majority because the society was based on their culture and their concept of civilization. So they were the effective majority, even though they were numerically inferior. Sorry, that's a conundrum we face. What if the effective majority is the minority and the numerical majority is the majority? But the thing is, can a state run by just people who have numerical majority and not the effective majority? So we need to reassess this idea of what you call it, the Colorumble, aka controversial Pan Africans. I was called the most controversial Negro in the world. But my good brother, African Warlord X, he said, "College Genesis, you are the most controversial Negro online." I said, "Yeah, I know. I'm very controversial, and everything, I'm the most controversial that you can call me the collar, the culture critic, last geopolitical pundit / the most controversial Negro. I'll take all these titles, I'll take them." So when you have titles like South Africa versus Ghana, which attracts more African Americans the most, things are going to get heated tonight. If Lozy calls in and Lewis calls in, it's going to get hot tonight. So you don't want to miss that, So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Look, it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do. Liking this video, sharing it, and telling a friend, and tell everybody that the Call Nation is on. You want to do it. So stop what you're doing and go hit that like button. Take 5 minutes to go hit that like button and let's get this party started. My thing is, when it comes down to it, right? If I had to move to Africa, personally, I would. South Africa has some kind of drawbacks, but can I actually live in a country, man, where there's electricity issues? I don't know, the heat, the tropics, and just basically being around black misery. I can't. Much as I think West Africa's our home and whatnot, I really can't not be around that level of poverty and misery. I can't look at that. Perfect example. You talk about Angola, right? I was watching videos from Angola. The people over there seem like when you look at the kids, they got backpacks and nice shoes and stuff like that. It's like you see I see some videos, right? And the life of the Angolans, they look so clean and so happy and so well, you could tell when people are doing well. Then when you look at some of these countries in Africa, it's like, God dang, man, it just looks really, really poor, really, really backwards and coming out. So I'm like, personally, I can't live around that. I cannot live around the depressing thing of poverty and people begging and poverty and just misery and unhappiness. Well, people are happy, but I'm unhappy for them because Africans, despite all their poverty, they're very happy people. But although they're happy, I can't be happy. I can't be happy watching poverty all the time. I mean, I could do it. I do it in Liberia for a month out of the year, but imagine that being your reality. You say, I'm going to go to the motherland, and goddamn, everybody's struggling. Everybody, no one has the money. No one has $5 to their freaking name. In other words, to make $5 will take you like months just to make $5. So in that situation, I'm like, yeah, I best to stay my black ass in America. And that's what keeps a lot of black people in America is African poverty, Just being around poverty is just not good. So we have to get to the point where Africa is coming up. It's not a comparison. South Africa is any only place that has good infrastructure, actual real estate market like U.S., good business environment, police, NGO institutions, streets, and sanitation. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But there's a lot of black people in America. I noticed something. The South Ghana tends to attract black militants and lower class black people. Lower class, I don't say low class, but lower rungs of black society tend to flock to Ghana. And the people who are educated, middle class, and stuff like that, background, who got professionals and stuff like that want to use it professionally, tend to be attracted to South Africa. You saw that movie, Blacks Without Borders. I was always waiting for Blacks Without Borders Ghana series. It never came because like the whole thing about Blacks Without Borders was when they showed Black life in South Africa, you had people doing lucrative things. One lady was a diamond trader. And I'm going to play that video tonight. One guy, Eugene Jackson, was into farming and stuff like that. There was another guy that was doing things for outreach, and so therefore, I never see that with other parts of Africa. People at the top of their game saying, "Oh, we're both." And you see the Black South Boy that was 20 years ago, and you see all these people there, friggin' being professional, able to transport their education from America and live in Africa, live on a continent and do good. That African Venture Partners was incredible. I'm still waiting for another country in Africa to produce the Blacks Without Borders where you got it's not just enough to go to Africa. I mean, I can't go to Africa and live in poverty, struggling and whatnot, gotta say, yeah, man, Kala, we're in Ghana, man. We got our borehole. I don't want to go through that. I like to be like, if I move to South Africa, okay, let me see a real estate agent. I'm going to buy a condominium or buy a house, whatever like that. Here's my monthly payment, whatever like that. I'm going to go get into this business or whatever like that. I'm going to get hired for this business and like this. So that's the type of life I want. I think a lot of Black people in America want. But then there's people that go to Ghana, they like figure they're more like pioneer types, People want to start all over. Yeah, we could do it, Maybe people from a lot of people. I notice a lot of people from the islands go to Ghana, because the standard of living, the weather, and everything is very similar to the islands, So it is what it is. What's AVP? I don't know what is that. Zamia? I don't know what the hell that. What's AVP mean? I have no idea. I hate when people use riddles and whatnot. Say what it is. Don't assume I know every acronym and stuff like that here. Say what it is. What does AVP mean? If you want to have a conversation, I don't know what that is. AVP, what the hell? Like the African Venture Partners. Okay, African Venture Partners. Yeah, that was like this. They said they was on the back end of $1 billion transaction with Richard Branson. That's what I like to see in West Africa. But everybody go to West Africa, they basically, I didn't know. I didn't see what you mean by AVP, African Venture Partners. I want to see that in West Africa. All I see is people struggling in West Africa. I see people doing the same corrupt deals in the government, and I never see African Americans involved on that level of economy as I do in South Africa. I'll just being honest with you. Is it because South Africa got a white population? It's more modern. But when West Africa, I don't see it. I've never seen African Americans on any large business venture or whatnot. I see them doing real estate and stuff like that. But I've never seen anybody thriving saying, look, the only thing people do in West Africa is build houses, Never see anybody doing like banking and real estate on a high level and stuff like that, building anything like that. Never see that in West Africa. I want to change that, but because West Africa is fertile ground for this movement. But Southern Africa just got the right things that we shouldn't have to worry about. Go to the country is electricity, sewer systems, running water, and stuff like that. That's basically a given in South Africa because it's a first world country for the most part, first world infrastructure. So like I said, that's the conundrum we have in West Africa is West Africa is like probably the least developed part of Africa. So yeah, we'll get to that. So I want to place Blacks Without Borders, and I want basically somebody come up here and show me some good news about Ghana. Compare because people are making these decisions, man. People think I'm team Ghana. I'm team for. If you want to give it any part of Africa and you're doing good and you're making money and you could transform your life over there, I want to see people prosper. I don't really care about people saying I'm going to Africa. I mean, nothing against my brother Cuddy, whatever like that. I think he's doing good. Burkina Faso, but I personally can't go to a friggin' poor developing country that's struggling. I can't do that just to be out of America. That just doesn't make any freaking sense. Joe Mama says South Africa is the only country, South Africa, only country on the continent I could see African Americans moving to. Yeah, it does. You got my good brother Marcus and his wife, lovely wife Tasha Blanford. They basically bring African Americans over there and they're buying nice houses, living in nice neighborhoods. So that's like basically, but they're bringing people who could afford it, And basically, if you could buy a house in America, you could definitely buy a house in South Africa because the same level of house in America and South Africa is about half what you pay in America. So if you could do that in America, you could definitely in South Africa. And some people get into lucrative businesses, Imagine trying to do business in Gambia versus South Africa. Yeah, but it's like I said, I look how the Bag family is struggling like that, man. That's just I couldn't do it. If some people want to do that, it's fine. But people are like, oh, look, there's a real difference between Southern Africa and the people lifestyle I see people having, and places like the Gambia, where people are just basically. How do you move from America to live in a place and live in abstract poverty? What the hell, man? They could have stayed in Tennessee for that shit. You're gonna make it move to the continent. Go someplace where you're gonna thrive a little bit. You're gonna make money. You have a high standard of living and stuff like that. You can't go to a place where it's impoverished. And that's what a lot of West Africa is, an impoverishment. But it's not to knock West Africa, but it's just what's true. Growing fucking chickens versus building a bank equivalent of Walgreens. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. Let's not beat those people in Gambia up and Burkina Faso and all these other countries up because they are trying to make a move. But I just think if you're put off by the fact that South Africa has white people there, that's freaking foolish. That is damn foolish. I want to live in an all black country and whatnot. I don't white people. The bottom line is this. If you want to do that, that's fine. If your goal is to live in a country where it's 99% black, whatnot, that's what you could do. But don't expect to have the same thing that you would if you have a society where you have like some of the best white people and Indian people there contributing in countries where they're struggling. Dusty business is better than no business. So I'm not here. Yeah. But you just called it dusty business, though. That was like a dig. Imagine the Bag family watching that, man. Their feelings be hurt, man, because you just call that business dusty. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. But yeah, so it is what it is, folks. Yeah, I think in the end, South Africa is probably going to win for people who really want to go. And not just when I say South Africa, I'm talking about countries that adjacent to South Africa, like Botswana, Namibia, even in Zambia. All these countries in Southern Africa are doing really well because they got good infrastructure. They got good infrastructure there, so it's good. Infrastructure is a deal breaker for most African Americans. It is what it is. If you want African Americans to come to this country, you have to have good infrastructure. And you can't, they don't hear nothing about, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. We're building this bridge. We're building this road right here. Damn. How long did it take you? 100 fucking years, So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. But the poverty is still extreme. And no, poverty is not extreme, G, in those countries, bro. They're not. They're not extreme. I don't know where you get that from. You go Zambia and all these other places. I'll play some videos, prove what I'm talking about. When you look at Zambia and Kenya and places like that, Tanzania, Angola, these countries look like they got functioning populated, right? Rwanda and whatnot. You do not see the poverty that you do in West Africa. I'm sorry, G. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Botswana got a thriving middle class, Same thing with Zambia, A lot of people think about being forced business or creating an infrastructure. Gee, poverty is fear, but nobody moves to a country to live in poverty. But there's a lot of people who did make the difference. There's a lot of people who go to Africa and with the intentions of living in poverty. They're like, damn, man, there's nothing like poverty, Kala. Come try it sometime, Kala. Poverty and misery, man. Come like this, poverty and misery, lack of water, lack of sanitation, lack of electricity, stable electricity or not, lack of food, lack of everything, let's experience poverty, so it is what it is. So we got a good show tonight, what part of Africa is the best, what part of Africa is the best? Was it South Africa? Is it Ghana? Is it the Gambia? Is it Liberia? What are we talking about, folks? Earlier we said you can fix right in the Somali. You can fix right in what the Somalis call. They think you are one. I don't want to be a damn Somali, bro. I don't want to be a Somali. Sorry. My roots are from the Congo. I don't care what I look like. My roots are from the Congo. Yeah, I tell you what. Morocco, I don't know. Can we consider Morocco Africa? Because honestly, when I was in Morocco, I swear to God, I was in some exotic European country. I was like, dang, that is beautiful there. I got a chance to see the whole city of Casablanca. I drove through it when that place was beautiful. And we got a lot of Africans on a tour bus. You would think they would say, something, why can't we be in our countries like this? I wanted to say, is this rubbing off on some Africans? Like, how is it that this country in North Africa has so much or whatnot? Why are the country so clean, so developed? No thing, no work, no, you have to worry about running water, power, none of that shit in Morocco, So Michael Obali says, AA's get, well, the bond is a lot lying this, Mike. That's not true because a lot of African Americans are going to Ghana, because just to prove that they can live without whites. That's the whole thing. Me personally, I know we can live without whites, but it ain't about whites. But what Michael Obali is basically saying is Africans aren't capable of fucking building an infrastructure where Black Americans could go there. So like, damn, Mike's like, so Nick, y'all don't want y'all need electricity. Y'all can't do load shedding. Y'all can't do this stuff like that. Y'all can't have contaminated water once in a while and get sick and get a typhoid and shit like that. Then that's why y'all can't live without. No, well, we like countries where the water line is tested to make sure sewage don't go in and contaminate and whatnot. Is that too much to ask for, Mike? Like only white people could do that? That's what you're saying? Only white people could have a nice clean water system and separate a water line from a sewer line, most of them run back. They run back from Ghana, Yeah, well, Ghana does not have first world info. Once you basically live in the first world for many generations, you cannot freaking just make the transition from first world. That's why I would say when you see a lot of people talk about, what's up, Big Black? A lot of people talking about, oh yeah, we got 10,000 African Americans, and that's a lie. There's not no 10,000 African Americans in Ghana. Most of those people are Ghanaians that came back and Caribbeans and everything. I would say about the total number of African Americans in Ghana is no more than like 1,500 people. 1,500 Black Americans in Ghana. Out of like 5,000 is like 1,500. Most of them from the Caribbean, places like Guyana, places like the UK, and they just lump them all in one category, saying, "Look at all these African Americans." I'm like this thing, like Ghanaians are just so proud. Look at all these African Americans coming here, getting off the bus first time. I'm like, I look at these dudes like there ain't no damn African Americans. Look at people. I can look at my people and tell who's who. Gee, an African man did a public defecation on Lake in Pine. Where G, come up here and show. I want to see the video. Give me some proof. He said African man did public defecations probably in Poland, probably O'Shea, Crazy work we think we would lead and downgrade this, So G, you tell me you can't deal with public defecation, man? You too good to friggin' walk down the street and step in poop, man? What's wrong with you, G? You too good, man? Come on, man. And you asking for too much, man. You want a clean street, actually, man? Get the hell out of here, G. Yeah, we're getting there. 840, 160 subscribers left. We'll be there by the end of June, There's 4,000 living in South Africa. I didn't know it was that. I know there's a large number of people moving to South Africa. I know that. And they're settling in. The Black people in South Africa tend to stay there. They're settling in. They're doing well. And they tend to thrive in South Africa, really thrive, And it's a conversation that we need to have because people will talk about what country, alternative to America and stuff like that. We got to go to the right country. Not every African country is the same. Like I said, I love Liberia, as you know, right? But I could not really, and I'll steer Black people in America to Liberia because it's not ready for Black America, Look, Principe, stop it, man. The people shitting in the stairways are fucking Haitians, man. Come on, stop it, man. That's you people coming over here off the fucking the boat doing that shit, man. I'm trying to keep. Why you keep trying to defend open defecation? Everybody always try to defend open defecation, African American, they say, look, only a few African Americans have gone to Ghana. Most of the people go there are actually Ghanaians who live in the West. When that was a year of return, mostly Ghanaians coming back to their country. It wasn't really African Americans, Well, yeah, Haitians do live in the projects, bro. Come on, man. Everybody's now defending. Principally, why are you starting this diaspora war, man? We didn't ask for that, man. This is not a diaspora war tonight, man. So it is. Mike Olawale, man, you got to ask yourself then, why is it that it takes a white man to build infrastructure? So most Black people in America don't live in projects, man. And so let's behave tonight. Let's figure this out tonight. Let's not have a diaspora war tonight, man. Mike Olawale is spoiling for a fight with the collar rumble. Everybody wants to come in and fight with the college judges. I'm trying to find solutions here, man. That's what it's all about, finding solutions. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man. Why are Black people in America going to South Africa all of a sudden, and they're not, the numbers of Black African Americans are not in West Africa like they should be. I know for a fact it has to do with things like sanitation, basic health care. Something I was thinking about today? I went to see one of my clients in a nursing home. That was the worst experience. Oh my God, this place is hell. Can you imagine a nursing home, 99% Black residents in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? The friggin' nursing staff is all Black women, the administrator all Black women. I mean, sisters are doing their thing and everything like that. But that place was just freaking miserable. God. But the thing is, though, when people talk about settling in Africa, what do you do with your old and sick? Are you going to build nursing homes? People like this, okay, I don't know. So people fall sick and they gotta need assisted living and all like that. Can we talk about that? Is there assisted living facility in Ghana? I know they're in South Africa. Well, I need assisted living positions in facility in Ghana, and who pays for it? In America, Medicare and Medicaid pays for it. So if there's no healthcare system, how can you move to a country? People don't think about that when they choose a country to move to. If I talk about building a country, it's going to be in a country that can provide at least help us out with basic infrastructure, basic needs for the people. That's like then you'll get like thousands of people coming to live in your community. They will come, but if you can't guarantee them basic infrastructure and stuff like that, and the only way to do it is this, like I said, you got people moving to Ghana, as they say, right? The Guinean government has not lifted a dime or anything to help these people settle back on the continent. Black America, if they're older and retired, they need a healthcare system, They need a healthcare system, so it is what it is. Joe Mama says the local Ghanaians don't want African Americans there. There's a lot of tension. Why? Because Ghana is poor. The African Americans competing with them for resources. In South Africa, they have a big money. Yeah, they do. That's the difference, Look, I'm like this. Like I said, the reason why I love Liberia, but I can't tell people there because I do not want my people to be around that level of poverty. It's going to be the American-Liberian situation all over again. That's all it was. Is your success and prosperity in the midst of poverty is going to cause tension. That's why when you look at South Africa, you do got a black middle class growing there, and stuff like that. Black people in South Africa. I was watching this thing one time where they'll talk on Shark Week and they'll talk about surfing. You see African Zulu boys, going down there with their life jackets and they're getting ready to go. So I said, man, this is amazing. You got black kids in South Africa and Cape Town when not taking up surfing and doing stuff like that. Taking a water skiing. I said, man, they're out there enjoying their country, man. I like that, Usually it's just black people standing around and white people enjoying the ocean and doing activities and everything. But in South Africa, I'm seeing black people doing what's they call hang gliding, parasailing, and stuff like that. I'm saying, wow, man, things have changed. So that's why I said I like when people move from the third world to the first world. First world, your way of life changes. You got activities that you can get into or stuff like that. You're not chronically poor, where you can't do anything, Early says, goes, I don't feel safe around blacks in America. I rather live around Africans. Well, that's your thing, That's your prerogative, Early, man. Early story, Everybody has his own, I can't tell you who to love. I can't tell you what's in your heart. South Africa's visa American, Ghana is not. Yeah, that's a strange thing, man. Why is South Africa visa free? Well, then again, you got to understand something, Eddie. Ghana needs that money. I don't begrudge people charging a visa because that's money. That's whole card cash they can use, So that's why they do it. Ghana can't in a position to afford to give out free visas. It needs that damn money. Why would you move to a developing country? Well, you got to look at their point of view. They're taking the challenges of nothing. Lucy said, "I'm sick with the flu." Come on, Lucy. Come on, Lucy. You can call in, bro. You can call in. I need another South African. Lucy, you send this to another South African, tell them to call in. It's going to be an interesting conversation. What is the country better for African Americans wanting to relocate to the continent? And it's a very interesting topic, that we have to think. I was watching Dynasty Show today. He did the exact show that I did the other day. I did a show called "It's Time to Look at and Respect Real Academia Again," And then Dynasty did a show today called "Should We Get Rid of These Ghetto Pseudo Scholars?" Right? Same thing I was talking about. His show was long too, man. I called in like twice today, but so this show definitely sets trends and whatnot. Maybe as people start doing these topics, what you got to do contribute to this show in the comments in the chat room, right? that leads me. That's how I pick my topics. I pick my topics based on what I hear and I read in the chat room. When people feedback, say, okay, when people say something, I'm like, okay, let me. I'm thinking about it. I said, well, let's talk about that tonight on the show. And because of you guys coming up with some good feedback, some of that good feedback, it's just spreading around the internet, right? And people are starting to take up the same talking points that we come up on this platform. So give yourself a hand, folks. Give yourself a hand for changing the trajectory of Black YouTube. So like I said, I want this platform to be the leading platform in Black YouTube, or leading Black or for Black intellect in Black YouTube. You saw that today, man. I was on my A game, right? That was College Genesis at his best. There's Josie Gold. Yeah, I remember him. Like I said, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. You know it's the right thing to do. You know it's right. You know it's the right thing to do. So you do it. You like this video, subscribe to this video, and tell a friend, and be a Colonation mania. Are you a Colonation maniac? Do you love the Colonation? Are you a Colonation warrior? Colonation member? We need to we're gonna make this a friggin' movement, just like you got the MAGA movement, you got the Colonation movement, Our movement is centered on repatriation, nation building, building trade, infrastructure, and learning among the Black brotherhood, unity among Black people around the world. That's what the Colonation is all about, I noticed a lot of African countries don't have strong civil societies, the NGOs and nonprofits, civic. Yeah, that's a problem, Civic organization, NGOs, and stuff like that. How society is not just government. They have all types of programs and stuff like that the government may subsidize, But the whole thing is that you cannot have a society where people do not have access to mental health care, and all the stuff like that, learning, remedial learning, and stuff like that, and everything. Yeah, Colonation Foundation. Yeah, you organized that, Abraham. The Colonation Foundation and Appreciation Society, right? We're all part of the Colonation, whether you're from the UK, whether you're from Africa, whether you're from America. I'm trying to build a new family called the Colonation, I don't make any prejudice or anything like that towards where you were born, or where your background is. I go by what's in your mind, what's in your heart. That's all. So yeah, so let's build this movement, right? So we're gonna make this movement the example. We already crushed the ADOS FBA race traders and stuff like that. We're gonna get rid of the pseudo Pan Africanists and everything like that. What leader got shot down for $5, bro? What are you talking about, Prince of P? Okay, I guess Lozy wants a link. Guess he wants to send it to his friend. And speaking of South Africa, if you want to go to South Africa, my Zongo, I didn't see Zongo on thing. Why does Zongo come up this early, man? I don't want to speak to Zongo right about now. I'm having a good night tonight, man. The last person I want to talk to right now is Zongo. I haven't had no drinks in me yet. Deal with Zongo, Oh, yeah. This I said. If you say you want the basics of society, here Mike says I am used to welfare. Mike, let me let you inside it. Males and men don't get welfare in America. We don't get welfare in America. We don't get food stamps. We don't get Section 8. That's for women and children. They call WIC, women, children, and infants. Women, infants, and children. We don't get that. So when you see Black men, 100% of the time, unless he's a drug dealer, he's out there busting his ass, making a living. I know you Africans, Nigerians particularly, don't like to hear that. Team T, I don't know who you are. Put your camera on so I can see your face. Team T, if you want to come up here, put your camera on and the thing. Okay, just sit there. You're not getting on. You're not getting on my show. I don't know who you are. You're not getting on my show. So you don't turn your camera on for like 3 seconds. You're not getting on my show. So that's rule number one. If you can't show me your face, you disappeared. Probably a white troll, you know. So it was always fun to have Mike Olawale, spewing out white supremacy talking points and stuff like that. That's what our good Nigerian brothers for, spewing out the white man's talking points. Since the white man can't be here himself, he says, Mike Olawale, I love me, you Mr. White Man. I want to do business with you. I'm a Nigerian. The Yorubas, man, we love the British. They did well for us. They gave me education. I know these people. I know Lozy. I know Big Black. Start off, Lozy. What's on your mind?
What's up, Color?
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much, brother. Nothing much, man.
What do you think about this topic tonight?
I don't know. I think you gotta do what you have to do online, man, to grab attention as well. But I don't know, man. I don't think of Ghana to begin with. I don't think there's competition. Both countries are totally different in many ways, and unique. I mean, similar in where they are similar. I just feel like, to be honest with South Africa, I feel like the kind of Black Americans we tend to attract, the specific group of Black Americans that come to South Africa, maybe it could be education and finances. I feel like maybe in South Africa we get the best compared to what I see.
You do be getting top-notch Black Americans over there. I give you that.
Yeah. So my observation has been that, because I don't know, man, that there's just like a certain class of Black Americans we get. I think with my observation with Kenya is that passport bros are very successful there. That's been one of my and then with Ghana, I think you get Black Americans that want a historic link with Africa for most part, like very passionate Black Americans.
Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah, civil rights era.
Yeah, but you also get those Black Americans who really want to invest as well. Like they are passionate about moving to Africa with such, like, they look at history, background, their genetic link as well. So I mean, each African country.
I have yet to see Black people go to Africa and go to other parts of Africa and have the same level of success they do in Ghana, in South Africa.
Yeah, so the thing is, the Black Americans that come to South Africa, they don't make noise. That's the biggest observation I've seen. They are quiet about it. They move very quiet. I don't know if it's the country or it's just the crop of Black Americans.
The thing is about Black Americans, all they care about in South Africa is the fact that you got good infrastructure. You got things that they are familiar with in America, and stuff like that, movie theater, stuff like that, and cost of electricity, and the basic stuff that you don't have to struggle for. So they could easily transport. The only other country I see that's sort of like that now is Rwanda.
And Namibia.
Rwanda is only that one small city, Kigali. So.
But Namibia is very good as well, Kala. Namibia is very good, I must say. So I think Namibia as well can offer.
Oh, Namibia. Oh, yeah. Namibia. Do you know my guy Pandini?
Pandini, no. I know of the guy called.
Pandini. Well, he's my BAO, my partner in Namibia for years. He's been listening to me for years, like 15 years, from Namibia. He's always like, Black people in America. He said we love you down here. You guys ought to come down here, Kala, and build your own little community, enclave, whatnot. Yeah, Namibia is beautiful. Same thing with Botswana.
Yeah, Botswana as well. Yeah, they are stable economies, these countries. But Kala, I think generally when you look at the collective, right? I think there's this disconnection between the Blacks in the diaspora, including the Caribbeans, with the African systems and governments. Like for me, it's like even here in South Africa, I have seen that it's like there's no initiative from the government like that. You know, the African government.
That's what I worry about. Let me give you an example. Like I said, I was in a nursing home today, right, with one of my clients, and these people got up there. This nursing home didn't exist. These people would die, literally. So what do you do? See, because the reason why, look at this is people don't understand something. Why people always black people are downing America and stuff like that. These nursing homes that have people basically on life support, a lot of them are on life support, sitting there, and we have a culture that says every life is worth something. So whatever it costs, we keep people alive, we keep them housed and stuff like that, in America. I'm saying now, if you make the transition to Gambia and Ghana and you fall sick like that, you just got to die, that's how it is, basically, So it sounds funny, but it's not, They're like, you die. Like I said, how much I love Liberia, right? But I would never in a million years tell African Americans who Ghana, Liberia, unless we come up with like couple $1 billion and we could build the healthcare, everything what we need to survive, because you cannot just go to a country. People, all the stuff we take for granted in America, the home health care system, even home health care. The government pays for home health care. If you can't go to a nursing home, you get home health care aides come to your house. I got so many clients that got home health care aides paid for they bill the government, they'll bill Medicaid, and I'm saying to myself, okay, a lot of these people that's going to Ghana are older, right? What if they freaking get sick or get diabetes, they can't walk no more or something? What are they supposed to do?
Kala, the thing is, as much as people continue to say South Africa is well developed infrastructure, I think we have to be honest, that's like African standards, right? It's still a big jump when you're coming from places like USA.
South Africa don't have the home healthcare system and the nursing aid on it. So that's going to take a lot of people. So a lot of people can't go to Africa just because of the health reasons, proper healthcare systems in place,
Yeah, so all I'm saying is that it's still a huge jump. So I always admire Black Americans who are, like, when I see them moving from USA to many countries in Africa that are even lesser developed than South Africa, it's like the jump from USA to those countries. There has to be a passion behind it. Nobody can just wake up and say, I want to go live in Liberia, where they are used to access the first world facilities such as healthcare.
I would say with Liberia, I said you could buy a house there, live like 3 months out of the year. That's it. Then get your ass back to the United States, take care of your business. That's about it. That's all Africa, Liberia, because I could do. You could buy a house, whatever like that, rent it out when you're not there, and then go back. You cannot live in these countries like that. And then, Joe, I'm just saying, look, if you basically go to these countries, right? People don't see what I see. Healthcare to me is the most important thing. You're talking about life and death. Healthcare is what, if you're not getting your regular doctor's visits, your checkups and stuff like that, your annual physical exam, all that, you're not getting regular preventative care and stuff like that. If you don't have a good healthcare system, the human life is nothing, So.
But Carla, why do you think there's this disconnection? Because for Black Americans in particular, because I don't want us to make this about Black Americans only. They're not the only diaspora group in the West, but because they tend to have money, they live in America. It seems like the market in Africa is always trying to attract them as well in terms of the tourist approach coming to invest in Africa. I mean, we've got the Jamaicans, Haitians, we've got the many other Caribbean island countries like Barbados and many others.
A lot of those countries, it's easier for them to come to Africa because they're coming from similar circumstances,
Yeah, true that, because their economies are very more or less similar to many African countries. But I'm saying, why is there disconnection? Because let's say because Black Americans don't have sort of like their independent state where they control the financial architects.
Right. If Black people had a majority Black state in America, and it was sort of run down to the ground like on third world levels, then they would make the transition to Africa much easier. But we're so comfortable in America, with all the stuff we have.
Yeah. So my point is this: why the countries that are run by black states like Haiti and Jamaica, why there's still disconnection with that? What is the excuse when it gets to where there's free black states, but there's still disconnection towards Africa? I mean, we don't trade like that. We don't have government to government connection like that. We don't see the people exchanging like that. What do you think is causing that? Because it's easy for Chinese now, for example.
Well, the thing is,
for the Asians to
come in the Caribbean are basically still part of the British Commonwealth and stuff like that, And a lot of times there's no sense of nationalism in these countries, There's no sense of nationalism in being from the islands, stuff like that. Maybe Haiti a little bit. But a lot of these countries basically they just like, okay, well, I'm going to the US, I'm going to the UK, and that's just a place where they just happen to be born, There's no say let's build Jamaica up to trade equally with a country and stuff like that, because the people have no interest in doing that. They have no interest in doing that, because a lot of times people basically see these countries still, even though they're the majority, they say a lot of Jamaicans like, I ain't Jamaican, I'm African, or whatever like that. So they never took the time to develop that country because there's no pride in Jamaica. Like the Rastas went to where? Ethiopia, and you got Rastas in South Africa.
You know how easy it has been and we have to allow Brother B there to speak. Let me just say this, Kala. You know how easy it has been for white people here in South Africa to, just like, for example, in the past 20 years, they have invested in the Western Cape, in particular Cape Town. They run that municipal down there. So they've prepared it so in a position, in a state where now they are getting their other white counterpart from Europe and America. Basically, they've set up the Western Cape to sort of like increase their numbers. Let
me tell you something, Dozy. I've studied that for years, right? I said, how did these illiterate Afrikaners, right, basically ignorant people, right, how did they amass those power? What they did was they basically gave sanctuary to a lot of important, like they imported economists from everywhere, from Poland to Germany and everything like that, to build up the white infrastructure in South Africa. That's what they did. So they were never alone. A lot of black people think, and South Africans think, whites are invincible or whatever like that because the white man. No, they had help from the white world outside Africa.
Yeah, definitely. Kala, that's why
South Africa divested from the black world, maybe because we're technically we're not racist, so we're not in a race war. So black South Africans probably didn't think it was necessary to reach out to Nigeria, Black America, Kenya, so on a level that the whites did. Whites did that for a sole purpose of
for centuries as well. But that's why for me this thing of like saying apartheid government was sanctioned by USA and Britain, it's at the end of that's just a lie. On paper, they sanctioned them, but they never sanctioned them. I don't know why any black person will believe that. They always got support from the British Empire. I mean, even the Dutch here, the Boer, whatever they call themselves. It has always been the case that the Western empires will support the regime. Their interest is like always
Australia, Spain.
White people here, they mirror. We are basically the mirror of Israel in Middle East, South Africa. They mirror whatever they've achieved with Israel in the Middle East to push the Western interest. That's exactly what they've done in South Africa with the white group. They always support them.
South Africans, when you see the so-called farmer, he's only rich because he has a global network of businesses that his stuff. That's all that is, Say they would.
But my problem with South Africa is that while the white people attract the best crop of their own, like here in South Africa, right, in Cape Town, they're not attracting the Eastern Europeans because they're dumb. They're not that highly educated. So in South Africa, the black government, what is it they're attracting? They're attracting refugees from DRC, Zimbabwe, wherever. I mean, Mozambique. That's fine. These countries are struggling, but we're not getting the crop that can actually work with us. And when we push back and leave the country, they're not innovating anything.
Now it's time.
These are not people, Anyway, go ahead, Carla.
Now is the time for Cyril Ramaphosa to have a serious conversation about, okay, you want to play that game, Mr. Trump? We're going to offer African Americans land and bring any African American wants to come over here to South Africa. I don't care what damn if it takes us. We have to spend like 10, 20 billion dollars. We're going to do it. And then say, and also not just any African American, but qualified African Americans. We're going to give you special enterprise zones. We're going to do this and everything like that. You know, because you should look at blacks. Oh boy, there's black people in America that will come there. Eugene Jackson, you know.
So, Carla, so that would be a threat to Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the bottom line is this. Look, we're playing this game. Look, it's all good, man. You know, it's all good. Donald
So
Trump.
once you say that, Trump will start shaking. Right? You start shaking. Like, oh,
No, hold on. What I'm saying is this, bro. It's like this is the real world. Donald Trump knows us. He knows how the world works, right? And the bottom line, he's a businessman. He wrote the book, The Art of the Deal, right? This is a deal right here. Black people are saying, hey, look, we understand. Look, I understand his affection for the white South Africans, right? Don't blame Trump if we're just black man America, just cowards, right? I'm saying I have the same affection for my brothers and sisters in South Africa, right? The only thing, Mr. Trump, is you are president of the United States. I'm not. So therefore, I'm in my right to be affectionate towards the people of black people from South Africa, and you have You have a right to be empathetic towards the people, the white people in Africa, which is human nature, right? The problem is black people are the only ones pushing this rainbow. We're all kumbaya and all this kind of friggin' nonsense and everything. And white people are like, yeah, if you guys don't want to be race first, hey, that's on your problem. You know, that's what we are. They look, the white world, right, are not going to let black South Africans harm the white community down there. There'll be a war. You know, there will be a war. They will definitely send military and stuff like that.
They will ban this country, man. That's just a.
They'll burn that country to the ground if Julius Malema does some stupid stuff like that. They will come.
No, Julius Malema is working for them, and he's not gonna do anything.
You think he is?
No, it's not. I think he is. I mean, Carla, when are we gonna wake up as black people? But if Julius Malema was against the Western regime, they will take him off the platform. He's got the biggest loud voice in South Africa, all over the media. Why do you think they allow him to do that?
I always thought that basically he was just too, you know, he sounds too good to be true, you know. Right, let me get Big Black.
Hey, Carla, let me address that the healthcare, all that stuff we were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
You see, what you have to understand, there's two kind of healthcare kind of system. It's the
that's bad.
I haven't even said anything, man. Calm down, dude. You have a private healthcare and a public healthcare. Like I would say almost every country, but let's just say an advanced country like US, for example, the healthcare system is just like every other infrastructure. They are highly subsidized, you know, and that's because those countries are very well, they can afford it, you know, that to put that level of subsidy on it. So because of the level of subsidy they put into it is what makes it so accessible for.
Let me
land, dude, man. God damn.
Mike, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
America, right? That's why people say, "Oh, America." The only reason why we subsidize because in the core values of America is
it's not about core value, man. It's about meeting the need of the people. The wealthy.
Yeah, I know where human life deserves something.
Calm down. If they didn't have the money, they won't be able to do it. It's like saying, if they don't have the money, they won't be able to do it.
Oh, that's the way. Hold up. That's the way.
Calm down. The wealthier country gets the money to start subsidizing things for their people.
Right. Raise the standard of living. Mike, I'm agreeing with you. That's why France is not going to give up what it has in West Africa.
Okay, don't take me to that. I'm not going there. That's not. Don't try. The reason why I don't want you to interject me is because you will take me to a whole different direction if I even get to where I'm going. That's why, because you're now going to start talking about France and Burkina Faso, which has nothing to do with what I'm trying to talk about. Just let me get across, and then you can take me to France and all that stuff. Point I'm making is, if you're gonna go to a country where the government is not so wealthy, you're gonna have to go with your own money. Meaning, it creates like African countries. You're gonna have to deal with the private healthcare system. Now, what am I saying? Anywhere you go in the world, you will find private hospitals. You will find the same kind of doctor you find just anywhere, because people go to school all over the world. Like my private doctor in Nigeria. I can't remember. I know you graduated one of the best schools in the world. He has his own hospital. He can give me this. In fact, he gives me more better health healthcare service than even the public doctor have in the United States. So if you're gonna go into those kind of countries, you're gonna have to fund your own infrastructure, your own healthcare. You're gonna have money to pay for your own healthcare. You can't go there and be relying on government or the public healthcare system there and expect it to be on the same standard of the United States. It's not. So if you're waiting for Africa to get to the level of United States, a country in Africa to get to the public healthcare system to get to the level of United States, then you're gonna wait forever because there's no African country that's about to be coming.
No, that's a conundrum.
Hold on, calm down. Because there's no country in Africa that's gonna be as wealthy as the United States anytime soon. So just stay in America and live your life. Because if that's what
that's what I plan to do. All right, exactly. Let me get Big Black.
There's no welfare over there. There's no American level of welfare in Africa. So stop crying. You don't have money to stay in America.
Mike, let me say it like this. Let me get a Big Black.
It looks like you're looking for welfare in Africa, man. God damn.
Hold on, Mike. Hang on. We got plenty of time tonight. We're just getting started, bro. All right, Big Black. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, peace, brothers. Yeah, I was listening to your show last night, and the last part when Lozy came on, man, and that is something to think about as far as the dynamics between the similarities between African Americans and South Africans when it comes to other diaspora sometimes coming in, not all, but some, and they seem to go against the grain of what the majority of the people are, going towards politically, and we need to explore those similarities more, and I've noticed too when Lozy tried to explain that to who was that, the guy from Congo, he pretty much dismissed it. So this is the same problem that I hate to say it, that Tariq rises, the same problem that Lozy rises, right? And I'm not for the NBA movement, but
yeah, I know. I understand. Look, I said years ago, I told my African brothers and sisters, you guys are playing with fire, now they're like, man, how does this movement that's basically threatening to destroy the black world is taking root? I said, I told you guys, stop doing that, man. Stop saying these things or whatnot, So let me get a Dollar Bill on. Dollar Bill, go ahead, bro.
Hey, man, how you guys doing, man? You can hear me well?
Yeah, doing great. Hear you loud and clear.
Oh man, great to be back.
Yeah, but wait, Carla, did you allow the brother to finish, Carla, before Dollar? I think he was too.
Big Black, you done?
No, I wasn't done.
Oh, okay.
What do you think, man?
But basically, what I'm saying is, I think the continental if actually South Africa, which is a continental African country, is pretty much having the same problem that us the diaspora are having in America with some, not all, with some of the continental Africans. There must be a problem that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, it's white people.
It's not the same problem.
Behind all this.
Carla, it's not the problem. The South African have with the black Africans is they come there to commit crimes and do negative things. That's what it's. If the Nigerian come there and be doctors and be just positive, those things, they don't have problems. The South Africans don't have problems with Nigerians and Africans. They just have problems with people that come there with problems.
All right, hold on,
now,
Mike.
the Black Americans, general problem you have is just, they look down on you.
No.
They're not trying to be like us. They don't buy that to us. That's problem.
Mike, but yesterday,
Black Americans you don't complain about the Nigerian criminals in America.
Lozy said
that. I never disagree with Lozy because when Lozy talk about Nigerians, he talk about the people committing crimes. But you guys don't talk about, you don't complain about Nigerians committing crimes in America. You just complain about it succeeding because you're jealous.
That a lot of continental Africans come over to South Africa and say what? You all are lazy. You all are saying the same thing to us. Some of you saying the same thing to us. So why is
that's not a mention to complain about?
Africa, continental Africa is saying the same. You are saying that you are saying the same thing to the South Africans.
That's not the main thing to complain about. That's not. If that's the only thing, that the South Africans will not even have issue. Trust me.
Let's look behind the reason of that.
That's not lazy. The South Africans are not upset or chasing Africans away because they say they're lazy or anything. They have a problem because most of the Africans they come, a lot of the one they come there just to, they don't have nothing. They come and constitute nuisance, begging, and just infiltrating, coming illegally, and then some people committing so much crimes like drugs and things like that. That's what the South Africans got fed up about, and that's the problem they have. It's not really that they come here and then they don't want to assimilate our culture.
Can I please quickly say something, Carla?
Go ahead, Lozy.
Yeah, you see, our biggest problem in South Africa, and I think it's the same with Black Americans. It's never the other Black foreigners, you know, and I'll have to be honest with that. At the root of the cause of all these things, we know. The problem I have with many African foreigners, which, by the way, that issue has got many factors. You could be looking at from employment space, from criminality, just all total social ills. As a South African, I feel like we are adopting problems of other countries we shouldn't be adopting in the first, on the baseline. Whether they are Black or not, there's certain problems we should be having. But understanding that other African countries as well, they are going through their issues. I can understand from that point. But it's the system, right? They have got the same system where they come from that we have. The only difference is that in terms of South Africa sort of like inherited a lot from colonial period, right? So we are built different compared to the rest of Africa. So there's benefits in that, and it attracts everybody. Same with America being the empire. I understand the position of Black Americans and us as Black South Africans, and they need to listen to us as well. The problem, the biggest issue I have is that other Black people, everybody let them go loose without questioning why they're not holding ground in their countries as well and pushing back on the system and fighting. But when they come to South Africa, there's this expectation on us that we must fight the white man. You know, don't focus on us, fight the white man. But your own country, you fled away from the same system the white man controls. So as Black South Africans, we are expected to deal with the problems of other African people from where they come from and also fight the white man at the same time. So it kind of like it becomes too much on us because, yes, we have a problem of settlers here. We need to push back. We need to deal with that issue. But how can we deal with that issue when we also now inheriting the problems of other countries? It becomes too much on us. All the Black people should be doing something to fight against this system from every Black nation. We must start to question, why is Zimbabwe not functioning? Why is Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, why are we not doing much? Instead of expecting one group that, okay, you must do this, but we all not doing that. If each Black nation was they were to take a stand and then say, you know what, we're gonna fight in our country. We're gonna, like what Ibrahim Traore with the people of Burkina Faso are doing, hoping they're doing the right thing, right? But for me, it's like that's a right way to do it. If they're fighting for their country, opposing this system, it's good than running away, going to another nation and expect the other Black people you find there to do the most while you couldn't do it at home. That's the most problem I have with everyone.
Yeah, you're right.
Man, what is your issue with people going to other countries, man?
Zongo, man.
It is your own prerogative. Yeah. It's your own prerogative to go whatever you deem fits to go.
Well, Zongo, if you're not welcome in the place, man, there's no. I mean, why would I? If he doesn't want you in this country, why would he? What is the issue with that? There's nothing wrong.
No. But I'm not even speaking about. I'm just speaking in general. I mean, whether you.
You just said something total. I never even said I don't like people going to other countries. You just said something totally different, and this is the problem, Kala. I just said something totally different to what he's saying. He's not even listening to me, and this is the problem Black South Africans and maybe Black Americans have.
What he said was the people that bring problems. That's what he said. You know?
Yeah, I mean, but Mike, I get what he's saying.
What he said is people that bring problems into their country, and that's the same thing I said. That's what he's saying. That's what everybody. I mean, it's everyone. But what I can say is, I got to give it to South Africa because in every African country have that issue. It's just that we all ignore it. Like in Ghana, Zongo, in Ghana, you know, most of the other Africans that are there, a lot of them didn't come there legally. They just come in and just come in and just the same in Nigeria. I know so many Togolese, people from other African countries are there. But you know, but we don't. It seems like South Africans tend to like want to do things right. Like, we have to be better organized, and that's why I have to respect them. They tend to be more vocal. Like, hey, we got to be better organized. You can't just stroll into, like, for example, you go to the city of Lagos. Like people that you say in Makoko, a lot of them come from neighboring countries. They just settle right down the water. They just start building slums. But the Nigerians just don't. They keep quiet because I don't know why. But which, of course, we have our own lot of internal divisions, so we don't pay attention to other people that just migrate into our cities and things like that. So I gotta give it to them. Maybe if they lead the way in, addressing all these unorganized way of doing things that we do in Africa, then maybe the rest of us can learn from them. So I don't have, when the South Africans talk about the issue they have with the migrants, I look at them like that makes sense. We need to be better organized in Africa. You can't just say because you don't have money, you just stroll into someone's city from nowhere. You just cross someone's border and just get into. I mean, you got to be better. You got to do things the right way. You got to do that with document. With documents.
Are they going to their countries illegally or what? Because
most of them come there illegally. Most of them come in.
Mike,
in Africa, most Africans don't go to other countries.
Oh no, come on, man, but Mike, man, this is not West Africa, man. We're talking about South Africa, man. So if
Mike, the funny thing is, most Ghanaians are not problematic. While they are here, though, but they're not the biggest pain we have. I don't know why.
How did they get there? Did they come there with a visa or what?
Zongo, I'm not even complaining about migration. Right, migration it's a natural phenomenon. All I'm saying is that expecting Black South Africans to do what you can do in Ghana. You are fighting the same system we are fighting, and you're expecting us to carry certain people from Ghana, for example, because we have many of your people here opening saloons. You think we need saloons in South Africa? We don't, but we have given them that space. Fine. Don't expect us to carry a lot of burden of Africa while you're expecting us to fight the same system. You couldn't fight it in your home country. We also human beings. We have got our own issues. That's the point I'm raising here.
No. See.
But Zongo, you have to admit a lot of Africans always tell South Africa, like, oh, kick the whites out, do this, go get that. He has a point there, though.
But Mike, let's not go into that tangent, right? The question is, a lot of these people going to this country, I mean, they took visa, they have South African consulates in their respective countries. So I'm really trying to understand, like, if South Africa doesn't want them to go over there in their countries, why are they issuing them visas to go there? I mean, I'm trying to really understand.
Yeah, that's a good point, Zongo, and I'll have to give you that. But here's the thing. All African countries are corrupt and controlled. Our country is not unique, and this is what we're fighting with our government as well. Just during the week, I was on a march in Pretoria. I left Johannesburg, went to Pretoria. I stay outside the state of Johannesburg. I couldn't go attend the march in the inner city of Johannesburg. You know why? Because it's taken. It looks disgusting. It's taken by foreigners. So I prefer to go attend a march in my country in another city in Pretoria. And then the match was successful. What was the match? Allow me to speak, Zongo. What was the match about? The match was about a continual challenge to our own government to hold them accountable for allowing our borders to go loose. And that was by design. So my point is this: Ghana is corrupt. So just because Ghana is corrupt, I, as a Black South African, I must come to Ghana and exploit the Black nation and take advantage of the Black people there just because Ghana is corrupt. Most African countries are way corrupt than South Africa, but you don't see us South Africans waking up saying, oh, let me go and exploit the opportunity there because what? They just corrupt. South African government is corrupt, yes, on the issue of migrants.
Yeah, let me add to the point. I kind of support the point you made, Zongo, and also I think Elozi also agree. Like I think the South African visa system, the immigration, they need to work on it a little bit. I'll give you one example. There were some Nigerians. There was this one Nigerian guy that was wanted by the Nigerian states because he was like he carried out an act of terrorism. And by the time they were looking for him, next thing we know, he was in South Africa. And they found out he actually got visa from the embassy in South Africa and Nigeria. And I'm like, and when they think about it, in America, for example, before you get a United States visa, you have to actually go get a police, you got to go to Nigerian police headquarters to get a clearance that you're not wanted in Nigeria. So if the Americans can do that, and I wonder why, if the South Africa would have had a system like that, I don't think that guy would have made his way to South Africa because then the police would have either arrested him or let the South Africans know that this guy here is declared wanted. So I think there's something loophole in the immigration system in South Africa that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, Mike, they've improved on the system itself. It's just that maybe the results might start to show 5 years from now on estimation. So there's biometrics in our identities now. They are digitalizing our IDs. So many people who inherited fraudulent IDs are actually being arrested now. And there's also, we've got the drones on our borders. They've been doing excellent jobs. They deployed those drones in February. There seems to be a tackle now, but we're still recovering from all these years of influx of migrants because they haven't started to deport illegal migrants. Remember, the key word here is illegal migrant. Now, there's many African migrants who are doing well in South Africa in the system, working well. That's not the issue. The issue is the illegal migrants, and we don't need those people in our country. Unfortunately, we sit with the highest record of illegal migrants in the country. And to be honest, I lived in South Africa before the influx of migrants. We always had crimes, we always had issues, just like any country. But the level of crime that skyrocketed and went up because of the intrusion of people you cannot identify is just crazy. We are no longer safe in our country, and no man can allow this. So I don't care what Zongo think. It's my country, and I'm going to put the rules. So, Zongo, I don't need to appeal to you about what my stand on the illegal migrants is. My country. I could care less. I'm not asking you from Ghana. I'm not demanding anything from you. All I'm fighting for is the rules in my own house, in my country, to be played the way I want. That shouldn't be too much.
Losey, real quick. So, I understand the whole, I guess, in a way, you kind of feel like you it's too much competing for jobs, and you're competing for jobs with some of the illegal immigrants, which is kind of, it's not a good thing, right? And then, like, you can say some of the crime too and everything, and you're saying basically, we're trying to get to another level in our country politically and economically. Basically, telling them, hey, maybe you should work on your country. I understand that, to a degree, I understand that, right? But it is, as far as like the political system, are they doing anything to hinder, the majority of the black people in the political system in South Africa?
So we've got 4 major political parties. The biggest being ANC. The second one is DA, which is majority white. The third being MK, which is basically the former president Zuma has opened a political party. Major Zulu people in KZN, they are the biggest there because they got numbers as well. I don't want to make this tribal because it's not about that. And then we've got EFF, which is more like Pan-African Kumbaya. But the point I'm raising is this. All these 4 major political parties, they are all for open society. They encourage migration and all those kind of nonsense Western ideas. Why? Because South Africa is controlled by the West. So they want cheap labor, and they're not going to compromise on that. So our biggest issue in South Africa, yes, is the political system at the core. They are for this. They're the ones who are doing this. But I'm not gonna remove African people from that responsibility, because why? They have responsibility to play as well. While we fight in our government, we cannot now look on the other side and say, you know what, these people are not exploiting this opportunity. No, they are a problem as well, because they have a choice. Just don't come into our country illegal. While we fight in our government that has allowed that, we also gonna blame the people who are playing into this, who are corrupting the system. Just like as I said, brother, all African countries are corrupt, but you don't see black South Africans or South Africans in general going there and exploiting the opportunity, saying, oh, because you guys are just corrupt, I'm here, I'm gonna peddle whatever I'm gonna do here and hurt the black communities. We're not doing that because we can think we are moral people who can apply morality. I'm expecting the same from any other country. Black South Africans are not in any country committing crimes, regardless of whether that country has got political issues or not. So why can't they do the same?
You said the Open Society Foundation controls all the black parties there?
Probably 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, see, let me tell you something.
NGOs, man, the NGOs are doing their job here, man. It's crazy.
But
you know that every time our government, don't go, wait, man, I'm not talking about Ghana, man. Jeez, I'm just speaking about my country. Can you give me a chance? So every time the government tries to deport the people, the international NGOs always take our government to court, and our government seems to always submit. They always win. So they even protect illegal migrants. And keep in mind, illegal migrants get access to free healthcare in South Africa. Zimbabwean women leave Zimbabwe just to come and deliver in South Africa. Now, you even find South African women at the lower economy who need this free healthcare. They wait on the floor for Zimbabwean women to give birth on our bed for free. And I pay tax in this country. It comes from my tax.
Let me ask you, Lozi, let me ask you a question, actually.
No, can you just wait, man? I don't think I want to speak with you because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
No, I'm asking about South Africa, actually. I'm going to follow up with some. I mean, regarding like the migrants in South Africa, mainly within the African continent. Do you like have you have access to the data of like the number of like nationalities within your country? Are they
Yeah, so
mostly people within your neighboring South African region or people from far, west or east? Do you have like an estimation of this, of the nationality of this migrant from the continent?
So there was about 3 years ago, the Minister of Home Affairs, which the guy was removed, was Aaron Mutwaleli, a black guy. Now they put a white guy now, from last year anyway. So he came out 3 years ago and he said the estimation of the record shows that there's about 15 million, more than 15 million total migrants in South Africa, whether illegal or legal. Now, when you look at the legal recorded number, it reflects around 2.5 to 2.8 million people. Now, in terms of the nationality, of course, we've got, I think the highest is Zimbabwe, followed by Mozambique, Malawi. Then you've got Ethiopians and Somalians and Congolese. Start to see Nigerians. You start to see maybe Ghanaians somewhere, but we don't have as many like that. You start to see Kenyans somewhere, and any of them. But the point is, in South Africa, you're gonna find all kind of Africans, but the numbers differ compared to nationality to nationality. So some are really in high numbers, like Zimbabweans. Like Zimbabwe is the highest because you will find a Zimbabwean.
Yeah, I mean, so originally,
our neighbor. And South Africa, it's unique in this. What I've seen with other African countries, they do have migrants, but they tend to either have neighboring migrants or regional migrants. What do I mean? If you go to Nigeria, for example, you'll see that most people there who are migrants tend to be West Africans. If you go to Kenya, Nairobi, which I do go there frequently, you will see that most migrants there are East African migrants. These are countries that in their respective regions, they attract the most migrants. Egypt as well. You will see that the Arabs are flocking to Egypt from the northeast border there. So yeah, it's happening like that. But South Africa, it's unique because it's not only attracting all Africa, it's a global magnet. You're going to find even Eastern Europeans here, Russians, Ukrainians, committing crime as well. They are in the powder industry. The South Americans are here as well. Colombians and the Mexicans, they are selling powder, bro. In fact, I think the Brazilians, I think they are one of the biggest source of powder. I think Nigerians, they've got this stereotype because I think they are distributors. And the cartels at the core root, I think is the South Americans and the East Europeans who are getting this powder here, to be honest.
Man, like this issue, like if we really have data, a lot of this conversation might skew towards different direction. You get what I'm saying? Because
I think I have a lot of we have a lot of I mean, like you mentioned, the data system, all those things. I mean, we have a lot of things to fix, man.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things is like I sometimes I can't even. For example, like even if those Nigerians that are just going living even the Nigerian government don't capture, they don't know when they leave. They can just walk, so it's a lot of things that gotta be done, man. Like this problem is just, it's deeper than just saying
Mike, what I've seen especially Kinshasa, Nairobi, Kenya, they do have got a bit of systems working there, to be honest. I think Kenya, they are in the right trajectory. DRC, it's like Congo need help, guys. When I'm in Kinshasa, many African countries don't have borders, to be honest. In fact, I was shocked. South Africa, actually, we do have borders. The only difference is that many African countries, while they don't have borders, they're not attracting the highest influx of migrants. They tend to deal only with their neighbors. Now, imagine if these countries had stable economies and they didn't have borders. Everybody will be going there as well. So when I'm in many African countries, I can see why they get frustrated with South Africa keeping up the borders, and we're talking about the issues of migrants, because already where they come from, they are almost mixed with everyone from their neighboring countries. Now, the difference is that South Africa, then it means if we didn't have borders, everybody will be here in a short space of time, and the system already can't deal with what we're dealing with while we still have borders that are just loose. Imagine if that was the borders were to be shut 100%. The system couldn't even. The system will collapse. So it's about when you don't have borders.
Do you think one mistake Africa made is being part of this global international rules that this Western world creates, where they would say human rights, human right to do these international laws, where for people to just migrate. Because prior to that, Africans, you can't just leave your ethnic land and just go to another ethnic. You know what I'm saying? Even within your country, like even within Nigeria, I know, like decades ago,
Africa had more order before.
We have better order. Exactly. You couldn't just go to you couldn't go to Zulu land and just start living around Zulu people and just
yes. And Africa had more borders before colonizers. Now those were different borders compared to what we have now. Now this we had more like kingdoms and tribal borders. Now we have got national borders. They serve their own purpose. They were designed by colonizers for different purposes. These borders now, and remember, they kept them up when they controlled the government of Africa. When they left and gave us the so-called freedom and democracy, they removed the borders. You know why? To create chaos. The same thing they remember in South Africa when white people were in control, we even had electric fence in our borders. Why? Because the cheap labor was within the borders. They could exploit black South Africans in the slave wage. Now that means, remember, apartheid integrated with the new system. They did not remove it. So now they want to continue upholding the same system with new slaves. That means now the white people push ANC to loosen the borders so that they can now more influx of desperate people to exploit. So if you look at it, the apartheid in South Africa is still going on, just with new slaves now to exploit in the corporate South Africa. You need to feed the beast, the industrialization. White people don't want to work. If you're going to employ black South Africans, you've got a minimal wage to meet. It won't work. So the ANC front with democracy, on paper, they say we're going to protect our people with new labor laws. The ANC became a capitalist. They come from a communist background. Now they are pure capitalists because they had to join the Western agenda to keep the economy and the little wealth we have here and infrastructure going on. So they had to open up the border. It was not even their decision. It's the decision of the white monopoly. This is just the Western agenda. They do this everywhere. Look at the history of USA. When they could exploit the black people there in USA for free, they had borders. The whole state, all the states were guarded well. First in the future, now they loosen their borders to get more South Americans coming into the USA to exploit for cheap
Mexican labor. Mexican labor.
Yeah, this is what they do.
Yeah, that bureaucracy, man, that stuff. I mean, like even
so
in
what's
Nigeria,
the solution, gentlemen? What is the solution? We know the problems. So what are the solutions?
Yeah, to me, I think the Africans just gotta sit back and figure out how they. I mean, they need to start structuring their own legal systems. I mean, they because a lot of these things, the way we live in Africa, to these structures are really not created by them. It's not designed. It's just something we adopt. Some of it we just copy and paste. Oh, this rule, this international law. You don't know who created the international law. The person sitting there creating international law was thinking about himself first. It's not really thinking about everybody. So you're going by this international law, the human freedom, human free movement, all those kind of things. Even where I'm from in Nigeria, like back in even as late as the 80s, you couldn't just move to another ethnic land, ethnic kingdom, and just settle like that. You have to meet the king, the chiefs, and even Lagos. I'm an indigenous of Lagos. Lagos in the 80s. Let me finish this. Lagos in the 80s, the population was like probably less than a million. I don't even know. I remember growing up, it wasn't that many people. We didn't have Makuku, all these shanties. All of a sudden, like people just started migrating in. Even the king of the Oba of Lagos, the king, because Lagos has a king. You can't even, like, the guy was complaining, and especially during the military rule, he couldn't even talk. Like, this is my kingdom.
Fair? You got
and then, like, recently, let me land. When
you guys been landing for 20 minutes.
Hold on, but let me just make a statement, man. I'm good. Let me just make a statement.
Give me 10 seconds. I didn't say one word.
Give me 10 seconds. Let me land. Like, I remember a few years ago when the Lagos state government said, okay, they want to demolish this Makoko, this thing that people built on the water. And then next thing, it's like BBC documentary started talking about how undemocratic, how they want to displace people, this and that and that. I'm like, dude, all these issues, man. But go ahead.
Yeah. Look,
all I'm basically saying is,
can I just answer?
One second.
Your question was very important, brother.
About 20 seconds.
Wait. Let Dalabo go. Let him go, man. He's been waiting for some
20
time.
minutes. I didn't say a word. I'm just trying to get an understanding. So you guys are comfortable with the tribal things and the movement and the restriction of black people, of African people? You think that that's progressive, or are you trying to say that because you're protecting what you have in South Africa, and you don't want other people to take away from your government or from the citizens of your government. Is that what you're saying, Lozi?
Brother, can I just answer first your question of how the solution, what is the solution
Sure.
to this issue?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks. That was a very, very phenomenal question, brother. The solution to this issue lies in the hands of the system. Like, how do South Africans control the development that is happening within Africa, the industrialization of Africa? One issue I've observed in South Africa and DRC in particular is that in South Africa, who controls the capital flow, who keeps up the industries, who keeps up this infrastructure? The person that keeps up those sectors, which are very, very relevant, is the person who controls all these social ills. They the ones who control where the labor is going to come from, because they thinking of exploiting the labor. They're not thinking of nationality, who's who. They're not loyal to any of that. Now, my best model is China. The Chinese exploit their own people. Their model is that they're not going to bring in foreigners or any of that. If they're going to exploit any group, it's going to be their own people. So even if they exploit their own people, it's still their issue. They're empowering their people, be it in skills or whatever. It's their people. I think that's the most.
Can I say something? The only reason China can do that is because they had a cultural revolution. And see,
but they also control they control the funds, they control their industry.
Yeah, but you can't do that when you're still they got rid of religion, they got rid of these tribes, okay, and they made themselves one people. Now you've got the Zulus and you got all these other groups, the Shona, all of these other people, right? Not as bad as other areas like Western.
The Chinese didn't get rid of no religion or tribes, man.
They gave up religion.
Let's not romanticize the Chinese, brother. The Chinese still have got nationality problems. They actually, some group of them, amongst them, they still worship the white people as well. And actually, they've got tribes. They've got the Han, they've got the Songs, they've got the Qings and all that.
It's just the chairman of China, the Republic of China, has nothing to do with
they control
those people.
What I'm trying to say,
they don't recognize the ethnic nationalities.
But they control.
They can recognize they're not. The power is within the people's, the Chinese Republic. There was a culture.
That's the same in Africa.
It is an 80s country, though. 80s country.
So what I'm saying, Dollar Bill, is that they control the industries of China. When I'm in DRC, right? DRC, they now getting lots of funds, especially in construction through India and the Chinese there as well. Now, what I've seen is that the people who are funding those projects, the engineers, the project managers, everywhere, you're going to see Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladesh, and Chinese. The only time you're going to see a Congolese is when he's laying bricks, mixing cement, and things like that. Why is it like that? Because the government of DRC is not controlling those funds that are coming in to develop DRC, or they don't have much say in there. So those guys now, they tend to bring these engineers from wherever they can get for cheap labor. In fact, some of these Indians and Pakistanis are people who are actually could be coming from prisons. You know, they actually take their IDs and passport when they get to DRC, and they
exactly.
Exploited. But all I'm saying is that system is allowed to happen like that because African governments are not in control of their finances, the development and infrastructure. It's everywhere in Africa. I've seen this. It's everywhere in Africa. The only way to deal with this is for us to take the development of Africa in our own hands. We must take that destiny, or else other men are going to continue to control us, and we're going to run into each other. We're going to fight. Zimbabweans are going to continue to flock to South Africa, and we're always going to have these tensions, wasting our time on these petty things.
You're absolutely correct. You have to take control of all of your natural resources. You have to be able to be self-sufficient.
Sometimes, Dollar, this issue, sometimes there is a political dimension to it. You know, it's not like I do recognize that. You know, like the citizens have to step up their game as far as building their infrastructures within your country. But the political dimension to it is that a lot of these politicians preferably might want to give this contract to people from outside, because the outsiders, they already know the rules of the game, that when we give you this contract, this kickback is what we expect. And generally, when a new government comes into power, it's going to be hard for them to be able to trace, the corrupt ones. If those people were in the country, and then it's easy for a new government to come and trace those corrupt ones.
You know why it's easy?
Yeah.
Because you have so many different tribal fractions fighting against each other, and there's nepotism. It's already a corrupt situation that they're already in. So the people do not see themselves as one people. And so when I hear Mike, I love when he says us Africans. I know he says that to exclude African Americans as if we're not African people, because that goes into his whole tribal thing, because we don't, that we're not a tribe or recognize a tribe.
No, if you listen to Mike closely, he's not even like a not like a tribal person. He's like pro his people though. It's not just only just African.
Well, you know what? I'm for all my people, all my African people.
So you can't just say
so I'm just saying, but people first, I think Losey's correct. People first have to see themselves as one South African people. And once you can do that, then you develop what is called nationalism within your communities, right? And then you do what's best for your nation, right? And then you set up safeguard.
And that's exactly what they're doing.
We will never have that dollar bill with the white people.
Yeah, because that's why the Inkatha movement. The Inkatha movement was all about Zulu pride, Zulu nationalism, as opposed to ANC. That's how 30,000 people were murdered, were killed in the conflict leading up to the elections of 1990.
Well, that's why I said, and all people are not looking at themselves as one South.
No,
Africa.
it was literally split in half.
Yeah, because people, that's the reality now, though, Dollar Bill. I mean, people like.
I don't even understand what Dollar Bill always mean when he's saying people.
Dollar Bill.
Don't take it personal.
One nationality. If they don't have the same passport, what makes sure they don't see themselves as one?
Don't take it personal.
No, I'm not taking it personal. I'm just trying to understand your logic,
Let me just say this, Dollar.
Because a lot of things you say, there's no real definition to it.
Oh, let Losey talk.
Although there's tribalism in Africa, it's not as the biggest issue like that as if it's the issue that is holding us back. For example, in South Africa in particular, we already at the national level, but this is majority black people. We went beyond that tribal thing. It's no longer a key issue. But the biggest issue is that there's no point in having this unified nationalities of black people when we're not really in control of the food chain. Now, the white people who are minorities, they control the industries and all that. So that's what matters most. You won't even be able to see our nationhood because we don't have a strong stake in
why did you come yesterday? I mean, trying to champion.
What matters is
I want to hear what he's saying. Let me get his thoughts out.
What matters is to get hold of the development and the resources of Africa. Once we can do that, even this tribalism is not a big issue. Tribalism now it's seen because people are desperate. People are desperate. They don't control fate of their nationhoods. They don't control resources. It's just a scarcity and desperation. But once that is gone, if African people can control the food chain of Africa, a lot of issues will disappear. In South Africa in particular, when a few minority controls the resources, they can fund the division as well easily like that. So it's not easy to see where we are at this point as a nationhood. But I can tell you, tribalism, I don't think is the biggest issue in Africa. It seems like that because people are just.
Well, it depends. You cannot just speak. You can't just represent the entirety of the whole continent. Maybe regionally.
It's not good. The thing is, first of all, you guys need to define what tribalism means. What does it mean?
I mean, I'm not the one saying that, but I'm guessing. Like my understanding of like when people generally say tribalism is like having preferential, treatment towards your own people over others, or let's say, at the detriment of others. Like just overwhelming like treatment towards
at the detriment of others.
No, not
that's
of
well, that would be a crime. That won't be more of if you do something at the detriment of another person, that's more like committing a crime against another person.
When you pump and promote someone who's incompetent just because he's the same tribe as you are, okay, that's tribalism. When there's someone who's from another tribe who's a competent individual and you go past them because you're going to go with your tribesmen, that's tribalism.
I don't think I think that's foolishness. That's not tribalism.
That's nepotism.
That's exactly what it is.
No, nepotism is different from tribalism, and also and incompetent. Even the person that's putting someone.
When you take an incompetent,
calm down.
Excuse me, I'm calm.
You can blame them on ethnic. If ethnic group doesn't exist,
when you take someone and you promote them on the basis of being your tribesmen, and they are incompetent, that is tribalism.
So let me ask you, Dollar Bill.
Yeah, you can call it tribalism, favoritism, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, anybody that's running any institution and doesn't understand that for you to succeed in what you're doing, you have to put a competent person there. Then you're foolish in the first place. No matter how much you love your tribe, I run a business, right? And I love my people of my tribe. But for me to say, a person that I don't know from one tribe shows up and is very competent to help me run my company, I would say no. I'm not employing you. I'm only employing someone from my tribe. That's not even tribalism. That's stupidity.
I'm not talking about in private industry.
That's stupidity.
Government policy.
Even me myself, I won't become. I don't think I'll be a successful businessman. If anyone that reasons like that,
in your particular private industry. I'm talking about when you pump and promote people in a political party, okay? Because people cluster in political parties in order to get votes. So when you have incompetent individuals and you promote them, okay, to jobs that they're not qualified to do, to jobs that you know that they're going to be corrupt, that's tribalism.
Well, you can call it tribalism, but what I would call it is the individual himself is not a
company. It's not an individual.
Hold on. Calm down. I'm just saying. No, hold on.
I'm extremely calm.
Any human being, every human being by nature is very emotionally connected to those that are closer to him. Whether it's a friend you grew up with as a child, or somebody from your ethnic group, or someone from your country, or someone from your city.
What does that have to do with leadership?
Calm down. Just let me get across.
I'm calm. What does that have to
human nature, human being would naturally want to favor people that are closer to them. Now, if you're now a person running an organization and you have a goal to achieve, and you don't understand that, at this time you can mix emotion with business or things you're trying to success or whatever things you want to achieve, then that person himself is not competent to be in a position in the first place. So if there's an African politician that's doing that, it has nothing to do with his ethnic group. Whether he doesn't have an ethnic group or not, it's just an incompetent individual. Even if that person didn't have any ethnic group, he would have done the same thing. Hold on. Even if he doesn't do it on the basis of promoting someone from his ethnic group, he would have done it promoting someone from his neighborhood or his friends or anybody or his so it's just incompetence. That's what it is. So if you eliminate ethnicity, you're still going to have that problem because the incompetent individual is still going to be employing people that you just like. Not people that are competent.
Let me bring this dimension to it. When it comes to, the politics.
Even the most racist white man will employ a black man that will help him develop his country before he employs a fellow white man.
Yeah.
Because he knows how to run business.
True.
When it comes to...
That's not true. And
when it comes to,
I know you don't know the difference.
The most racist white man will pick a white man that doesn't know how to do shit over a black man that can help him make millions.
Absolutely in America.
Even Kala will not agree with you unless Kala want to disappoint me tonight.
Absolutely in America.
Kala, a white man wants to make millions. They run a company. He will run into a.
Excuse me. I've heard white men say that if they weren't white, that they would have never received the opportunities that they received as a white person.
That's different from what I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly
that's different from what I said. I asked you a simple question. I'm telling you,
preferential treatments for people who are incompetent and they're white, and would they choose an incompetent white person over a competent black person? I said they absolutely would. That's
Mike. Can I just add on what Dollar Bill is saying? It is 100%. What they do is that they still keep you and employ you, but they will put the white man above you to manage you. So they will still get your skills, but the same white man who's not as skilled as you, they will just deploy him above you to manage you. That's what they just do.
Yeah, they can do something around it, but at the end of the day, for that particular job, you're the one they're still going to use for the job. They may play you around, pay you, whatever, do that. But at the end of the day, they make the preferential treatment. That's preferential treatment. I get that. But at the end of the day, the person that's gonna get it done is who they want to put there. They may trick you now, pay you where you deserve, and give the other guy that's under you more money and things like that. They can do that. But at the end of the day, who's gonna get the job done is what they will make sure they put there. That's the point I'm making. Now it's up to you that they put there to be able to recognize and negotiate what you deserve.
That's not the truth.
And also like in this big
is white men getting preferential treatment because they're white, and had nothing to do with them being the best person or the smartest person. And this is what white people will tell you. They have come in and said, I've had white people tell me that they would have never received some of the things. I have a Jewish friend who went to work for an agency that was blatantly discriminating against Jews. So he left and went to another agency. And when he went to that particular job, they didn't discriminate. But he'll tell you off the back, there's many of black people who were much more qualified and much more educated than he wasn't, because he got the preferential treatment because he was white. So that's not a fallacy.
That's a deal, Dollar Bill. Let me speak from my experience. Right, I worked in a company.
You experienced in America?
Yes, in America, yes. Whereby I was probably one of the few other black people that were working there, and they were whites. They were working there, right? And they were paying those white more than they were paying me. And at one point, where I realized that I was doing more than those whites. Guess what I did? I had a meeting with my employer and say, hey, I want to raise. In fact, the moment I found out what those guys were making, and I negotiated my pay. Is it that you pay me this or I leave? It's life. You have to negotiate your pay. I don't sit around complaining. I didn't sit around whining and go around complaining. In life, because I would, you know why? You know why I didn't complain? Because I probably would have done the same thing. If I employ a bunch of white people, rest of people I don't like.
I know you would have done the same thing.
Hold on. If there's a rest of people I don't like, and I employ them, I would do my best to not pay them as much as they deserve.
I know you would do that.
Okay, you wouldn't do that, right?
That's your typical attitude.
Well, you wouldn't do that, right?
No.
Okay, that'll be if you hire Kala and the white man. Who would you pay more, Kala or the white man? No, answer the simple question.
I'm going to pay Kala.
He's going to pay Kala more.
You will pay Kala equal as a white guy. Oh, you love white. Oh, okay, you're so nice.
You be fair with the white guy.
No. If they're equally competent, you're going to pay Kala the same as the white guy. Your black American brother.
There you go. You're gonna have my black American brother. There you go again.
Wait. Answer the question, man. Answer the question.
I know you hate it when you hear it.
Would you just answer my question? Don't run.
American.
Who would you pay more? You hire Kala and the white guy.
I'm gonna pay whatever the job description says to pay.
No. You hold on now. Hold on.
This is what I'm gonna pay. Don't try to put me in your nonsense.
Hold on. Okay. Let's say the job description say, okay, this is the base pay. But you know that if this white guy, if you can pay the white guy less, he will accept it. And you also know, okay, well, Kala is my brother. You want to cheat Kala because, of course, it's your brother. You want him to survive, right, and do well. So you have an option to, option to pay less. And would you pay both? Who would you pick to pay less? Would you say Kala or the white guy?
Listen, whatever the job description.
Just be honest, man. You know you're gonna take care of your brother, man. Come on now.
You're not gonna put me in your little tribalism thing.
Yeah, get the hell out of here, man. I know you don't like white people, first of all. So for you to even run away from that question.
I don't like white people. You know that.
Exactly. So why would you want to pay that? So I know the answer already. You're gonna pay Kala more because you don't like them. You like your brother.
I'm not
unless you hate Kala too.
That's detrimental to my company because Kala's my brother and I like him. It's about business. Whoever's generating the most business, whoever's generating the most business and making me the most money, I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. If that's what you want.
Obviously, you're not a businessman, so
I know. I'm just a bum.
You're a social justice activist.
I'm what?
So if the white man does the most
work, you're not gonna trigger me off.
I
mean, all these activists, they always use emotion to approach everything in life. They don't get nowhere. They don't get nowhere in life. They just wasting their time.
I already got away what I need in life, Mike. So you don't have to worry about me. You already know about me, right, bro? I'm not the sim police.
That's the reason why they call it the job market. Everybody's trying to profit.
I'm
Man,
1 year off. Not
Simple
working
is a
anymore
clown, man.
for the
Simple
rest
is a clown.
for the rest of my life. And you can't tell me, oh, you got that little house over there. That ain't gonna worth with me. My house worth $1 million.
Oh
So,
man.
Well, go back to
so
what you
let's
were
move
asking
on.
earlier. You're saying
Yeah, we
the
tired of
Africans, the
that, man.
Africans have to get rid of
The
tribe.
Africans.
They have
So
to
what
get
are we
rid of
like,
the
white
ethnic group.
people?
What does that mean? Can you explain what that means?
I didn't say the Africans. I said that if he's using the model of the Chinese had a cultural revolution, okay, where they had to stop all of this widespread tribalism and consolidate themselves as one people in order for them to move forward. And so those people who joined that Communist Party and became part of that regime no longer had to go to the Forbidden Palace anymore. They had organization, they understood. And so when we talk about that in terms of
But isn't that
Africa,
what we got going on in Africa?
no, not at all.
Okay, name one
Not at
tribal
all.
political party. Okay,
Not at all.
you must not
Not at
know.
all. No
Maybe
cultural
let me not. Okay, let me speak. Let me speak for my
revolution
country, Nigeria, for example. Hold on, let me explain something. In my country, Nigeria, we have two major political party, PDP and APC. Now, if you go within that party, every ethnic group they're all there. In fact, our politicians, they don't even look at. They just want to. They just play the political game to win election, and in fact, they go to other ethnic group to recruit members because they know they have to win vote from that ethnic group. So every PDP, both Northerners, Southerners, Yoruba, Igbo, every tribe are there. In fact, whenever there's no tribe represented, they go there trying to recruit someone to join it because that's what politics is. They need that person to help them win election within the ethnic group. So the political party, they don't do that. But though when it's campaign period, yeah, they can start playing that tribal campaign and all that stuff. Just like in the United States, when election comes, Republican, Democrats start playing the race game. Oh, black vote, white vote. But hold on, calm down.
Not tribal and racial.
There's something called politics. In
But it's
politics,
similar though.
you have to say things that will help you to win election.
It's no
So
different.
during election, yeah, the African politicians, yeah, they play it's time for this tribe to be president. They play the tribal politics because they need to win election. It's global. Everyone does it.
No, because the country racially is homogenous, so they play on the tribal level. In America, racially everybody's heterogeneous, so they play on the race card. I mean, it's
the same thing. Even they do religious card in America. You ain't talking about the Catholic vote. The Protestant vote. Do you think those politicians really care about Catholic and Protestants like that?
Yeah, even Trump is wearing like a Roman Catholic.
Look at Tinubu's government. A lot of people from the government. You got David Mai. He's the governor of Ebonyi State in Igbo land. You got Governor Wiki. The top guys in his cabinet, like the main closest people in his cabinet, they're from even the tribe. They don't vote for him. But they're a member of his party.
The point I was going to say earlier. Wait, Mike. See, the point I was going to say earlier was
only person that can cut me off is Kala, because I'm a co-host here. I'm not gonna yell over you. I'll just mute you.
Let me make this point. I want to make this point.
Hold on 1 second. He was talking to me, so can I respond? But you know what? I'm gonna be kinder and gentler today. Go ahead, you respond.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dalabo. See, like on the continent, right? I mean, I don't want to generalize. I want to speak in the case of Ghana, right? See, like the politics, like generally, like people are not really like, they don't just hate you for just coming from another tribe, Well, politically, they understand that politics is the game of the numbers, right? And generally, people tend to put certain groups that they know will be able to bring them a lot of votes because people naturally identify with their own groups. You get what I'm saying? So if I know like this person is from this particular ethnic group and majority of them contribute, let's say 10-20% of the population, maybe if they pick this person, they know he's going to bring in a lot of votes to that political party. So this is the kind of politics they kind of play. They know it's at the end of the day, it's a politics of numbers, and they have to play that kind of politics. But however, there's exception to that. A prime example is Jerry Rawlings of Ghana, for instance. Man, he come from his part Scottish, his part Ewe. If you compare their population compared to the entirety of the country, it's not even close to the majority. But sometimes you can exhibit a certain trait that could attract you voters from across the
people,
country.
exactly.
Yeah.
It happens in Nigeria too. When that guy gets exposed,
can you drop the link in the comment section?
Somebody on.
Oh yeah, Carla.
Oh, okay, there you got it there.
Carla just stay at home and put it on the show. Yeah. But the rule is the same. What Carla said, the person who wants to get on has to present themselves before they can get invited, because we're not going to have any sexual deviants coming on, these crazy white people, man. So in order for them to get up on the thing, they can go on the thing. They don't.
Also, I want to get back to get a little bit of time. I want to answer Ross Moisture. He says, none of you moronic fools are welcome either. This is what I'm talking about. These people have so much hatred for Black America, right? And they want to translate, project that onto Africa. Look, Ross Moisture, there are Black Americans all over the continent. So all we're not talking about tonight is Ghana versus South Africa. But this is the reason why I did this topic tonight, because there's many pros and cons to both of them. I don't really know the pros for Ghana, but I do know the pros for South Africa, to tell you the truth. One is the fact that I started this topic today because I went into a nursing home, right? Like somebody said earlier, the stench is, I think the stench was really bad, Wow. You have older people, defecating, and you're saying it's soiled. You can smell that. Once lady was in a wheelchair, wheeling herself before me, and she had me trapped in back of her. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. But the bottom line, I'm thinking like this. They think about what it costs to have wheelchairs and all the stuff like that, the food they got to feed them, all stuff like this. This costs a lot of money. And who doles out Medicaid, and Medicare, and not even private insurance, because most of them there are poor. They have Medicaid. I'm saying to myself, okay, people go to South Africa. Let's say they go to South Africa at the age of 65, right? Okay. How long is Ghana? How long is it going to be until they end up in that situation right there where they can't take for themselves? Also, even if you don't live in a facility, home health care. This stuff is expensive.
Absolutely,
it's necessary. So I'm saying to myself, if you when you talk about going to Africa, right? Those are things you have to consider. What are the healthcare system? And when I'm here, like when I look at this in my good brother Dynasty show, I never hear anybody talk about that. What's the hospital? I never heard anybody have discussions about that a country's healthcare system. Which is the most important thing when in modern society. That's why we had such that.
Yeah, you don't need no nursing home when you're old, man. You got people they're gonna take care of you.
This is what I'm saying. This is ignorant stuff like that. You guys do this. Africans, they just throw the people in the side. Yeah, we don't know no more. You know what I'm saying? Y'all throw them out. Y'all take them out to the bush miles away where you can't get back.
No, that is you.
Talk about Africans. Everybody take care. All right, okay, Zongo. All right.
Kala. I listen to your live sometimes when I'm available. I just laugh, man. You should do stand-ups, man. You're funny.
Yeah. Like I said, a little disclaimer: never be drinking nothing when you listen to the College Genesis, because you will choke and spit your water, whatever you're drinking out. You'll choke, man.
Man, Kala, man. I mean,
Mike. Zongo. Mike, same thing. The bottom line is this. Look, in Africa, man, don't tell me that you guys sit around taking care. No, y'all give them some crumbs and some food, whatnot. But y'all not gonna give them the medical care and the cognitive tests they need and whatnot, or go out there and say, okay, let's play some. They throw a little ball back and forth to get exercise. You ain't gonna do all that shit. Only thing y'all have them out there doing at 99 years old is out there harvesting some shit,
Oh man,
they call it natural causes. Man, get out of here, son.
You crazy, man, Kala, man. You crazy.
It's interesting, Kala, that you said that, right? Because that my pops is 90 years old.
Yeah, your pops couldn't live in Africa,
and he's a veteran. Right,
yeah. And man, there are old people. There are old people
what if you get
Africa, man.
Why could they live in Africa?
Hold up. Let me say something.
Is he broke or what, Kala?
Excuse me.
It's pop.
Would you be
You gotta
quiet for
have
a
health
second?
care, and you gotta have a healthcare system with insurance. You
But they,
know?
Okay,
You
hold
don't
on.
have-
if you have your money,
it's
it's
not
out of
about being
pocket.
broke. If you
I
paid
gotta
into a
mute him,
system,
okay.
this is how
I
Medicare
got
works.
time-
Hold
I'm
on,
trying to
hold
say
on,
something.
Well, you can pay out of pocket, Kyler.
Carla is way
check it out.
cheaper. It's
Let
way
me
cheaper
show
on
you-
the
But no,
country.
you don't pay out of
Hold
pocket.
on, let me show you
Like
how
you're a
the
white
system works.
Republican, man.
Let me show you how the system works. That nobody pays for healthcare with cash. They had worked for a
Thank you.
system. They
No,
have
we do in
insurance.
Africa.
I know.
That's what I said. That's why Africans are
Oh,
poor.
you take them out to
Yeah,
the
but
bush.
we don't have. We can subsidize.
Oh yeah,
government can
subsidized. Yeah,
subsidize everybody.
everything in
that's
Africa is bad.
subsidized. Nah,
Next
get
thing you
out
know,
of
It
you
here,
always
get
Mike.
says
eaten by
we don't
alligators.
have
Get out of here,
mortgages.
Mike.
We don't have mortgages. How do you build equity and wealth and you don't have fucking mortgages?
Carla,
you
we're
know?
not advanced countries. So that's the thing. Just stay in America, dude. You're not ready to go to live
No,
in.
we're talking
Anyway.
about. I know Nigeria ain't even in the discussion. I'm talking
Exactly.
about
And
South Africa and Ghana because there's
He
people
wants to
doing
tell
it.
me about the
Carla, you know the difference
about the
between you and a white man.
competency
When white
Nigeria.
people
Is he
go to
crazy?
Africa, they go build what they want, what they don't
That's
Oh
have.
like
man,
white
the way
people
you go to
telling me
But
Africa,
about
you
Trump.
you want something built for you before you move anyway. So if you just
I
don't go
know.
there, stay where you are, where it's already built. And
I
stop
know.
Well,
crying.
no,
yo,
y'all
just
met
It's
asking
like
white
you're
for a
begging
sewer
people to
system.
build something for
It's all
you.
about asking for a sewer system. It's just too much to ask for.
So build it for
You
yourself
want
if you
fresh
want it.
water. You know, Mike
Carla,
thinks
there are
only the
neighborhoods
rich
in
people
Nigeria. If you wanted
can
to
have
build it for
fresh
you,
water.
just pay money, they'll build it for you.
Poor people
If you're
shouldn't have
broke,
anything.
what, we supposed to build it for you for free, Carla?
No,
You
look,
want to come to
I'm
Africa
saying
and be on welfare? What?
I'm saying the right thing to do is
It's about
already
welfare.
have a sewer
Carla,
system.
there are communities in Nigeria where they have anything you want. If you can afford it,
Yeah, that's it. And the poor people,
you want to
they
go
end up
to a
having
poor part of
nothing, right?
Nigeria and want people to give you stuff for free. You're so used to welfare.
Oh, okay.
It's not like you grew up on welfare or something.
No,
Carla.
it's called entitlement.
It's
It's
called
called
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's
It's
welfare
called
entitlement.
You have a
You
welfare
entitled.
mentality, man. They have to give you
No,
that.
it's everybody that's on Medicare that earn Medicare after working 10 quarters is there on welfare.
If you go to Africa looking for a job, they don't go there. God damn, we don't need employees,
Who
man.
wants to go to
So
Africa
no
look for a
jobs,
job?
no
Come on,
health care, no
man.
So
nothing,
if you're
man.
not looking for a job, then you should be going there to
Just go to Africa
Why would we
and
want
die.
to go
That's why I
and have
said,
an employee
look, if
like
I gotta
you?
go to Africa, man, it's gotta be
We're not a
South
welfare society. If you don't have money,
Gotta be
that's not
South
you can't
Africa,
live there.
man. I can't imagine
Alright.
you'll be dealing.
Stay
you're
on the
gonna be
white
dealing
man's
with a bunch
welfare
of Mike.
system, Carla.
Yo, check this out.
Stay on the white
We're
man's
not
welfare
welfare.
system.
Yo, check this out. You're gonna be dealing with a bunch of Mikes and Zongos in Parliament.
Listen,
Carla, you can't survive the American
You
welfare
have
system.
money, man. Kyla, man. You shouldn't be complaining. There's a lot of Black Americans living in Ghana, man. They're
Yeah,
good. They're
I feel
old.
for
They
them.
pay for it out of pocket, right? They pay
But
for their
then
A lot
welfare
of
out
most
of
of them gotta
pocket.
come
That's
back,
Yeah.
man. Most of them
they
gotta
come
come
back
back.
to the U.S.
Carla, you're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
because they're
You
used
gotta
to
get
welfare.
Africa.
That's why.
You can't deal with people like
I know a
Mike.
lot of white people
And
that
I
have been living in
know
Nigeria
South
for
African-
generations. I know a lot of
Ask the South Africans
Lebanese,
here, Mike, tonight.
a lot of
They
foreigners
definitely
living in
don't want him in
Nigeria
there.
for generations.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, it's cheap, man. It's
And
cheap.
they pay everything out of pocket. They don't wait for no welfare.
But see, in many parts of Africa, it's white people's paradise.
Yeah, can I say something, guys?
Man, it's cheaper, man, on the
No,
continent.
it's,
Hey,
it's
Dollar
white
Bill
people's
has
paradise
to
in many
talk
parts
to
of
me,
Africa.
man.
You guys are the only one that ask for welfare everywhere you go. God damn, man.
What do you
Mike,
mean
let me
asking
get
for
Dollar Bill
welfare?
on. Dollar Bill.
That's for you.
No,
Oh,
Mike,
yeah,
man,
we had to
yeah,
let him
Mike,
go.
they're Americanized,
Can't
man.
let
Leave
him go
them
for a
alone,
minute.
man.
Put
Leave
his
them in
mind on
America, man. See,
because
that's
he-
why they always cause problems when they go to the continent because they want America on the continent. You know?
No,
Oh,
we're not
damn
causing
it, boy.
problems.
Damn,
we're
It's
talking
causing,
about-
it's causing
Just
Yeah,
want
when
a regular life, like regular
your
people.
Dollar Bill.
They're used to
Damn,
daddy
we
giving them
want
everything, so they
sidewalk.
want daddy everywhere.
Damn,
Why-
we want freaking drainage.
Hey,
and
Mike,
whatnot,
you notice when they go to Africa, they can't just stop messing
They're
white.
looking for
man.
daddy, government.
The only
White
people that
man,
want
white
white
man.
people is you and Zongo.
That's the
Zongo's
issue I have with
Seattle.
Dr. Combo.
Every
Dr.
white
Combo is a
woman-
very good guy, but he goes to the continent and he speak about white men all the time. Oh, man, dude, man, can you just talk about real things, man?
You know what it is because he doesn't want to talk about you guys. So he's really flashing out about you guys.
Man, come on, man. You left the white man in America. You go to the continent, you still speaking about a white man? Come on.
Anyway, like I
Zongo,
was
you're not
saying-
even in your country. You in our country. You're not even in your country.
Anyway, like I was saying.
Hey, so what, G, man? So what if I don't in my country? So what?
All right.
There's
How's
no
G?
white
Oh,
women.
yeah, everybody else. Check us out.
Oh, Mike
Let's
left.
let Dollar Bill on. Come on.
Yeah, I was really nice and quiet. Listen, you know that the Philippines, when I was there, the Philippines has a lot of beautiful facilities with 24-hour care for people who come to their country. And they have not only do they have that, they have people who want to be there. They have these nice
They
facilities.
produce some of the best nurses. They export nurses.
Yeah, and they come to the nursing home and they study nursing homes all around the country to provide the kind of adequate care that Americans want, okay, when they are at that stage of
I
their
deal with a
lives.
lot of Filipino nursing homes. They're like the best there, you know.
Yes. So and so this is what we're talking about. All you're trying to say, we know Mike don't want to hear it. All you're trying to say is that you want to put yourself in a situation, and it can be done in Africa, okay, where people are going to give you adequate and beautiful care, okay, because you're providing them with a job that is prestigious in their country. They'll make more than what they would have made for the minimum wage, okay, and it'll be an opportunity for growth and development.
Healthcare is like the biggest part of your GDP. If
Hey,
Africans had a better healthcare system,
Kyle, see. Let me tell you one thing. I think you kind of out of touch. See, even here in Washington State, I know a lot of Africans, you know, African women that are working these nursing homes, man. I mean, what makes you think like when you go to the country, you wouldn't find someone to take care of you, Kyle?
please, man, trust me, yo. I'm
Y'all
saying
y'all are not the most congenial people.
Thank you.
Oh man, come on, man. Shut up, man, Dollarable, man. Come
I'm
on,
just
man.
keeping it real. I'm just being honest, man.
But I mean,
y'all are not like little Filipino women. They're so nice and kind and stuff like that. Look how rambunctious you, man. You come on, man. I don't want no chick.
Yeah, but you can't generalize everybody. People, I mean, the women.
You can be trained to be that way, but
the women vary from place to place, man. Like you can't really say like all of them are like that, you know.
But
see, Zongo,
don't you have to pay for everything up front for like at your hospitals and stuff like that in Ghana?
Man, G, what's your problem with me, man? G, man, what's your problem with me, man?
No,
you want to fight or what? What you want? You want to fight? We can set up a boxing match.
We fight on the internet. Let's have.
But why is everybody gotta get violent, man? Come on, let's have a
man. You're attacking me in the chat, man, all the time, man.
Because you be lying.
Relax, Zongo. Chill out. Relax, bro.
No, I'm good, but I'm just saying.
We can set up a boxing match, man. This is like a friendly boxing match, man.
No,
put his Negro ass.
But anyway, just stop lying. That's all.
What have I lied about?
You just got to be able to think.
You lied about everything last night with Lozy, and then you lying up here trying to be condescending.
Like what? Can you give me an example about what I said?
Yeah, like you gonna say why you consider it to be a problem to go to South Africa? Well, why you in our country, in the US?
Yeah, he's right about that, Zongo. Your beef with me was started when I said we house the largest African migrants on the continent. You didn't take that well, but it's just a fact. I don't know why you have a problem with it.
And then you want to be in denial.
No. The point I was trying to say, I think you missed the point. The point I'm trying to say is that sometimes, because we the ones on this platform, I mean, some of us, I mean, we from West Africa, right? But then the way you kind of let me finish. The way you kind of presents your case as though majority of the immigrants in your country are mostly from West Africa, and it's mostly from your neighboring country, actually.
No, Zongo, that's your opinion. That's how you feel. That's not what
that's why I asked you, do you have the data, man? Do you have the data? You said
I'm not here to list your insecurities, Zongo.
You weren't people to the data.
Or something, it's not my fault. The thing is, there's many West Africans in South Africa, but there's barely no South African in West Africa. That's the difference, Zongo. You're gonna have to suck that up.
Most West Africans, they migrate within West Africa. That's where they stay.
I never said otherwise. I never said otherwise. But I think they go to the West.
It's only the people who have access.
I think they go to Western countries if they could more than their neighboring countries.
No, that's a lie. Most people migrate regionally within West Africa.
Zongo, you, for example, you're not in Togo or Burkina Faso or Guinea-Bissau.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a lot of people. There's a lot of. Do you know how many immigrants are in Ghana right now? Over 4 million.
Yeah, I can count them with my right hand. Yeah.
Oh, man, 4 million people, man, and guess majority of that.
You're counting the illegal ones when you say 4 million, because that's not true. There's barely 1 million migrants in Ghana according to the statistics.
No, man, they're more than that, man.
But see how many immigrants are in the west side of the U.S., the West Coast. There's a lot of immigrants over there. I know that personally.
Yeah, but nobody's speaking about U.S. We know, like U.S., they invite people to come over here.
Man, quit that, Zongo. Because I mean, many of you overstay your visas and are supposed to go back.
Man, who told you that, man? Americans
that's
give
what I
people
personally know. What you
diversity.
mean?
Have you heard of the diversity lottery?
No. Now you see, you gonna make me
Yeah,
question
but-
the platform.
You know, diversity.
No, you're gonna make
People
me
are not
question the
moving
platform.
to
Quit the
Ghana like
lies.
that. You know that people are just not waking up and saying, "I want to go to Ghana" like that. So it's not like Ghana is not a destination for migration. Ghana it's where people want to live. They don't want to go in. Like for example,
nobody's getting up and say, "Oh, I want to go to this country," like based on their own personal preference.
But you're from Ghana.
Let me finish, guys. Let me finish. Based on their own personal preference and what they aspire to achieve in life, they go to countries that they deem fit to go. Man, how do you know people don't want to go over there? Because they don't come on the internet and speak about that?
No, because I mean,
let me finish. Let me finish, man. Someone probably is living in Togo, is probably living in Benin, probably living in Niger or Nigeria. They want to go to Ghana. How do you know that, bro? Because there's a lot of people from that region that goes to Ghana. How do you know? Because you don't go, so you think
poor people jumping from one country to another in the neighborhood. I mean, that's happening everywhere. But there's no one outside West Africa waking up anywhere in the world saying, "I'm going to migrate to Ghana looking for greener pastures. I just want to make it there." That's not happening. So you know it's true. It's not happening.
Exactly.
Man, come on, man. So what is really there in South Africa, man? Is there really people go there to look for greener pastures, man?
Nobody.
Let me tell you something.
I want to make you happy. Nobody's coming here.
See, most West Africans, man, if they're looking for greener pastures, man, trust me, they ain't going to. They don't even think about, even Africa, man. I'm being honest with you, man. It's either
your people are. I told you, your people are hairdressers in South Africa. Someone leaves Ghana.
Well, that's because they never had a chance, man. They just wanted to leave, man. Oh, man. They never had a chance to leave.
There's many West Africans in South Africa looking for greener pastures. A lot of them.
Let me ask you. You think those people, if they had an opportunity to go to Europe, they will still live in your dumbass country? No, they're gonna leave.
Of course, they will pick Europe over South Africa, but they will definitely pick South Africa over Ghana, Zongo. That's the fact. Like everybody.
Oh man.
I mean, Zongo, people are voting with their feet and their stomach, and the road is leaving South Africa in Africa. Why you want to dismiss this?
South Africa. Hey.
Why do you think we've got an issue of migrants and you don't have it in Ghana? Why you think we've got an issue of migrants?
I think you're just being delusional, man. See, this world that we live in, everything is about perception. Do you know how many people?
Why will people come to Ghana? I told you yesterday, the economy of Ghana, your entire economy, it's more than the world of Johannesburg. Johannesburg is 2 times richer than you.
Forget about that bullshit, man. Let's speak about the reality. The reason why people travel to.
All right.
No, Lozy just told you. Why you being in denial?
I'm not being in denial, man.
Then why are you not
why would I deny that shit, man?
Back in your country,
man, I'm from that. See, let me finish, man. I'm from Ghana, man.
So then you're in my country and you're not there in Ghana. See, Lozy, our brothers in South Africa, he doing it.
Yep,
he's doing it. So why you lying and knocking the brother?
Man, what's your issue with me, man? I live in the US.
No, I ain't got no issue with you. It's just the fact that I'm not gonna take no threats.
Let's ask Kala this. Kala, how many Ghanaians who come on your panel they come from Ghana? Kala, have you ever heard a Ghanaian calling on your panel based in Ghana?
I mean, man, that's quite a number of them.
I've never seen any.
Don't run away, Zongo.
Have you ever had any Ghanaian person on your panel calling from Ghana, like they based in Ghana and they on your panel?
Well, I was about to say Lewis, but no, he's in the UK.
He's in the UK, man.
Lewis is in the UK.
Man, they go on other platform, man. There's been some guys.
I'm trying to think. Matter of fact, the only people I ever call from Africa is you and Kidola.
And we're based in South Africa. Kidola is in England. I think he's in Netherlands. Kidola is in Netherlands.
He's in Nigeria.
No, Kidola is in Netherlands. He's married to a white woman.
Man.
Are you serious? So he
That's
had me
a lot.
thinking all
No,
this time. Said, man,
No, he's
you know,
not. He was in Nigeria.
no, he's in Netherlands. He's in Belgium or Netherlands, married to a white woman. Kidola, the same Kidola. Zongo, I know Kidola, man. He's not in Nigeria. He's in Netherlands. Netherlands or Belgium, married to a white woman. Yeah.
No, man. He said he's in
wow,
Nigeria,
man.
man.
You learn something new every day. All this time I thought Kidola was calling from Nigeria.
No, he's in Nigeria, man. What are you talking about? He's in Nigeria.
No, not Kidola, Zongo. Maybe you're mistaking Kidola with someone else.
No. He said he visited Netherlands. They went for.
No, he definitely visited Nigeria. He stays in Netherlands or Belgium.
No, he lives in Nigeria, but he visited Netherlands with his
Come
wife.
on, Zongo, come on, Zongo, don't do that, man.
Yeah, well, that's what he said, though. Like, I mean, come on, I'm taking for what he said. You know, I'm just,
You know, Kidola is not living in Nigeria. You know this very well. Man. Come on, what are you doing?
I never really asked him. I assumed that he was in Nigeria the way he talks.
Yeah, Kidola is in Belgium or Netherlands somewhere there. Yeah, so basically what this affirms my point. As South Africans in particular, most of the times when we call color, we barely in other countries. Zongo, I've never heard Zongo saying I'm in Ghana, and I barely see anyone calling on panels, be it on your show color or on Dynasty. Anybody, most people from West Africa, they call on these panels. Of course.
Check this out. Mike says Kidola is in Lagos.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on, man. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why, man. This guy just wanna prove that all the South Africans had a one scar.
No, Kidola. No, man. Kidola is not even writing his name like that. Kidola, who's Kid? That's total. Maybe we're talking about someone different, man. Kidola is not in Nigeria.
Man, that's Kidola, man. Are you mistaking Kidola with Tunaja or something?
No, Tunaja is in Britain, man. I know Tunaja is living with the Queen in England. He's not in. Kidola is in Belgium or Netherlands. Well, how do you think I know these things?
Man, we know he lives in Nigeria, man. That's what he told us. And we're gonna go with what he said.
If that, so why aren't there more Nigerians that call in?
What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm saying like this. I know for a fact of the matter it's hard to call the shows in Africa because of data costs. You know.
It's not really. It's time difference too. I mean, at this time, people are probably asleep over there, man.
No, this is actually right now. When I go to these shows, right? Sometimes it'd be like 9 o'clock in the morning. Like they're like 5 hours ahead. You know. So
Okay. Kala, there's this guy who like to call on your panel is a Nigerian. I want to get this Kidola thing right. Maybe I'm confusing him with someone. I forgot. There's this Nigerian. Okay, Kala, how many Nigerians call on your panel? Give me the names. Like you got Mike, you got
come on my panels. The only Nigerians I got is Kidola and Mike that I know that I could think of.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the same guy. Kidola is not in. Maybe he's in Nigeria now, but for maybe this year, I don't know. But he has always been in Belgium and Netherlands.
Man,
he's married to a white.
Man, he's married to a white woman. I know that.
Man, you missing everything. See.
I think Mike is
time difference. Wait, let me finish, man. The time difference is not the same. It's probably at 9 on West African time right now.
Why don't you just look it up, brother, and find out instead of trying to tell me what it might and might not be? Why don't you just look it up?
What'd you say?
Why don't you just look it up and find out?
The time difference is right now is 4 hours ahead.
Yeah, man.
Zongo, are you ever gonna retire and go back to Ghana in your life? Are you gonna relocate back to your country?
Yeah, why you want to ask me about personal life, man? I'm not gonna be held.
Elvis like hell no.
White women there? Hell no.
I have my own. You know what freedom means? You can go wherever you want to go. That's what freedom means.
You think he's gonna leave?
Why you guys hate your countries this much? Why you guys hate your countries this much? I
don't hate my country. I don't hate my country.
So are you ever gonna retire back? Are you ever gonna relocate back to Ghana?
Never.
No.
Man, you know what I'm doing, man. I don't this platform.
If I was Zongo, man, the thing we're trying to do in Ghana, imagine if we had actually government budget.
Kala, man, you crazy, man. You want free money?
I'm joking, man. I'm joking. Hold on. Look, I'm like this.
Let American government give you free money.
Foreign country. Wouldn't you want to bring that, have nice infrastructure or something like that in your own country?
Hell no. He don't want that. You crazy?
Thanks to the white man, man.
listen,
Zongo will
all I know is
Zongo will
that he got a
die in
good
the white
job
man's land.
and a white woman and a car. He's all right.
Zongo wants to be far away from Ghana as possible. Man.
You know that's the
Zongo
African
wants to
dream.
be far away from Ghana as possible. Man. The
I'm
last
gonna say
place
that's
Zongo wants to
that's
be
the
in
West
is
African dream.
Ghana.
Hold up. We started.
I'm in America
started
just like any other immigrant came to
we
America.
started an organization
European
years
American,
ago
all kind of
called the
American.
Black African Infrastructure Organization. That's a symbol.
Do you know how many? Do you know the largest influx of immigrants in America? It's not even Ghanaians, you know. It's Chinese and the Indians.
Not anymore.
Yeah, and China is China is
why
well
don't you Google it right now and check it up right now?
Not anymore.
and
Trump
China is well
is
built.
rounding them all
And
up.
China is well built.
No. But I'm talking about now. The
We
data
know it was
now.
Ghanaians were number one. All we said is that you've reached what your pinnacle. You got the lottery. You done got to America. You done got you a white woman. Got you a good job. You done. That's it, bro.
Man, Donovan,
You in
man,
heaven.
that's the
You in
issue with this, man. That's my issue with you, American Negroes, man. You're always too nosy. You want to know what like Africans are doing with their life, man. You want them to go back to their home. Why do you want them to go? Why?
Who, me?
But I ask you that, Zongo. I'm the one who asked you, are you ever gonna go back?
Man,
to
we see
Ghana?
that we give remittances to our respective countries, man. Why don't you come and tell South Africans to go back? Because there's a lot of
Which
South
South
I don't know.
Africans?
Check this out, Zongo. I'll be honest
You
with
mean
you.
what?
I only met one South African, and there was this freaking hot chick. She was like a colored.
Oh man, Dollar Bill, man.
I was the only South African.
That's
it was
not
signed
me.
when I was 7
That's him.
years
Do
old.
you know there are even South African immigrants over here?
I met an Afrikaner boy who was racist, and whatnot. I was introduced to him when I was like,
Hey, Colin.
I met two Afrikaners and one.
only South Africans I remember meeting.
One girl from I don't know if she's from Joburg. Her name was Fiona.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of them over here. What?
No.
Colin, why don't you Google the data, man? Just Google that shit, man.
I never seen
Colin, man, just Google that.
Wait, Zongo. Dollar Bill, Fiona, she's likely to be a Zimbabwean. I'm sorry. Most of the time they say it's African. Fiona is mostly it's a Zimbabwean name. They're the ones who who tend to use it. But I'm not saying I'm 100%, but she likely to be a Zimbabwean. They likely to say they're from South Africa, by the way. So many people actually have met Zimbabweans in the West in terms of blacks from the southern region.
This was in the 80s when I was in
South African.
This was in the 80s. I was in undergrad. That's where I met her.
Man, do you know like the number of South Africans in the U.S., man? Over 100,000.
That is a lie. Get out of here,
man. Colin, man, just Google that. I just Googled that shit right now, man.
You would see.
Yeah, but they are. He's right, Kala. But they are white. Zongo majority is white.
Man. Hey, Colin, you gotta come to Washington State.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
No, he's right, Kala.
Let me correct this. Okay, in 2018, right when the movie Black Panther came out. Right next to Norfolk State, there's a South African lady that had a hair salon, you know? And I thought that was so nice when she was like, she was like all happy about black people in America embracing African culture. That was 2018. I remember that, you know? Okay, I forgot about that, you know?
Kala, wait, Kala. A South African owning a saloon in USA. This is the problem, Kala. These people are likely to be Zimbabweans. I'm telling you. South Africans don't even like to see.
That's the issue.
No, I'm talking about a hair salon.
That's my issue.
No.
They don't want to claim their own people. They always ascribe to someone else.
Kala. South Africans, even in South Africa, now the saloons are owned by other African migrants. We no longer have that culture.
I know she said she was from South Africa. She didn't say she was South African, you know.
Oh, okay. She could be from the southern region, like Zimbabwe. She's likely to be Zimbabwean, to be honest.
Oh,
man.
They the highest migrant. Shut up, man. Look, I'm tired of
why are you trying to prove, Zongo?
Shut up, Zongo. That's not respectful.
He's just a liar, man. He doesn't claim his own people.
Relax, brother.
I'm telling the truth, Zongo. You don't want
image of South Africa, which is not even the reality.
I never seen South African get deported, though. I tell you that.
Yes, that's for sure. Zongo, if South Africans are not even opening saloons like that in South Africa, why will they go to USA to open saloons?
Man, you know what they do over here? You know the South African girl, man. You know what she's doing?
Kala, do you know that at Ireland put a red flag on our passport? Do you know what, Kala? Do you know why? Because other Africans are likely to come to South Africa, inherit our passport, and go to Ireland. That's what has been.
Come on, man.
Lozy, let's be honest. They do that with Nigeria too.
Man, hey, Henry, man. I know Kyle trying to set me up, you know.
I ain't trying to set him up, man.
He brought Dollar Bill, he brought G.
Like tag team, Dollar Bill and Lozy, man, for a minute, man. You know,
G. I know G already have issues with me.
Mike left you by yourself.
Zongo's all right with me. I just know that he's, you know.
Whatever I say, I know G's gonna disagree with me because I've been seeing a lot of his comments.
Where's St. James? Is St. James or Sierra Leone?
It's from
St. James.
Oh yeah, you call him Burkina Faso.
Burkinabe, whatever.
Burkina Faso, yeah.
That's what I heard. That said Burkinabe, you know.
Yeah, someone from Burkina Faso called Burkinabe, yeah.
Oh, Conakry. Oh, okay, he's from Conakry.
Who?
I mean, a lot of people from Conakry.
Now, hold up. Now, here's another thing. Let's add Burkina Faso onto that. Yeah, Ghana versus South Africa. Now Burkina Faso. You got Negroes going to Burkina Faso. You know? And I'm saying, did you did you meet our brothers Cuddy?
Cuddy?
Burkina Faso.
What?
Where's Cuddy?
Cuddy is a guy that calls in from he's like kind of malnourished. He's a good brother. From Burkina Faso. I'm not taking shots, man. Y'all laugh, man. I ain't taking
Cuddy, you don't know. Listen, I was sitting up in the bed last night. Listen to you, man. We were cracking up, man.
Really?
Yo, Kyle's funny, man.
Kala is funny, man. I'll give him that, man. I always crack when I'm listening to Kala.
Hey, Dalibor, you watched the show where Kala showed those
oh yeah,
the meat.
I had a dream. I told you I had that dream, man. Mike and Zongo knowing on a fucking bushmeat bone, you know. I had to play remind me of that. Them Africans eating that shit. And then Lewis got me, don't play that again, Colin. Don't play that again. You know, why, Colin? That was your ancestors, man.
You know, when you play that video of that guy eating the rat, hey, that day Africans were mad at you, man. They were, hey.
I've been looking outside my door like I'm gonna get shot, man. Like I'm looking at my show.
I thought Michael.
Hey, Elvis, who's Cootie Man? I don't know Cootie Man. Elvis, who's that dude?
Who? Which one is it?
Elvis.
Cuddy. You see
Elvis don't want to come up here tonight. He knows he don't want to come up here.
Where's Elvis?
He's in the chat room.
He's in the chat room, man.
Come on up, Elvis.
Elvis is hiding. He's hiding out. You know.
Yo, Rosie, when I saw that video that caller posted, I said, "What is this?"
Hey man, hey G man,
Come on up, Elvis.
Do you have issues with people from Ghana, man? G man, did any Ghanaian girl broke your heart?
No, I mean, I'm good. I've seen what y'all do over there to my people, and I've been to Africa.
So that's why you have issue with me. That's why you have issue with Zondo.
No.
That's why you always just be
agreeable
with my opinions.
Hold on. This is what I would say about Ghana, right? I just think if you look at the number of black people in America who are trying to basically make Ghana their home, they're really serious. Yeah. They want to say, I'm a Ghanaian. They want to kick the African American heritage out the door, say, I want to be a Ghanaian, like that. And the bottom line is there's not even a agency, a recognized agency of government agency, not some charity that says that association. I'm talking about a government agency to say, let's integrate these people into society and be a stuff like that, where we can give them funding. And so why does Africans always act like they're broke, man? God damn. You know, that's the part I don't understand.
Caliban, you can't come from America and still be begging Africans for money.
I'm saying no. That's what I'm saying. You guys expect us. You understand something? When we leave America, we're leaving.
Carla, you already have a representative. Her name is Dr. Burnett, something Henrietta Burnett or something like that. She's the one taking the government money on your behalf. You know,
well, the bottom line, if the Ghanaian government is stupid enough to basically give Umar Johnson a freaking passport like he represents us, that means that all these years completely clueless about who we are and we're serious about Black America. You know, that's why Black people look
forever. No
that's
money's
stupid to
never.
give Umar Johnson a platform and like this.
I'm glad they did, Colin, because you know what? This might be the greatest opportunity for him to open up a school.
Man, you know. Yo, you see that video a couple weeks ago? He was doing his lives. He shouldn't do that because he gets triggered when people be saying shit. And go,
But what's the big
man, I was in elementary school and I thought I was gonna graduate from the Umar.
Kala, what's the beef with this?
Now I'm now in my 20s, man. That school ain't
still waiting for Umar.
Umar went off on him saying, "Look, you crusty nigga."
Hey, Kala, do you have when are you going to get your Liberian citizenship, Kala?
I look, man. Like I said, well, Liberia got a nice medical system, hospital. Look, let me tell you something. When I get Liberian citizenship, right? If I broker a deal, right, and I got a Great African, we broker that deal. We take 300 acres of land. The government says it stays the fuck out of our way, that we can develop it from A to Z, whatever like that, without them trying to rob us. That's what they do. When they see money coming in, African Zoo, you can't do no project because half the money you bring in is going to be looted by them. If you ain't put money in their pocket, it don't work. That's why until that happens, right, when we have a serious government says, you know something, we know what you guys want to do. You know, we can't help you, but we'll stay out of your way. Then we could do wonders, you know, in any country.
Plans.
Man, Kala, man, we know you. You live in America. You earn just like any one of us over here in America.
Well, like I said, look, as long as I got
I'm even going to sabotage you on the continent, man. I know your ass from America.
Zango, I now have a house in Liberia, right? I should be going there again in September. You know, I'm going to try to get to the point where I'm staying there at least half the year. You know, that's the best I could do. You know, I still got to work
citizenship, there. Man.
Get your citizenship for? What the hell does citizenship do? I'm not Dynasty. Do I sound like Dynasty?
Man, see,
Dynasty goes around collecting passports and whatnot.
Once you get your citizenship and we see you trashing
an African passport is like having a Zimbabwean dollar.
Well, let me finish. If you get your citizenship, then if we hear you speaking about Liberia,
I got more clout.
We can see your ass for preview.
Zango, I got more clout in Liberia with my U.S. passport than I would. That's the truth. Like royalty when you got U.S. passport.
So you love the white man's country, huh?
I know. I don't love the white man's country. I love what my ancestors were able to establish.
Oh man, come on, man, Kala. We know you're
the build this country. You forget that.
But Zongo, you left your black Ghana. But Zongo, you left.
I'm not pretending. I'm not pretending that this is not a white man's country.
We have a history here. You don't.
Kala is born in America. You gave up your black nation and you followed the white man. Come on, Zongo. You're embarrassing yourself.
No, the white man invited me to come to his country.
Man, nobody invited
you. They got American embassy in our country, man. They invited me.
You hit the lotto and you went to Chicago. You married a black girl there, okay? Because you was a student, okay? And now you're in Seattle with some white women. That's what's going on.
Man, the white man invited me to his country, man. You can't hate me for that. I mean,
we don't hate you. We don't hate you. We don't hate you. We want you in Seattle.
Zongo, I think if you think in your mind, if we could just get rid of these Black African Americans, right? You could live in peace with the white man and whatnot. You know?
Get rid of these niggas.
You want to ship us back to Africa while you stay in America?
Music.
I had an African guy when I debated one African guy. He said, "You Black American nigga, go back to Africa." The world is like twisted inside out.
And we would go back and somebody would take us, right? Nobody wants to take it.
And then when we start talking about Africa, they say, "Oh no, stay in America."
Hey, we're doing it in the desert.
What I think is, Dollar, I just think the world wants to see Black America in the middle of Atlantic Ocean without even like the life vest, no land. You know, we can't go to Africa. We can't stay in America, man. Nobody wants us to have
We're gonna be on there with Umar Johnson.
We'll be in the Atlantic Ocean, man. Yo, man.
Man, come man. I thought you said South Africans worship you guys, man.
Don't drink the water, man. Don't drink the salt water,
Drink
man.
that salt water.
Hey, Kyle, I thought you guys said South Africans worship you guys, man. You can go over there, man.
Nobody said
I didn't say that.
nobody
I said no. I will say this. This is what I do say. South
Nobody
Africans
worships
do
them,
admire
no.
Black Americans, our culture, music. As I say, they were. That's a bad choice of words, but they do have an affection for Black America. That's always.
And I like South Africa, to be honest with you, man.
I love South Africa. You know, it's a beautiful
Me
country.
too. Me too. I love South Africa too.
I like the national anthem, No Sikelele. I love that, you know. Every time I hear that song, it brings tears to my eyes when I think about when the days of Mandela, when he first got out. Even we could disagree about
man, Mandela's a rock star in America.
Yeah, so he would, when he came to New York in 1990, man, he shut this whole country down.
He shut it down, bro.
The whole country, every Black person was like, yo, man, look, everybody right there were making plans to come to South Africa.
Well, I guess what you guys just said just make Lozy feel happy right now because that's what he wanted to hear, man.
No, I'm just saying the truth.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with what they just said? What's wrong?
You guys love, man. All he wants is just some love.
You know what kind of
love.
Listen,
you know what?
African Americans want love.
You don't want your Negro ass
Ghanaians
love,
and
man. Stay your
Nigerians
ass
want
back
white
in America, man. That's what we want you
Listen,
guys.
what's wrong with us getting love from our African brothers? What's wrong with that?
I don't get this.
I mean, that's what he want to hear,
It's
man.
not wrong. Exactly. No, it's not. And not just what he wants to
No,
hear.
you know what you guys are supposed to do? You're supposed to say hateful things about Black South Africans as the whole Africa is doing. And I'm supposed to say bad things about Black Americans as they always do. So they have to divide all of us. Because you know what? They we don't share the same misery as them. You know, they have to always try to divide us. At the end of the day, man.
Right
Black
now,
Americans don't bother us. We don't bother Black Americans. Why should I have a beef with Black Americans, Zongo? They don't bother us. We don't bother them. Why should we fight with them, Zongo? Because what? Because that's what you like?
My whole thing is South Africa right now. My whole thing is I was like wishy-washy about a lot of stuff. But since Donald Trump basically did what he did, he completely sided with AfriForum, which is a fake thing, outright lie. Don't even have a fact finding or anything like that. There's white genocide in South Africa, right? Since he want to do that, right, and use my taxpayers' dollars to there was this video that went out a couple years ago where these white Afrikaners were saying that they were being persecuted, and it was a white American family said, "You can come up here and whatnot."
Yeah, of course, man, Harry, man,
but we
remember that after like 3 months, they had to kick them out. These people weren't working; they were just chain smoking cigarettes all day.
Kala, I don't know why West Africans think there's this imaginary beef between us and them. Why will we beef with you guys? We don't even come to West Africa. You guys are the ones who beef with us. It's so weird.
We don't, man. West Africans, man. We don't sit down and dream about South Africans, man.
We
sit down and try to get our visa. That's what you do.
Says, they don't want you idiots in Africa. You're talking about you. That means you don't have a country anymore.
What he says, they don't want us in white.
They don't want Michael Mwali. I wouldn't want him.
So you must not like Mike Olawale.
Hell no, I don't like
Rasmus is saying they don't want you guys in Africa. They saying they don't want Black Americans in Africa. He's the president
you too, man, because you like us, you know. So
Rasmus is the president of Africa, right?
Yeah,
he's
living in somebody. Was he in America?
He's American.
He claims he's a Haitian. I don't know. His best friend.
He's a black Frenchman. You know, he's a black.
That white dude. What's that white guy? What's his name? Colin, the white guy.
Kung Fu Fanta.
Yeah, Kung Fu Panther.
Well, I had him Kung Fu Fanta on one day with O'Shea. He helped me out a little bit. He's pretty cool, you know. I said, "You're the first white man on my platform, man." You know, it's like, "Wow, I'm just you're white, man." But he
likes you, Colin, man. He likes you, man.
He was a good comment.
He don't like me. I know he don't like me.
Bottom line,
he doesn't hit you, Dollar, but man, he doesn't hit you.
I don't like white people, so you know I don't have a problem.
I like this. I'll be honest with you. There's some white people I would take, and some black people I can't stand. You know, I believe that today, right? I said, you know something? I was thinking about this all day. I said, look, do we really got brotherhood? When I said, why is it that the people I feel like that's trying to destroy me are black. You know, most of the people.
Man, Rasmus, man. See, when I go back to Ghana, I want to be in charge of those black Americans over there. If they're fool, man,
That's the thing, man.
I'm
You're never gonna
send
be in
their
charge
ass
of
back to
bro.
America,
You're never
man.
gonna be in charge of Zongo. I know you want us to go there to Zongo Kingdom and say, "Almighty Zongo, tell us what to do." That's
Man,
not.
can you imagine like Kala be
He wants to charge us
responsible to me, man? I'm going to discipline Kala, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yo,
gonna
check this out,
discipline.
Zongo. It's not gonna happen, bro. You know? It's not gonna happen. Almighty Zongo and whatnot. Tell us what to do and whatnot.
I'm gonna let you bow to me
Alligator
first before you do
He probably
something.
got one of those Zongo outfits.
Yo,
Man,
remember
Kala, you
that
gonna
movie
end up bowing to
Boomerang?
me.
Whatnot? Where they'll talk about the crusty feet. Remember that?
Yeah, I know. Like the worst thing. I know, like what you hate to do is to bow. Yeah, I'll let you bow to me, Kala, man. You gonna bow to me, you know?
I'm about to Zongo. That's funny.
He got fantasies of people
You gonna
bowing
bow
to
to me, man. Because
I'm not Dinah Samir. I'm not Afro. I'm not Afro Stink Tank. I'm not Dinah Samir. I don't bow to nobody. However, I'll tell you this right now on this show. The Wangara, the Gold Chief in Wangara, and the Nyamakala, the chiefs, whatnot, I would bow to them because I'll be official. That's what the Call Nation is based on. You know, I'll be official to them. But you, rest of you Negroes, heck the heck out of here. You know, I have a lot of respect for the descendants of the Mali Empire that built the Mali Empire.
Listen,
you know?
Zongo, if you want to be somebody to bow to you, get you a nice white woman. Let her bow to you, bro.
Guys,
I'm gonna let you Negro ass people to bow to
Dynasty
me.
a black American? Is Dynasty? Is he a black American?
I don't know
yeah,
what he is, to be honest.
He is. He says he
Yeah,
is.
he is. You know.
I don't know what he is, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
Why are you surprised, man? Why are you asking Lozy, man? What's your problem with Dynasty?
No, I don't have a problem. I know he hates South Africa or he's somehow jealous of South Africa. I don't know. But
He hates South Africa. He hates African Americans.
I don't hate him.
Oh no. See,
He
man,
hates
Lozy, man, come on. You still don't know the internet, man. The YouTube street. Sometimes they gotta create some. You know.
Nobody's picking up on Ghana, Zongo, so you wouldn't understand. Nobody thinks Ghana is relevant. But when you constantly people pick up on it, it gets annoying. You know, it gets.
He might like South Africa if he was taking tours there.
I think he did do a tour in South Africa. Did he?
Man,
He's planning to come this November. I don't know why he's coming this time.
Hey man, Lozy, man. See, in America, man, ain't nobody speaking about South Africans, man. Just get over it, man. It's mostly West Africans.
In America, yes, but
stop that
in
line.
Africa we are relevant. In America, yes, but in Africa we are relevant. With the most
man, you not relevant in Africa, man. Like in West Africa, we don't even think about you guys.
Okay, shit.
Stop hating.
Thank you.
Man, hey, Dollar Bill, man. I'm not. Hey, I see. Sometimes someone got to tell me.
Zongo, we are the powerhouse in Africa. You can't deny us.
Dollar Bill, you get what I'm saying?
That's
true. You know,
we're gonna have to live.
It might appear disrespectful, but sometimes you gotta be, honest to this.
I know everybody.
No, but you lying.
Africans,
Every single thing you say is a lie, Zongo.
Man, G man, okay, I know you hate me, man. You have
I
issues
don't
with
hate
me,
you.
man.
I don't hate you, but just stop lying.
Because I told you I was gonna beat you, man, some time ago, man. You got mad at me.
This is Nigerian.
Listen, I don't hate you. Just stop lying. You know this brother right here.
He got
a Nigerian baby mama, man. He's a
Dynasty Nigerian.
He's a Nigerian. Is he a Nigerian? That makes sense.
No, he is, man, because he got a Nigerian passport. He is Nigerian. He got a Nigerian passport.
He's a Nigerian.
Yeah, he got a Nigerian passport.
Okay, so then why does he keep saying that he's African American or FBA?
I think
when you got a Nigerian passport now. I mean, come on.
I think when you get to Nigeria, there's a religion where, like, to be initiated, you have to hate on South Africa first. You know, you can't just have to hate on South Africa first.
Only in Nigeria.
Oh my
God. South Africa.
Man, Lozy, man. See, Lozy, man. You gotta get your ass off the internet, man.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Real South Africa. Make sure you
like.
Watch this video for a second.
And it's just Mark.
This is my friend Mark and Natasha Blanton. Look at lifestyle in South Africa.
Not so sunny South Africa today.
They bring African Americans hundreds of them every year.
Make sure my door is locked.
Get them property, houses, and that. This is where you gotta live. If you go
locked door.
You say, "Oh, y'all want American Africa?" I wouldn't mind it.
Kala, can I say something? Can I say something? Can you pause, Kala?
Yeah, hold on. Okay,
Kala,
hold on.
you know this brother. I think this guy, Mark Blanton was spotted from US. I think he had money. This guy is very successful now. He has got 3 Porsches. He's got a BMW. He's doing well. Like,
yeah, him and his wife was a doctor in America, right? He and I met him in Virginia Beach, right? I met him in Virginia Beach. We hung out together. He was work for the Secret Service. Man. I mean, these are educated black. These are educated black people, and that's what South Africa's getting. You know?
Yeah.
Are you one of those educated blacks?
We're getting the top of the top.
Dago, just wish him well. Stop hating, man. You know.
Thank you,
man. Kala, man.
I don't know why.
Hey, Lozy, man. See,
he got his white woman. He got a little nice car.
Hey, Lozy. I know, man. I know. When you go to bed, you be dreaming about West Africans, man. Come on, man, Lozy.
Oh, why you got thinking people dreaming about West
Africans? I know, man. It's just a nightmare, man.
He goes again, dollar bill on that bull.
Why you gonna think about what? Come on now.
And G, man, I don't know. He's an American Negro, man, but I don't know why he's too much infatuated with Zongo and Ghana, man. Man.
That is American.
There's a lot of issues. G, there's a lot of issues in Black American neighborhoods, man. In the hood, man, there's a lot of killing.
But we don't live in the hood.
You gotta focus your attention on those kind of hoods, you know.
Why you want us to listen, Zongo? There's a lot of stuff going on in your country. Why are you not?
Zongo. Ghana has a number. The single mother rate working most.
Man, Kala, man, that's a lie, man. That's a lie.
Baby mama,
that's a lie.
It's the truth.
Baby mama,
it's the truth, man. You know what I do, man. You know what I do, man. I can easily find the video and put it up, Zongo. Don't tell me.
Go to that K&K.
Hey, Kala, play the video, Kala. Kala, show Zongo. Kala, show Zongo the good side of Africa, Kala. Show Zongo.
Okay, let's play this. This is South Africa, man. You know?
Yeah, play South Africa.
Got their little Ferraris over there.
Like it's just American Ferraris.
I see y'all over there. I'm not even gonna walk over.
It's like Virginia Beach.
Some Porsche guys. Your guys probably already know. So we're coming to Tasha's. All the Tashas are different anyway. Some are nicer than others. We like this one because it's Sunday. That's kind of what happens here. Hey, bro. Let me chill.
Now, see, that's very nice. That's
Maybe
South
not.
Africa.
We know that's not Ghana.
Yeah, pretty nice over
Oh
here.
man, that's a cool place, man. I'm not hating, man. It's a cool place.
Kind of show you
I would love to visit too, man.
how we roll.
You know that's not Ghana. The body beach, man.
Hey man, I'm from Ghana, man, but I'm the citizen of the world
Yeah,
too.
so this is how we roll. Food is good.
Man, get out here with that damn.
Are you one of those
citizen
world
the world
citizens types?
And then, of course,
Thank you.
Basically homeless.
Thank you.
got my
Nowhere
wife
to
over
go.
there. I can see her. I don't see her yet.
I mean, Harry, man, we know Kala is a chief propagandist, man.
And that's fine dining. You don't got no what's in that.
Kala is a chief propagandist for the CIA.
Yeah,
and
you
the
look like you were
white
lost in the woods. Look at this.
You know? We know
Yeah,
Kala.
this is nice. Yeah, guys, this is kind of how
Kala,
it
do you
happens
remember
over here.
that Iranian
I'm gonna
produce
fill this chair. Hopefully nobody
with his fake bank?
minds. But yeah, so all I can say is
That's
this
nowhere.
is
That's nowhere.
not
in,
so
West
sunny
Africa.
South
Look at
Africa.
that. That's amazing.
I know, right? This is crazy.
Oh yeah,
you
Kala,
think
I know
Of course,
this
you
dude,
guys
man.
can
That
find
was
us on
bald hair.
Go hang out with
YouTube
Michael Wally.
and all that, and our website, therealsouthafrica.com.
Yeah, Kala, the guy with the bald head, right?
Okay, Tasha's something's coming.
Kala, why don't you go to the he's got a video where he's showing his house, Kala. He's got the latest video where he's showing his house. Yeah, take care of that. Hey, Kala, go to the video, its latest video, he's showing his house. Can you go to that video, Kala?
You know,
Oh, Dango got a video?
He's got a video where he's showing his house. Go to his profile like, on YouTube. I'll show you that. Not long
Dango's
ago.
profile?
No, on the real South African profile. Not Zongo. Not Zongo. The real South African
Man, Kala,
profile.
man, why do you want to know about me, man? Kala, man.
No,
No,
Kala,
I thought he was talking about you, man. I really did.
Man, Kala, man. Man,
Kala,
Kala,
go
man.
to the Kala, go to their like
I
so
live better than
open
you
their
in Malibu, man.
The website?
Yeah, go to the real South. No, click the real South Africa there, as if you go into their page on your.
You guys gonna hate on me, man. If you see
so you want to see the rest of their videos, Kala. You want to see their go to the real South Africa. Go there, Kala. The real South Africa.
Dalibu is gonna hate on me.
Go to their channel, Kala.
You're my African brother, man.
Yeah, then go to videos. There, you see videos, Kala. There after home, you see videos.
Hey, Dalibu, you deleted my comment from your video, one of my videos, man. You did my
go there.
I ain't doing nothing, man.
And scroll down.
I never delete anything, man. I ain't delete nothing, bro.
Scroll down.
Okay, now what you talking about?
I got you on my O2 King.
Scroll down, Kala.
Okay, which one you talking about?
Hold on there. There's a video he did not so long ago showing his house. Go down. 7 days here. Go down.
Lozi, you are forcing these Negroes to like you so bad, man. Don't do that, man. They're gonna disrespect.
We're not Negroes.
Kala, we're not the same. Me and you are not the same, Zongo. Go down, Kala.
Zongo, I know it just hurts you, right?
Why you hate
American blacks? They don't like to be family.
Listen,
they
Zongo.
disrespect people.
Zongo, Americans are white people. Zongo,
go down.
Americans are white people, not us.
Kala, go down.
We're American citizens. We're not Americans.
Go down, Kala.
That's what I was telling Joe Johnson that, man. I'm a U.S. citizen, not a fucking
African Americans. After 400 years, most of us have over 80% DNA. 80%.
Man, what is wrong with you guys, man? Hey, Kala and Dalibu, what is wrong? Because the last time Umar says, American Africans.
You know why?
Hey, that's Umar Johnson, man.
South Africans dealt with white settlers. You guys never dealt with settlers. So you don't want to. You want to keep trying to. Oh, these Black Americans, these Negroes, and all this.
They don't even put the context.
DNA. Some of you guys don't even have.
Okay, let me drop you the link of that video, Kala.
All right.
I'll drop you the link.
Yeah, drop
Do you know, Zongo, if you married a white woman tomorrow and had a baby by her, your kid would have less African DNA than me?
Man,
did you know that? You'll have 50% from you and 50% from his white mother, which means that I have over 80% DNA African. Your son wouldn't.
Facts. Hey, Dalibu, man.
Those are facts.
Last Saturday, I met a white dude.
Facts. You know why? Because you want to regulate and try to tell us what kind of Africans we are. We didn't ask to come here.
Yeah, we don't use the term African on the continent. We don't use that term on the continent.
We were born here in
Because y'all don't know where y'all at, man. Most Africans can't point to their country on the map.
And you didn't even
know Rasmus, man. You know, like, man, I just get back from work, Rasmus. I don't want to really argue.
You thought you were Zongo from a Zongite.
I don't want them to give me headache tonight, man.
I'm just telling you. That's why you go on those shows and you keep all these Negroes, these Black Americans.
Oh, that's
Zongo. If you have a baby if you have a baby by a white woman, your child is going to have less African DNA. So what are you going to call them?
Man, so what, man, Dalibu? So what? Why are you so infatuated with
stuff? I'm just telling you.
So what?
You're not in the link majority to tell me
the link is there,
how African I am.
It doesn't matter, man. What matters is who his dad is. He's gonna be way accepted.
Who his dad is not his whole DNA.
Yeah, but he's gonna be way accepted than
so
you.
What you're gonna do is, I don't want to be accepted by you. I got my own tribe.
He go back to my homeland. He's gonna be accepted of it because he knows Zongo is his father.
Be a half caste. He's gonna be a half. You're lying. You're lying.
Yeah,
just like
they're gonna say Zongo is his daddy, man.
You can call him whatever you want. He's still half a white man.
No, it's not, man.
Yes,
Zongo,
he is.
Zongo is his dad.
Yes, some of you West Africans, you guys are playing psychological games with yourself. Oh, he's going to be accepted. Exactly. No, he's not. He's a half caste. He's going
to be accepted.
And he's going to come back to America and marry a white woman. And then what's your grandchildren going to be?
You would be amazed,
Two white
just
people.
like I was the very first time I came to South Africa. Just riding around, seeing the people, seeing the vibrant locations, the food, the love amongst everyone is hard to ignore. So that's why we started our tourism company, and we have been growing over the years. We have brought many people on our tours, and they absolutely unequivocally love.
What I love about
put
South
things
Africa
together
is
at a 5-star level.
they attract
Ross,
black
don't-
people
don't
that I
mind
want
if
to
you
know.
do those,
So I
Yeah.
would say, look at these images. This is
I know
Africa.
you know you
I
want
know
to be
this
part. You
isn't
want
the
to be one of
Africa
us. You want to be
they
part of
want
it.
you to
Ross
believe
Moist,
exists.
you like me in a
This is it.
state.
So all I can
Anyway.
say is take your
That's
time,
all.
go to our
You enjoy
website,
being a slave. That's why you love white
therealsouthafrica.com, come and visit and enjoy yourself and learn a little bit about
Nothing
Africa.
reflecting Ross Moist.
Learn a little bit about being African.
Yeah, man,
Learn,
Harry, man. I know
learn,
Kyle hates me,
learn.
man. He's
And
banned me
after a
on his
while,
platform.
you
He
may
not
say to
banned. You're
yourself,
here,
after
man.
the third
Stop.
or fourth
He
video,
He ain't
kicked me
banned.
out
You're
when
here,
I
man.
when I
simply
when I
because
when
the
I speak
Yeah,
options
against
I
are
told
here.
I told you. I
So
tried to
all I can
delete
say
your
is
comments. I
check
accidentally
out where
blocked
we
you.
stay here in sunny
He had a
It
discipline.
was an
South
accident,
Africa.
Zongo. Don't take it personally.
Don't,
This is
don't,
Mark
don't
Edward
apologize.
Blanton from the Real South
He
Africa
need discipline.
Yeah, Kala, this is his
Travel and
home.
Tourism, and I'm at home here in Johannesburg. Been here for many years, roughly about 7 years. I think the last time a lot of you guys saw us is when we had Walter Meyer here. He it's a great story how he got here, but he actually wanted to come meet us and talk to us about South Africa and tourism and all of that. So, but we did that here.
Okay.
So let me just show you, because I never got a chance to show you the home myself and where we live. And of course, we have a real estate tour. And of course, this is our 4th real estate tour. And of course, everybody wants to, come on the tour. Obviously, we can't have everyone, but we do have a lot of people that do come. And of course, they get the inside scoop. They get a lot of things that help them make their decision on, hey, should I move to South Africa? I'm glad I visited South Africa. I mean, on and on. So coming with us on our tours kind of gives you an inside scoop on South Africa. And that's why people love to come. And that's why Walter come. Let me just show you where I'm at. So I see this every day. This is in my neighborhood. Those houses over there wasn't even here when I got here, and I'll show you from the top. But of course, that's one of my cars there. I'm a Porsche guy. I will admit it. Wasn't always a Porsche guy, but I wanted a classic one, so I actually went and got that one. Been working on it, bringing it up to speed, and now I finally got it up to speed. So there we are. And then these bushes here, they were little teeny tiny bushes when we bought them. We actually was like, the guy was telling us, hey, they're gonna grow. I'm like, no, they're not gonna grow that big. You don't need 5. Okay, well, here we are many years later. And of course, a lot of people saw this car right here in the video when Walter, because I had it sitting out front. But yeah, this is part of the house right here. So I'm kind of going to just kind of take you through just a little bit. I can't show you every single little thing and whatnot. Let me back up a little bit. Oh, and by the way, this house right here, it's been growing over the years. I had to get my grass cut, so I had to move it. This house has been growing, and the neighborhood's been growing pretty much, and we've been growing with it over the last 7 years. So this is where Mark and Latasha Blanton happen to reside and whatnot. So this is it. So now, like I said, this is one of my favorites. A lot of people don't realize that when I was in the States, I had a 911 as well, and when I left, people was like, "Man, you gonna get rid of that 911? I can't believe you, man. I wouldn't go, man, because man, you die. But I knew better because.
Hold on, let me pause. Well, St. James says Mark is gonna get held up in South Africa. Dude, man, why you wishing? But this is a good brother, man. He's not in a Pan-African. He's not a Pan-African.
No, he's not entertaining any of that nonsense. That's why they don't even know him. That's what I said.
Guy, he don't get involved with YouTube
Black
shit.
Americans in South Africa
leave him alone, man. These are decent black people in my community
you don't need to play the whole video, Kala. You don't need to play the whole video, Kala. I think Zongo gets the message, I think Zongo gets it now. He get it.
Mark, the blacks that go to South Africa are winners, not losers like Cuddy and all those bums.
Yeah,
exactly.
I can see like Zongo, right? He gonna have a white, like a half white kid, and then the half. This happened to my friend, right? Then the half white kid, right, marries a white person, and then you gonna try to put a tribal dress on the kid looking like Elon Musk.
Ola with his white family and
That's cheeky.
Oh man, DK man, come on man, DK man, let Ola rest in peace, man.
You Ghanaians and Nigerians are really funny people, man. Y'all are funny.
Yeah.
You're hilarious, cracking me up all the time.
I can see you. You try to call me a Black American and a Negro, and then you're gonna have a kid with a white woman who's 50% cracker, and then that one is gonna have another one, and then your child's gonna be Elon Musk, and you're gonna be running around talking about they're Africans.
Man, Donovan, man, keep quiet over there, man.
Dollar Bill, it worked for
one thing that I noticed.
Your tribe is gonna look like Michael Jackson.
One thing that I noticed about Carla and Dollar Bill is that they have this infatuation with white people. They just jealous of white people.
We have an effect. You came on
can you allow white people to rest in peace, man? Come on, man. Just let them be, man.
We get online and talk about Africa and African people. I make films about Africa and knowledge and information, and you came all the way from Ghana to be up under white man's nuts, and you're gonna tell me I'm infatuated by white people?
Thank you.
There's one thing that I noticed about you, man. It's something that I observe. I'm just being obvious.
But Zongo, you're not in your country. You're not in your country.
Yes, I'm not.
You came here all the way to be with white people and white women in particular. You are one of the whitest states in America.
Thank you.
And you love it. And you know that you got a white girlfriend. And you gonna tell me it's like that's why it doesn't make sense when Kadola, who's married to a chick from the Netherlands,
man, leave Kadola alone, man. Let him, he's not here to defend himself.
And he's got a half a European.
Zongo, do you like tuna casserole?
Come on, bro. It don't make no sense. Make it make sense, Zongo. Make it make sense. That's all I tell you about you West Africans. Make it make sense.
Hey guys, man. Hey, I don't know what white people have done to you guys, man, but hey, you gotta let them leave in peace, man. Leave them alone.
Zongo is not moving back to Ghana anytime soon, guys.
He's never going back because there's no white women there. He's never going back. He loves white women.
In peace, man. Kala is jealous of the white man.
So you have some
he
white.
Can't stand a white man ruling his ass over here in America. So he want to go to Liberia and create something of resemblance of what the white man did in America, and that has not even happened yet. Because he thinks it's a joke.
That's very simplistic, man.
You know
what you say, Kala? What you say?
That's very simplistic, man.
That's so stupid.
Why that's do we want to do that's a summary of who you are.
So basically, what he's saying is our ancestors had nothing better to do with say, you know something, I want to be like the white folks. So let's go sailing across the Atlantic, find some native Negroes and oppress them and whatnot. Like
that's what they did in Liberia. That's what they did in Liberia.
That's not what they did in Liberia.
They went there. And they had
nothing else. They had nothing else better to do than get diarrhea, malaria, yellow fever, pox, everything.
They created counties similar to that of America.
They died. Half of them died and whatnot.
Hey, Kala, they created counties similar to America. They named areas similar to America. They wanted to have the resemblance of America on the continent.
First of all, they built Black America because we had black areas in America at the time. So all they did was duplicate what they saw. All they did was transplant their communities that they knew in America. We have even during slavery, we have functioning free black communities with churches and businesses and everything like that. Weeksville, Brooklyn, right? In 1800, there was a black man with a freaking thriving meat store and whatnot in Brooklyn. In the 1800s.
Yeah, but can you do that when you
do you know that video of the Ghana?
Without the white man's help, Kala?
No, they did it without the white man's help. We built Black America, built our churches, we built on everything.
Kala, without a white man, you guys have nobody.
Also, what he doesn't understand is a lot of the communities you see in America were built around the black community. Chicago was first settled by black settlers. Same thing with Los Angeles and Miami. White people always came around because they couldn't live in peace with each other, right? And so they came around our communities that were stable, We always had stable communities, and they came and just dominated.
In the 1970s, we led the nation and people who were married. Okay, we would assemble. White people couldn't stay married.
We would assemble the moral authority of America.
When you come from Ghana, it's hard for you to believe because you can't get your toilet.
Man. Hey, man. I live in America with you guys, man. I know Black Americans.
You don't even know
Ghana. Nobody without a white man.
You don't even know.
They can't even hold a conversation.
Please, Zongo.
You don't even
Ghana just gave conversation. You know, anything about them, everything about their reality surrounds the white man.
You don't know. Listen, I know one thing.
No, it doesn't.
I know one thing. We built black towns, and they didn't have open sewers.
Also, St. James had Chicago settled by Haitians. No, the fuck it wasn't. No, the hell it wasn't. It was a Haitian explorer that basically manned the area during the time of Jefferson.
That's the problem, man. But it was hip hop was created by them. And everybody know hip hop was created by immigrants, African immigrants from.
Okay. So I guess jazz.
Come on, Zongo. Let's not go that.
Man, Los, you don't know that, man. There's no FBS, man. It's like Caribbean.
I guess you didn't understand what hip hop came from African American culture. Watch the movie Sinners. Show you everything,
So now you want to cite a movie when Ahmed trying to cite Big Friday, or you want to cite Friday?
And also, African American culture is a combination of Irish and a lot of other cultures mixed, Native American and all that fused together to produce this unique sound. You guys are great at
African rhythms. Now we have our call and response from Africa. We get the drums. We're only one place we were allowed, and all of the instruments mimic the Congo. And so in Louisiana, there's a place called the Congo.
But are you going to discount that the fact that Caribbean Africans play?
They were not here.
They were not here.
I'm not Caribbeans. Okay, I got told you.
Hip hop was a Yankee.
Well, let's listen to Donovan, man, because he's from there.
Come on.
Listen, we're African people. Okay. And I don't care how you want to do it, how you look at it. You
just be honest, man. I know it's gonna hurt Scala and G. It's gonna hurt their feelings.
People,
be honest, man.
Caribbeans ain't great
But Zongo, don't you think you benefit? Zongo, don't you think you benefited by being from Ghana and now in America? Don't you think the Black Americans did lay the foundation for you to be there? Don't you think somehow you benefited?
We laid the foundation in their country and right there in Ghana now.
They do nothing for me. I don't live in their community. Even when I came to America, I don't even see much of them.
No, but that's a shallow look. You're looking at it from a shallow point.
By yourself. You need to stop.
I don't live in their communities, man. I mean, a couple of one here and there.
You wouldn't even be able to go to the store in Chicago if they didn't take you up under
that's what I did, good, man.
You would have got robbed and shot a long time ago. African Americans, you owe that all the African Americans because you wouldn't even have made your little skinny behind out there to Seattle to be with your white women.
Well, Dollar Bill, man, she brought me to a neighborhood, so she gotta protect me, dog. I mean, come on,
she protected you. So why you say Black Americans?
That's because she.
You got a white woman, Zongo. So Zongo is exactly. You got a white woman, Zongo. Zongo, you got a white woman.
What did the white woman do for you?
So she got to protect.
She protected you from white people.
I would have done the same thing when she came to my.
You left Ghana to get a white woman in the States.
Oh man.
He came to America first, and a black woman took care of him. She took care of him, and now
let me tell you one thing about America, right? The way you're sucking up to these Black Americans, man, they're gonna disappoint you very soon.
You want me to hate them so bad?
That's not what I'm saying.
Get you, Zongo.
They're not bothering me.
Zongo is a bigot. I like him, but
Black Americans, if you are a yes man to them, they see you as a weak man.
Oh,
I'm telling you,
no, come on. Why should I hate them, bro? Like, give me a reason why I should not like Black Americans. I want to hate them. I want to
You know
hate
why?
black Americans. Give me a reason why.
Maybe it's the black Americans because he didn't even think about his own country until black Americans came back there and started creating and doing stuff. It never occurred to him. All he knew is he had to get to America to be up under white people.
Hey man,
Yep.
see, man,
But
black
Zongo,
America,
you know you got shitty people
hey,
from
Los,
every
man,
group.
see,
Zongo. Why you like? Come on, Zongo.
man,
West
Los,
Africans
man.
are more
See, I'm
problematic.
trying
For
to
me,
advise you because
among
a lot
black
of these
people,
South
West
African
Africans are the
dumbass
shittiest
people,
people you can
Zongo's a
find. They
bigot.
vibe
Zongo's a
trying to
bigot.
teach us
That's
on
how I'm mad. Why you so emotional now, son?
Yeah.
Zongo's a
No, I'm not,
bigot.
man. I'm just being honest. I'm
Why
not.
you emotional, bro?
Man,
Why
Dallas,
you
I'm not. What makes you think I'm emotional, Dallas?
Because
I'm
St.
not.
James,
Oh,
what
you
in St. James, what success in America they talk about? Are there any known African millionaires or billionaires in this country? No.
No.
What
Why
success
you
is he
uptight
talking about?
now? Why you uptight, bro?
Man, Dallas, it's a
Yeah.
show, man. I'm not emotional. Come on, Dallas.
Why are you emotional, brother?
No, I'm
Why you
not.
getting so emotional? Why?
We're just debating on the topic. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
Listen, Zongo, I know
Zongo, you are ungrateful, Zongo.
you're angry. I
You
don't know
are
why. See, I'm trying
ungrateful.
to understand, right? Why are some Africans angry, right? I can see, right? You live in your own country, right?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Where you have your own, the president look like
The
you,
white man give me a job in
women
America.
look like you,
Ain't no black man give me a job.
and yet it's still you could not find it in yourself, okay, to go to your country and make your country into something that your kids would want to stay there.
And
That
so,
you had
and he had Mac and Losey's doing just that.
See,
Yeah,
the reason
I'm in
that you
South
don't
Africa.
see
Zongo
a
is
lot
in
of
US.
South Africans in America is because they got a big, beautiful country. And they know that even if they
Yeah,
have
man,
problems,
Harry, yeah, man. The
they'll work those problems out.
Kufu Fanta guy, man. He's my buddy, man. I call him, man. He knows.
I
We
know
come
you
the
think
same
white
state, man.
people are your friend. I know that. You believe that. That's why all your goal is done taken by the Chinese, all your stuff, because you one of them black idiots that believe white people love you.
But I tell you, I told Zongo Mike Jr. Mike,
Dollar Bill,
I
you
told
do.
Hey,
Mike,
I know one thing for a fact. It was a black
love
American
you.
that killed a Ghanaian in St. Louis, man.
Zongo
They love
Olawale.
you.
Hey,
Zongo
man.
Olawale.
Hey, it was a black American that killed a
I
Ghanaian
know.
in St. Louis, Missouri, man.
I
I knew
know.
that for a
I
fact.
know. White people don't kill you, right? They just take
You
all your
know,
natural resources.
There's a lot of
have you-
Ghanaians that have died in the
and
hands
got
of
you
some
begging to get on
stupid
the,
black Americans.
got you
man.
begging
No,
to
they
get in
didn't.
the
That's a lie,
lottery.
Zongo. That's
Got
a
you
lie.
begging.
Man, there's
got
a
you on
lot
your
of them, man.
knees.
In Chicago, in St. Louis, man, in New York.
Yeah, you go to the
man,
worst
there's
neighborhood.
tons of them, man.
Africans
But
always
come on
tend to
now.
live in the most impoverished areas and whatnot.
I mean,
You
so
know?
Because
what if they
you know
live in the
what?
bad areas? Does
Because
that mean you got to
in
kill them,
America,
Carla?
it's better than
Don't
10
kill them,
times
I
man.
don't kill him. Did I ever kill anybody,
Stop, man.
Zongo? I never
Zongo,
killed nobody. Dollar Bill never
black
killed
people
nobody.
protected you in Chicago. How are you going to talk about that somebody's killing somebody? You're so ridiculous. Where do the white people protecting you now? If white people decide to come down and beat you upside your head, how many white people going to jump in front of you besides your ugly white woman?
Oh, man,
Zero.
come on, man.
Zongo,
What
Zongo
state are
does
you
not
in,
want-
Zongo? What
protect
state do
me,
you live
man.
in? What state you live in, Zongo?
Man, why do you want to know my state, man? It doesn't matter.
Seattle.
Man. Just let it be.
Washington State.
Seattle. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man, guys, man. They're very quick to sell me out, man. They're quick to sell me out, man. You
I
see,
know.
Black Americans,
African
You
American,
probably dating
we
a
got to
big
they
old
sell
will
you
one.
out.
sell you
I
out.
weigh
You know,
200
don't
pounds.
trust Black Americans. Like Losey, man. Are you
I
listening,
know.
man? Black Americans, man.
I know you
They will
running
sell your
10
ass out.
people against us. We're gonna sell you out. We're gonna
Zongo, my experience is that West Africans are the biggest haters, man. West Africans are haters for most part. Not
and you know
all,
the funny
not
thing
all,
is, right?
but
This man got nerve to tell people how we're gonna sell them out. And the last time I looked, the slave castles in your country.
Thank you.
man, man,
The slave,
come
dun-
on.
the slave dungeons. Yep.
You got nerve to sell us here to the cracker, and then you're gonna turn around and say we gonna sell you.
Elmina
Yeah,
Castle.
but Dallas, see,
You know what
let's
that means.
have an honest
Zongo,
conversation. Man.
Elmina
You know,
Castle.
honesty. See, you know, honesty, man.
That is
you guys,
honest, isn't it?
you got to stop
Yeah.
killing our people, man, in America.
Are
Man.
we
You
killing
guys-
your people? You
Yeah,
can
you know,
spy with the enemy.
we come, our people come.
Here we go with the victimhood. Here we go. They are always victims.
Them, you know.
You guys are always victims.
You guys just take
Check it out.
and
Losey,
that's sad, man. We gotta stop it. You know?
Come on now.
Losey, check this out. They got nerve to sell us to Africa and then turn around and charge us $8 to look at the place where they sold us from.
$8 bill. You know at that slave castle in Ghana, they let a white guy open up a restaurant there. It's crazy.
Yeah, oh man, come on, DK, man. This is propaganda, man. Come on, DK, man. Where you get that shit from, though?
Working and partying.
Yeah, this got to be one of the cheapest propaganda I've ever heard from a Black American. DK, come on. You should know better.
Isn't that true? You not charged for that?
Yo, it had my sober on eyes, man.
You don't charge for that?
It's true. Your economy now depends on your economy depends on the views of the window of slave trade. You know that. Your economy depends on
Losey, man. You don't want me to. Well, how about we talk about why you want to lose
control?
No, let's talk about Ghana. We barely talk about Ghana. Everybody's always talking about America. No, let's talk about Ghana. Let's talk about Ghana.
Let's talk about, enough of the jokes. Let's talk about real issues. Losey, man. How do you think the white South Africans are preventing the blacks from coming to their neighborhood, man? You guys are some big ass people.
You're not living in
ass people, man. They can't do that shit in Ghana, man.
You're not living in Ghana.
Independence. We told them to get their ass back to where they came from.
Ghana is so bad. You chose to go stay in the white man's house, land. You know, South Africa is good, man. I'm still here. That's why I'm still here. That's why
man, I feel sad for you guys, South Africans, man. That's why I really have no smoke for you guys.
Why you feel sad for a rich man when you're poor, man?
Sorry, you feel sorry.
You guys, man, in your own land, man. They told you not to come to their own territory.
Man lives in Africa.
When you're the one who's poor.
That's sad, man.
You're here under the white man's nuts, trying to call me.
You know, they are actually practicing segregation over there, man. That's sad.
Why am I in South Africa and you're in Ghana, Zongo?
That's sad.
Listen,
why are you not in Ghana?
Nigerians, I probably would say I'm not gonna let y'all in either, bro.
Henry, your government cannot even supply you your test kit to test your virus, man. You shut the hell up, man. You're from Nigeria. Nigeria's got the most kids born with HIV in the world. Where do you think they're getting it from? You go to your systems, man. Shut the hell up, man. You have systems to document anything. You know that countries like Ghana and Nigeria, the government is struggling to do census. They don't know the amount of people they have in their country. How can you provide testing kits for HIV when you can barely
the government? He's like the government. Man. You see,
Rango, I tell you, I know you have this. You see, that's why you and Mike Omo.
Hey, Losey, I'm better than you for a fact. You know I'm better than you.
You better than me. You always been better.
I'm better than you, man. You can't even have
better than me with what? Because you live in the white man's land. You're better than me because you left Ghana for America.
I'm more successful than you are, man. Shut up, man. Go speak with your peers.
I know, because I'm a Black American.
That's good, Zongo.
Kala, the more you get this conversation, the more an Afghanistan needs to be done.
Okay, Henry, which one of these elections? Which one of these
sabotage that idea, man? We can sabotage the continent.
Dollar bill. I've been listening to this conversation for like the last 2 hours. Ain't no Afghanistan coming out of this.
I'll tell you what.
Ain't a lick of an Afghanistan coming out of this conversation.
Listen, I tell you what, if it ain't no African,
this is a dead dog right here. At this point, white people, you won.
Well, maybe they won with
Jonathan, let's give them their flowers at this point. Listen, okay.
Jonathan.
I might have to go get my white hood after listening to y'all niggas for like the last 2 hours. Like, come on.
That's really interesting.
At this point,
get it from Zongo.
I mean, damn. Shit.
Hey, brother, you have issues with Colin now or what, man? You know, supporting Colin in school?
This ain't. Hey, look, first of all, I seen the first hour of a show that Colin was on earlier on Dinah's platform. And Colin said some of the most craziest shit I ever heard in my life. Colin was like, you know, the ghetto scholars, and we need to stop listening to.
You want to repeat what I said? Okay.
Go, yeah, repeat what you said, Kyla, and I want you to embarrass yourself. Go ahead.
I ain't bad because everybody agrees with me. You know. Go to the comments. Bottom line is, I said the friggin' we have basically got rid of academia. We got all this academia out there. People got scholarship work, peer review work, everything like that. We had people, Dollar Bill, over the years that could have set Black America free. We had people like Amos Wilson and people who are real studied and whatnot, you know, who were still who were academics and whatnot, who basically did everything toward the.
And guess who are the ghetto scholars? Kala is part of them, you know.
Wait, hold on, Zongo. Let me finish.
Hold on. Take a second. But guess what? Guess what? Who got the shine? People like Polite, Sinetta. This is who does Johnson. Fuck.
Now, Kyla, to your point, you said that it's the people with degrees we gotta listen to. Now, when you said that, that's what you said. I'll go back to the show. That's what you said.
I never mentioned. Look, go listen to the thing. I never say anything about degrees. I said people who are learned. You know, people are learned. People who are learned.
Do you have scholarship though?
In other words, basically,
no.
Basically, hey, look. This science, like I said,
have you written any new book in your life, Tyler? Only one novel about Liberia, man. It's a novel.
Man, the reason why we got people running around talking about slavery never fucking happened is because ghetto ass scholarship and whatnot. And when you legitimize that shit, right? You got people all around black as the Ace of Spades looking like fucking Wesley Snipes talking about he's a freaking Native American and whatnot. With a fucking you know? That's what the fuck I'm talking about, nigga. You understand what I mean?
God, do you use the N-word right now, man? God, man. That's despicable, man.
No, the bottom line is this. Look, I watched all this. Look, this is why I'm so angry. I feel like I wasted 35 freaking years of my life, right? And you got people out here. I said the best thing we could do, you complain about racism, you complain about this, everything, you say how Americans are prepared and whatnot. I said, wouldn't it be an idea is to basically try to build something on the African, even if you try to build something in an existing African country, wouldn't that be the future? Then right when we started, I thought, yeah, that's a home run. I'm about to make a victory lap. Here comes this. We were already here. Slavery never happened. Colin.
You know what happened?
Crazy niggas actually arguing about this. You
know what happened, Kala? It was the Zongites and the Nigerians that made people say, "I'm not African."
Yeah, even worse than that is you got black people in America, right? I remember when Sinetta was talking. He was actually having a serious conversation with somebody who was saying that they were more Hebrew, also, but this is your ghetto scholars or whatever it's about, you know. More Hebrew.
You know what? You got a microphone.
They're not ghetto scholars. They're
they
scholars.
No,
they're not.
They're 125th Street garbage, man. Everybody in New York, Jonathan, got mental illness, right? And these guys get on government, they get government checks every week, and they spend their time
smoking that weed. They smoking that weed.
You know what I'm saying? We know them. We're from New York. We know we're from New York. This is the bottom of New York society, you know?
The bottom of New York. And
they get people like you because in New York, the average dude, the young boy in New York, like, nigga, get out of my face. You know
what makes me proud to say this. I hear people talk about Tariq Nasheed. I didn't know about him. Until you guys talked about him.
Fuck him, white wife.
Y'all, it's the pen. First, Carla, calm down. Why are you constantly talking about that man's wife?
Tariq can go.
Why are you talking about that man's wife?
Fuck him, his wife, and he can go to fucking hell. All I care, you know. I hate that ADOS shit. I hate that FBA shit. He can go to hell for bringing that shit out here. You know.
You don't think
I don't respect him. None of that shit. You know.
You don't think it's relevant that he did that, Colin?
Well, did what?
G. The first mistake that you asked was about the thinking part.
Oh yeah, real funny.
It's the thinking part. It is true because Kyle on this very same platform many a times said he has understand why they are the way they are.
First of all,
that means at one point he's thinking, I understand.
I'm saying somebody like
Lord, let me get another phone to go back and play this man's voice.
Hold on. Somebody like the righteousness of Black America and being attacked, like people like Zongo, Mike Olawale, and that. But Tariq is just somebody that freaking has hate in his heart. That's all that is. He wants nothing to do with Africa, his African roots, and everything like that.
Hey, guess what, man?
I never heard him say that. Can you play a video of him saying that, Colin?
He told an Italian guy. He told an Italian guy that the slave trade didn't exist.
Carla, he ain't never said nothing like that, Carla.
Yeah. You want me to play the video?
Play the video. Play the video right now.
Play the video. I'm gonna shut you up right now.
This is who you guys listen to, Mr. Flex. Come on, man.
The fucking pimp and shit, man. Nigga, get out of here with that shit.
Dollar Bill, Carla has said that Tariq Nasheed said the slave trade didn't exist. I need to hear it for myself.
Video. Tariq versus Italian guy.
Yeah, play it.
Tariq versus Italian guy. Here we go, right here. And the Italian guy just said, you know what Italian guy did? He said, are you trying to say the translate said he goes, right. And they hung up on Tariq.
Because it's ridiculous. That's the whole thing, man. What are his credentials to do all this stuff that he said he's doing, man? Please.
Oh, he's an ex-pimp, man, you know.
Oh, because he knows pimping and hoeing.
Yeah.
That's like Zongo being the president.
Some niggas online. We're from New York. We know better. We got street smarts, you know.
Get finessed by a pimp.
Y'all niggas need to be ashamed.
YouTube ads is made for your business.
Where are we gonna go next to get our teeth done? Not pulled by a guy who knocks out people in Harlem.
Nothing surprised me more with dealing with Negroes, man. I swear.
Hey, Carl, Carl post the video. Carl post the video. What happened?
Yeah. Play the video, Carla.
Play the video. Watch it. Watch what he says.
Because I want to hear. Because something tells me that you didn't understand what he said or something like that.
No, I think I did understand what he's saying. You know, go ahead. Here's the video coming up in a second.
Say fair use.
Fair use. I'm paying a piece of shit to read the cheese video. Fuck him. Fuck him, fair use. Hey, Jonathan, you can inbox him and tell him I said that. How about that?
No. Play the video, Kyla.
With targeted video ads.
Black American.
Scarface, speak on it.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
I'm not
What's
Brandy.
up, man? Do we have a Caucasian man here?
Well, I'm Italian. I'm Southern Italian.
Same.
New York, so it's a little different.
I know. It's still Caucasian, but y'all still got that Moorish blood. Are you Sicilian or what part of it?
Napolitan, Sicilian, yeah. But I'm also from New York City. It's a whole different. New York City is a whole culture in and of itself.
No doubt.
You know? So if you don't know, I'll school you on that.
No
doubt. You know, I don't even know where you're from.
Well,
to be honest.
What's on your mind?
But definitely don't just group me in with Caucasian, bro. Southern Italians had it very rough. They were called the N-word. They were lynched. You sound like you know a lot about history, so
yeah, I know that. I know that they called you Guineas. They called you Guineas when you came.
They called us the N-word too.
I know, and Guinea is a word for African. So
exactly. Thank you. 100%. Where are you from, by the way? I'm curious. Where are you from?
But you mentioned the lynching. As far as
You
being
never
lynched,
say
you guys
from
got
Alabama.
paid for that. They gave y'all reparations.
Nigga will never say he's from Alabama.
Carla.
Apologize to the Italians.
Let us focus on the part that you brought up.
The Italians. I think that was down in Louisiana.
What year was that?
Sometime in the 1800s. They did a mass lynching of a lot of Italians because the
The mass lynching was around 1891.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Right. It was in 1800s, like I said. 1800s, and it was down in.
I'm talking about the reparations. When did the reparations come?
That I'm not sure, but I know it came pretty soon because they had to apologize to the Italian government, and they had to pay the family, the people who were lynched. So, but anyway, what's going on?
Well, they fucked the Italians anyway in 1924 with the Immigration Act that basically stopped all immigration from southern Italy at that time.
Yeah, but they started letting you be white around that time too, around 19.
No, it's really after World War II.
Right.
The Italians fought in World War II that they started doing that.
Yeah, they started be classified.
But there were also guys that started getting prominent in the 1930s that were encouraging Italian Americans to assimilate and, you know. But there's a lot of actually you were kind of leading into where I'm going with this, which is that, you know, these Italian Americans also paved a lot of the ways for Black Americans.
Not really. Go ahead.
Well, you had the anarchists as early as 1901 that were, using violence against oppressors and tyrants. There's a lot of different ways. There was Vito. What the fuck was his name again? Mark Cantonio, who was, ran, most of the neighborhoods in New York that were Italian, that are black now, were used to be Italian.
Well, the thing is, the Italians would actually, when they commit crimes, they would oftentimes hide in black neighborhoods. They would hide from the authorities, especially during the 1930s, when they had that big crime wave with, Babyface Nelson, Dillinger, and that whole crime wave. Italians and a lot of them would hide. The mafia would hide in black neighborhoods. So I wouldn't say they did anything.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to get some kind of resource on that. Yeah, I'd never heard about that.
Yeah. I wouldn't think they actually helped us because they came over and benefited.
Well, sure. I mean, look up Vito Marcantonio. He's the guy that was running Harlem in the 1930s. He was a very early civil rights activist. He, pushed for a lot of that. I mean, if it wasn't for the Italian Americans, are the ones that got all the labor laws passed.
Well,
before the labor laws, there was a horrific abuse of all the Americans that were working during the Industrial Revolution. When the factories went up, they were losing 10% of their workforce a week to death.
And that's how you use CRMs. Questions?
Or you can just move to Monday CRM.
They were losing 10%. They had children working. Nobody gave a fuck. They had them working 18, 20 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. So the Italians fought for the labor laws,
but that wasn't
black Americans benefited from.
But that wasn't for black people, though.
Black Americans benefited from it, though.
But we benefited from our own labor, though, as foundational black Americans. We benefited from our own labor. We built the country, so we benefited from our own labor.
Well, you didn't build the cities. The Italians built the cities, and the Irish, and all the cities that Black Americans migrated to by choice in the early 1900s. They did the same thing that you're saying that the African immigrants are doing.
If the Italians did that, why didn't they build the shit in Italy?
They did. It was the Roman Empire. What are you talking about? They built a million things in Italy
a zillion years ago, sir. And it's still raggedy now. The Roman ruins are still.
Well, they built the Bank of America, right?
They were out in California. I know that.
But that was the first bank that actually provided money to people that were poor.
Why didn't they do all that?
We're talking about America right now. I don't care about Italy.
If they did all that, so why was Italy broke, poor, and funky?
We're talking about America right now.
But we're talking, but if you
I don't care about Italy. I don't know why you're even bringing Italy up.
But if you're the one who said the Italians did all this stuff.
Italian Americans.
Hold on, Kyla.
Why didn't they do that?
I just want to say that
what I'm talking about
this contradicts your narrative that he don't go after white people like he goes after black people. Go ahead.
First of all, I never said that.
No.
Oh, damn.
All I hear is
Italians and the Irish live.
Other black people
their jobs.
He wasn't there that time. He's having a debate.
And while they were fighting in World War One.
Stop it. We built
Stop it. This is factual. This is factual.
You're revising history. Foundational Black Americans built a nation that immigrants
built. What nation? They were in 2-3 states. What are you talking? They were mostly in Virginia. What are you talking about? The North always outperformed the South.
Stop it.
If it wasn't for the North, you would still be in slavery. What are you talking about?
How so? Because now you're trolling.
Because the North won the war. What are you talking about, bro?
The North won the war because foundational Black Americans started fighting for the Union because the Union was losing. Go ahead. Because
Say that again.
See how Tariq is basically trying to distance himself from slavery.
Didn't hear the last thing he said.
Yeah, because
Kyla, hold up. How is that distancing yourself from slavery?
He said you were still enslaved. That was true. And Tariq said, "No, we built. How are you gonna build a fucking country?" And
Kyla, as somebody that talks about Liberian history, I know that you know as well that there were free blacks, wasn't there?
But they didn't build the cities.
But the what?
Check out the free blacks. You know where we went? You know where free blacks went? They went to Canada. They went to Costa Rica. They went to Dominican Republic, and they went to Sierra Leone, Liberia. They were trying to get the fuck out of here.
And they went there from where?
They went there from all over, all over.
From where?
But we were the free blacks were not were building this country. What are you kidding me? All this pseudo.
So the
I'm not trolling
union,
at all. This is all fact, bro.
We did, Colin.
The Union was losing the Civil War. The Confederates were beating the shit out of the Union. The only reason the Union won is because they started to recruit black soldiers, sir. So it was foundational.
That's not true.
It's 100% true. Not only that,
The North always had more money than the.
Stop. Not only that, black people down in Florida were freeing themselves. They were destroying the plantations down in Florida, the black Seminoles. So black people were not only fighting in the South, they were fighting for the Union. So black people were active in the freeing of themselves. So let's get.
Because Florida was not part of the whole thing. Florida was not one of the original 13 colonies. So it didn't really have a huge slave population.
History clear. Go ahead, sir.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
Dollar Bill, I want you to be an honest man. Dollar Bill, I want you to be an honest man. You ain't heard Tariq say nothing like Colin said.
It's 40 minutes.
I didn't say that there was no
It's towards the end. Trust me, you'll get
Black
there.
Americans,
Stick
but to
around.
act like Black Americans, there was way more people, quote unquote, white people in the North that were fighting that war, and it was the generals, it was the innovation with how to fight battles, it was the strategies, it was the technology that was created by white people that allowed us to win the war, and we fought for you. 600,000 people died.
You didn't fight for foundational Black Americans, sir. That wasn't a war for foundational Black Americans. The freeing of Black people came later on, but that wasn't the purpose of the Civil War. And you know this.
This is what
Let's
happens
be very
when you
clear.
don't know history.
Every white person knows this.
That's not true. You think all white? I don't even understand why you refer to white as it's one thing. White's not unified in this country.
Yes, it is.
It's not unified at all. I
Yes,
don't know how you can say that.
Yes.
If you look at if you want to take the same logic that you were.
No. You're not going to babble here, sir. Let's go back into history. You're talking about New York had more money. The North benefited from slavery too. The slave trade, a lot of it started really up there in Massachusetts. The financial sector of it. New York had slavery, sir. The entire nation benefited from foundational Black Americans, free labor. Is that true or not true, sir?
I'm sure there's truth to that. But you also, it's a symbiotic relationship. That's why, at the end of the day, after the Civil War, the freed slaves were offered to go back to Africa, and they chose to stay. So, and then they migrated to where they were.
We weren't from Africa. Do
What
you
did
understand
he
that?
just
Let me
say?
say that again.
Oh, what did he just say? He said we are not from Africa. You hear that?
No,
But
we're
he-
not. We're
if
from
I
the
can-
West. We got African DNA.
We're
but
not from Africa.
Hold
we're
on.
from
He
America.
says we are not from Africa.
We're not.
Kala, you're not from Africa. I'm not from Africa.
He's saying the slave trade. We're not from Africa. Where the
He
fuck do we
never
come
said
from?
that, caller.
Where
I
we
don't
come from?
understand that.
What?
We're not from Africa.
We're not.
No,
from
you're
Africa?
not. No, Dollar Bill, you're from New York. Kala's from North Carolina, South Carolina. Are y'all from Africa now?
I can't fucking do this. No, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this.
Oh, God,
And what, I'm not like I
stop.
said about this. You're not gonna come up on
that
platform. If anybody
not
says
from
that shit, you're not welcome on this platform. We are from fucking Africa. We're brought here. The mark for the Holocaust.
Yeah, Kala, man, don't they? I thought you said you allow freedom of opinion. Kala.
No, I just said I don't like pseudo opinion. We can have an honest discussion. When you come up here talking,
Yeah,
you're
we see
Native
Jay
American,
Strongbow.
you ain't from Africa. No, you got to go. I don't play with that. So go find another channel to do bullshit on. Not on this platform.
We're not from
Nobody.
Africa.
Anybody denies the Maafa and the Holocaust and disrespects our ancestors like that got to go.
Yeah, but did Jonathan say that though? He never did. Though.
He just
Why
said
did
that. He said we're not from Africa.
Was
why
that
you
the
guys
other
from
guy?
Africa, man? You're not from Africa, man. You're from America, man. That's who you are.
Shut up, man. We ain't from no
All right,
damn.
Zongo, you're out of here too.
Oh,
Goodbye,
man, Kala,
Zongo. Goodbye, Zongo. Goodbye, Zongo. Good night. Good night. Good the fuck
Crazy
night.
pretending and bullshit.
I am
This
not
is what
playing
happens.
games, man. I really don't.
We're not from Africa.
Yeah, thanks
We
for
can't,
that, Kala.
we can't all agree. of our history. Right? This is what I mean by ghetto scholars and bullshit scholars, right? They sit around, basically, they tell people what they want to hear. You got people basically it's about, oh, we were Native American here because the pain of dealing with slavery is so great. They give them like a drug. It's like a drug. Oh, you were already here. Blah, 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 blah. We built pyramids in the fucking Midwest. We were already here thousands of years ago when the other guys stupid shit, you know?
We were smoking a peace pipe?
Yeah, they were smoking a peace pipe mixed with blunt, you know, mixed with some herb, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, niggas are full of shit, man, you know? Please, go someplace else. Yo, if you think like that, please, you got to find another platform to talk on, man. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, my God.
You know, so... Guys, just have a good night, man. I don't want to hear it, man. Don't want to fucking hear it.
What happened to
Johnson? Johnson goes, I lied on Tariq. Yo, he just said, yo, let's play it again. Let me play it back again.
Oh, my God, Jonathan, why you do that, bro?
Jonathan got an axe to grind against me for some reason. I don't know what the fuck it is.
He's mad at you about something. I don't know.
He's mad. Well, I don't give a fuck what he's mad about, to tell you the truth, you know?
New York had more money.
Yeah, let's listen to it again. He clearly said we're not from Africa.
Slave trade, a lot of it started really up there in Massachusetts. The financial sector of it. New York had slavery, sir. The entire nation benefited from foundational Black Americans, free labor. Is that true or not true, sir?
I'm sure there's truth to that. But you also, it's a symbiotic relationship.
No,
you know, that's why, you know, at the end of the day, after the Civil War, the freed slaves were offered to go back to Africa, and they chose to stay.
Okay,
so,
what's a
free slave? They migrated to where they were.
We weren't from Africa. Do you understand that? Let me say that again. Most of us were not from Africa.
That's enough.
You understand that?
What's your point?
I've heard your point. I've heard you say it's the whole thing.
I prove my point. But I don't come up here because I am not fucking jealous of Tariq. I don't give a flying fuck about him. But when you're up here talking and people try to defend this pseudo bullshit, you know, there ain't no scholar, no real credible scholar would say something like this. You know, that's the difference between ghetto scholars and motherfucking real people.
Cornell West wouldn't say that. The other brother that's from Harvard University, he would never say nothing stupid. But you see,
Michael Eric Dyson would say that. It's not like that, you know.
People like that is what the people like Zongo and the people like Michael Mawali, they want to hear. You know, they want us to say, yeah, you're gonna get a kid. He's gonna we have a mother who's white, and they're gonna be half African because you're gonna give him a name. Right? And then when they go and have another baby by a white person and they all look like Elon Musk, they're gonna be the real Africans.
But hold on. Did John Dalbell, your opinion? Did I make my point?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You know,
absolutely.
He said no. We are all from Africa. Don't give me that bullshit. You know what the fuck he's talking about. Tariq does not like being considered African. He's like, well, I was one of the. He think he's too good to be African. You know. That's what the problem is. We were all not friends. That's an escape route. No, every last single Black person is from Africa. Every one of us. You know, they know some of us were already here. And then you ask some of these people say on here, what was the language you were speaking? English. They said we taught the white man English. That's what they say.
But he's talking about slavery.
But the thing is,
in the in America. At the time, we were a British colony. We were colonies. New York, in fact, was not even British.
Amsterdam.
It was New Amsterdam. So you're talking. So they're not even. So these particular areas, they were. How could we have been foundational Black Americans when this wasn't?
We have no foundation here.
But this wasn't even America.
I know, that's what I'm saying. America is something that didn't happen to really the 20th century, you know? Because like I told about Liberia, do you know when people went to Liberia, they identified by their home state? You call yourselves your Virginians, New Yorkers, you call yourself Kentuckians, you go Texans and whatnot. So the concept of America as an identity didn't really happen to like World War I, World War II. So how can
I don't understand what you're talking about.
The idea of America didn't even exist for most of our history.
Foundational. There was no foundation. Plymouth Rock landed on you. You didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
I've been playing several another pseudo motherfucker, you know.
Come on,
escape through the chat, you know. Jonathan's a clown. I'm never letting him up here again. You know.
I don't know.
This guy, he basically apologized. He went. Ivan Bear Summer went back and said, what he said was unfactual. He didn't know what he was talking about. Like the Olmecs. The Olmecs were not black. They're not. He didn't know what he was talking about.
Then you were Olmecs.
Yeah.
Kala, the thing is, Tariq knows what he's doing, so he's not stupid. Tariq is not a fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a government plant. That's what I think.
Yeah, all these fucking people are. Jonathan's one too,
Jonathan, I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, if you're dumb enough to believe that your black ass was already here, no, your ancestors were on the bottom of a slave ship like the rest of us. Brought here to do slave work and whatnot, getting your ass kicked and whatnot. The only American is a fucking white man, and everybody else is white that could fit into his society, who could assimilate fully into a society. Those are fucking white people, Americans,
And he's talking this. Did you see the thing I said? Did I send it to you about the so-called Black Irish and why they call them Black Irish in America?
I didn't see that.
I'm going to send it to you. And so these people call Black Irish because actually when white people did not want to fight, in fact, my father gave me that book. I'll read an excerpt from it another day. But there was a riot during the time of the Civil War, and if white people couldn't afford to pay $5 to get
the draft riots.
The draft riots. I got that book, the original book. My pop gave it to me. Okay, and so these people, the Irish, was so poor because a lot of them came here as indentured servants. They were even poorer than the blacks.
In that movie Gangs in New York, Bill the Butcher said,
it's all about.
He said, he goes, they do for a nickel what a nigger does for a dime.
Yeah.
And a white man used to get a quarter for it. Irish were paid lower than blacks.
Yeah, because that's why they were called the Black Irish. People don't know. A lot of Negroes think they were called Black Irish.
The Irish were paid.
Black and Irish.
The Irish were paid lower than blacks.
Yes.
Oh yes, man. Black people were paid, black people were paid higher than most white immigrants. And then what happened was during World War, then the Prohibition time, the Irish and other people started getting into bootlegging and stuff like that. They got good at criminal. If it was not for the criminal element, right, that gave millions of dollars to Irish political and Italian political parties and whatnot, they wouldn't be no place because we were above them for a minute. We had connections in the South and stuff like that, so they really had nothing in America, Until
you realize that we were high in aeronautics, that we were flying and building planes and stuff in this society.
Black people were doing things like inventions and some everything,
Yeah, you had a black woman that was doing intercontinental aircraft. Black people have so. This is the whole thing that people don't really understand. So you get Zongoites who come here who only been here 10 or 12 years in America, or some of them have been 6. And they automatically think they know everything. They didn't spend a stint of a year or 2 in the ghetto, and they think that like they went to an African American museum and they know everything about African Americans. It's stupid when you really think about it, right?
Zongo comes from black failure, dollar bill. So he's not familiar with black success. You're gonna have to be very patient with him.
Yeah, I try. I try to be patient with Jonathan. I know I'll talk to Brother Colin later. I think Jonathan. I don't know what happened on the prior. I haven't been up here. Maybe something went down.
I could give a damn what I'm done with fucking dumbass niggas talking shit on my platform, You ain't bringing nothing to this platform edifying or intelligent. Stay the fuck away, I said, Lozy, he breaks it down, man. He had to school me about South Africa last night. I learned a lot. I like people when they come up here and they talk stuff and they give me some fucking facts and shit like that. They articulate themselves and stuff like that. But people run their mouth with pseudo shit. It's supposed to be cool. I don't think Tariq is cool, brother. Nah. I don't think none of these motherfuckers are cool. I'm from New York.
But Tariq knows what he's doing, Kala. That's one thing.
If the bottom line, Tariq would never go to New York with that bullshit or not, because motherfuckers run right up on him on his fucking shit. That nigga shut the fuck up, you know? That nigga that works in Bama land and fucking these
But some of his concerns, to be honest, are legitimate. You know, like that some of the things he says, it's like facts, but sometimes he's got a propaganda, he's got an agenda, but yeah.
And all the stuff I've said about him, right? I say, yeah, all the stuff that ADOS FBA, I understand the arguments. I'm African American. I understand the disrespect some Africans have, whatnot. But for God's sake, I believe it could be worked out, you know? His whole thing is we're going to delineate. No, the fuck we're not, you know? He doesn't believe we're in a race war, you know? That's what it is. He really do believe that basically this white man is stop hating us. I'm going to see more and more videos, Dollar Bill, of white people just talking mad shit. Look at that white lady that said, call a little 5-year-old boy the N-word, 3-year-old boy the N-word, you know?
Yeah.
There's something going on in this country.
But you know, Kala, if you look at the state of Africa today, where we are, and we're at the bottom of food chain, man, you will have to understand why there's a quite good number of Black Americans who don't want to associate with Africa. You know, it is what it is, man. We can't always not understand why, you know. I mean, we haven't done much.
Yeah, I know, because in American culture, you gotta understand something. We're taught, right, that there's one race of the winners, which is white. That's why every immigrant comes over here wants to be white, even African immigrants, you know. And there's one race that are losers, right? There's the Black people. You don't want to take on our problems and stuff like that, you know. It's a loser thing. So I think a lot of resentment is a lot of Black people in America. We know we got this problem with white people, like you just said. You're dealing with white people. Now you got to deal with Black people coming there and talking smack. And deal with white people. We're going through the same thing over here. We got more on two fronts. We got Black immigrants coming over here openly saying they're gonna take our position and get next to white people and whatnot, you know. And I tell Zongo, look, he's like, well, look, he says, I work with white people, and you ain't the only people. They think only African immigrants can work with white people. I work with all kinds of people. I do professionals, you know. They think they got some monopoly on white people in this country. Dude, man, you don't, you know. So but white people and Black people have learned to coexist, even in hostility in this country, even in the deep south, most racist South. You go down there and you'll see white and Black men working side by side on a construction site, getting the job done. That'll
white people even live like, see, New York is a whole different animal, right? The very first, I told you I have a friend, he's a biologist, okay, and his wife's an IT person. And I can't remember exactly where they live in Virginia. When I went to see them, he's got a beautiful house in Virginia. And he really lives in an integrated community.
Yeah, you got a lot of those out here, you know.
Right? Now, in New York, is different. New York might be the most segregated.
In New York, you got the Italian section, the Jewish section, the Irish section, you got the Black section, you know.
Everybody lives apart. We work together.
Yeah, we see each other on the also. And let me ask you a question, Dollar Bill. What's the spots that people hang out together? In Queens is Jamaica Avenue, you know? Yeah, Jamaica Avenue, you'll see whites, Italians, everybody, Blacks, everybody working in the same store, record store, and everything like that. Where everybody goes back to their own camps where you know you can't go.
And you live in your own area.
Live in your own areas, you know?
And the thing is, like for instance, I had there was a young lady I dated years ago. Her sister lived in Hartsdale. She was an attorney. And well, you know, Hartsdale is not too far from Scarsdale. Everybody knows about the famous Scarsdale, a real rich place in Westchester County.
Yeah.
And she,
Jewish.
you know,
Jewish.
She was she went to Fordham University, and she has, you know, her jurisprudence. She's a lawyer. She was living in Hartsdale, and she, you know, they couldn't deny her because she had great credit, and she was a lawyer. They was kind of scared of her when she lived in the co-op. Man, do you know when it was time for her, she decided they were her and her husband, going to buy a house. You know, they got together and they brought her out quickly. They brought her out. And let me tell you something else. She was hit once by a white person, a white woman, claiming it was an accident. She was hit by a car. And so I'm just saying that Black people.
I say, Jade, I never seen a prostitute when I was growing up in Jamaica because I was looking for him.
You crazy?
Anyway. I don't remember seeing that, St. James. I don't know what the hell you coming from, weirdo.
Kala, I wanna drop, brother. But let me just say one thing about Tariq Nasheed. I think his strategy actually it works in a sense that if you look at white people here in South Africa, these people have been lying about our history for years. No, and sometimes they win. You see how now in the Middle East, the so-called modern Jewish now, most of the people are just pure Europeans, yes. But they are Jewish now. So identity politics has worked throughout generations, man. Now in South Africa, we have got actually even black South Africans who believe that when white people came here, there was nobody. That's how much propaganda, that's how powerful propaganda
is. They even advancing the notion that there were no black people in South Africa before the whites got there, that blacks were just coming down after them and say like this. So this is what we'll talk about. This is why we have to get back to academia and start, at all costs and get back to so we know the truth. Because if you don't know the truth, they could pull something like that and get away with it, Yes. So, like I said, I would say like this: let's say Jonathan, Bantu Mandinka, and all those other people are going to make their case for reparations and whatnot before the Supreme Court, right? Well, you're going to have somebody prosecuting this. I mean, the defense attorney for the government saying we don't owe them reparations because most of them are already here in America, and they're going to say we're going to call a star witness Dane Calloway, and say Dane Calloway's going to get up there. Say nope, we were already here. We come from Turtle Island. He's gonna quote Van Cernema. They're gonna say, "Wham, case dismissed." They say, man, when you dealing with dumb niggas, man, I swear to God, man.
Ignorance is bliss. But Lozy, I understand what you're saying about identity politics, and people constantly manipulate that, okay, because they want to be powerful. And so you have a lot of people. See, one thing I learned is that there's some things that are just painful. And one of the most painful things that you can experience is slavery. It's so painful that people don't want to deal with it. They'll make any excuse to deny that it ever existed.
And that's all it is, Dollar Bill. You said 1,000 things. It's so painful. Like I had this with your brother. And this is what happened. His brother, one of my brothers in BAO, right? Back then, we had Black Wall Street. There was like a comics in BAO, Black Wall Street. Well, anyway, one brother said, "Yo, Colin, man, this is one dude you got to deal with, right? Because he keeps saying, oh, we don't worry about Africa, what?" So basically, I got on a video conference with some real light-skinned guy, right? And I knew what the problem was. This dude had a serious problem identifying with African heritage. So he had all this. His name was Al El Bay. They do the Moor with Moors. I said, "What?" I said, "I'm still fine." He go, "Why?" He was trying to get me to say, "Man, I like all stuff we're saying, but why don't we just get to Africa?" I said, "I can't get what the hell I am. That's just the truth. I came from Africa." "Well, you didn't come from Africa. Prove that we came from." I said, "Look, now if you don't identify Africa, maybe your bloodline and everything like that, you seem like you're mixed race, whatever like that. No, we're not African." So I said, "Why do you got to carry everybody?" So they on a crusade. Not only they can't just say, "Well, I'm not African," right? They want to make us say, they want to go inside the whole community, make up a freaking lie and whatnot, and spread that around so everybody, black people, distance themselves from Africa. It's bigger than that.
But you know what it is, Colin? Not only, and I don't mean to cut you off, not only is it happening in our community, it's happening all throughout the African diaspora. The Latino community is trying, and this is what Afro-Latinos are going through, because Afro-Latinos are being excluded because they want to make Latino a race. And the race is the erasure of African identity. The African food that they eat, they want to call it Spanish food. When we know Spain, that's not a food from Spain. Rice and beans is not from Spain.
I'm sure salsa and all that came, merengue
all of
came
that
from
stuff,
Spain.
the music, the conga from the Congo, all of the food is all African food, right? Even the blood sausage, everything they do comes from African food. And so they're trying to create, it is basically these mulattoes who are trying to reconstruct history. That's why you get the copper-colored Negroes.
That's why you got that Mike's TV.
Yeah, all of these are reconstructionists who want to create, this new different type of sort of like in South Africa. It'll be like the colored people trying to tell the history of African people.
They did that in South Africa.
No, they are doing it now, Carla. They are doing it now. They're siding with the colonizer, coming up with the story. They're saying they are changing their identity now from colored to the so-called Khoisan. You know, they say now they are the owners of the land.
Hijack the Khoisan culture and identity. You know, I saw that coming
years
ago.
Frustrating, man. It's very frustrating, man. But yeah, and this is what I want. This is the point I'm going with what Tariq is doing. I'm saying maybe this is what we black people should start to do collectively. You know, if other races have been doing this identity politics and they're getting away with it, why don't we run our own propaganda? Just lie, man. They just lie. They're not even shamelessly so. They just lie, and they get away with it.
If you say something over and over again, it becomes the truth.
Exactly. You know? They just need to repeat it more, and then people start to believe it.
And especially with social media.
That strategy is not entirely what the strategy of Tariq Nasheed. The cause is wrong. Is implementing it on the wrong ideas, but the strategy itself, it's not something that cannot work. It has shown to work throughout history. People lie, and eventually it becomes the truth.
Yeah.
You know,
in their mind. And so the thing is, this is why when I said to people, they got angry with me, Lozy. I told us West Africans that there's a lot of good things inside of the tribalism, but it needs to be where it's supposed to be, in a museum, to be studied, where we could take the best of it and use it. But we have to make ourselves a one people. And it's hard for people to understand that, right? And so when I say, learn a language, learn Swahili, learn something that can unify us as a people, people get angry with me because you know what it is? It's like Noam Chomsky said, it's like the oppressed and the oppressor, bless you. It's the dance that they're in, right? They have to stay in that dance. And so they get something from being in that dance, right? There's some people that just anti and destruct anything that deals with black. They're going to destruct it, right? They're going to turn around. I don't have to have respect. I don't have to deal with my elders. I don't have responsibility. There's some people here in America who want to be the N-word, right? I remember when people used to get on Bill Cosby because Bill Cosby said, let's stop using the N-word, right? All of these comedians came out and said, you can't take my beloved N-word from me.
But this was frustrated. Dollar Bill. This is where I was frustrated.
Dr. Cosby like that to be unforgivable.
Carla, this is where I was frustrated with the issue of Tyler in the USA, right? I tried to understand where Black Americans were coming from because Tyler, she's colored in South Africa, and she said in the USA.
Let me tell you something, Lozy.
So let me just say this. I understand. Let me just say this. How can colored word be more offensive, but the N word is used? I know it's used in the music. It's not like everybody uses it.
This is what Lozy. I'll tell you what it was. It wasn't so much color. It was the fact that when black people look at, let me tell you something. If she was like an indigenous looking person from Nigeria, they wouldn't even care, because like Cynthia Weaver, black people don't want nothing to do with her. She's trying her best to fit in with Black America. Tyler, because she looks a certain way, black people embrace her. Oh, she's like a little Aaliyah, something like that. But when she says that she's not black, she's colored, she wasn't saying, people didn't understand the context we were talking about. In South Africa, black means you have an indigenous original culture,
And for us, color, it won't benefit us for these people to be black now. Historically, they've benefited by being colored. So we want to keep it that way. They're not same with us. They are by like multiracial people. And that's the context.
Color in South Africa.
They are their own group. They are their own group.
Well, Kala, let's be honest. If Tyler was like a Sudanese Nilot and said, "Oh, I'm not black, I'm Nilot," I don't think black Americans would have reacted.
Well, the bottom line, hold on.
You don't know
that. That's not entirely true.
No, because I've been in America for over 20-something years.
Mike, let me tell you something.
African American.
Hold on.
Show and you know Red Fox, and now you know everything about Africa.
I'm not saying I know everything. I'm just telling you based on my experience.
Let me say something. You know why you're wrong? Know why you're wrong? Because Lupita was saying the same thing, and black people really got upset.
What did she say? What did she say?
She said, "Oh, I'm not a black American." She said, "I'm not African American. I'm Kenyan, Mexican, whatever." And people thought, even though we like Lupita, because we made her a star.
That's not. Come on, man. That didn't good. I never even heard that. Even if
why don't you do your research?
So how come he didn't go as loud as Tyler?
Why don't you do your research?
How come he didn't become so big as Tyler?
You gotta pull it up. Right.
Do I have to pull out receipts?
Mike is
even if you pull it out, but how come it didn't get blown up like Kala's situation?
It was blown up because we were all talking about it.
So how come I didn't hear anything?
Same thing happened with Iman.
But let me say this. Let me say why I say that. I always know black American. They would tell a very dark skinned African or from
hold on.
Let me just say it before you respond.
That movie Us, she made.
Let me say what I'm saying before you respond. You don't
dollar bill.
Yeah, Kala, you just like the show. You don't. Kala.
Wait, say it again.
The movie Us.
Yeah, that's Lupita.
Everybody went to see.
Kala, I didn't even say anything before you cut me off.
Lupita.
Kala, what did I say that you're arguing against?
Everybody thought that her and Chadwick Boseman was the most perfect couple in black.
Okay, fine.
Everybody loved that. So, Mike, stop it with your.
But I haven't even said it. I haven't even lined it. I haven't even said anything. Can you just let me say what I want to say?
Yeah, we do care. We care.
Are we allowed to speak on your panel at all?
Go ahead, man. Say your.
I mean, goddamn. Even if you disagree, just let people say what they got to say. Goddamn.
Hey, bigot.
Okay, what I'm not saying all black American reason like that, but I'm just saying that. There's certain people.
African American.
Well, calm down. Okay, whatever you are, it's okay.
He won't even know.
Just let me say my piece, yo.
I'm gonna cut you off. Say,
dude. I don't get it, dude. If you listen, Kala, do you want me here or do you want me to leave? I don't like someone threatening me with that.
Where you go, man. I don't really
African American.
Say it again. Do you want me to talk or do you want me here or do you don't want me here?
I don't care.
Well, I don't know. You're talking to Dollar Bill, man.
I don't care. Say African American.
Is this Dollar Bill? No, fuck you, bitch.
Say African American.
No, you're a moron.
He's a co-host.
So that means you gotta be harassing me about threatening me about
African American.
I'm saying.
You define me. I don't define you.
Well, this thing.
Here's the deal. Let me say what I'm trying to say. I know there's some characters. Okay, let me put it this way.
Say it.
There's some characters in Black American community.
I gave him a warning.
Yeah.
I'm tired of his lies. See, this is the thing that's going on.
Yeah, that's how I just get deleting people.
You can't you want to come up here and you're constantly telling me who I am, right? As if the color of my skin makes me the same as a white person who's an Irish or an Italian. My people came here in chains. And if you don't want to respect my Africanness, then get away. Because you're no better than a racist bigot. Okay? You want to have a
they hate anything that gives us agency. You know?
Yeah, I don't think colorism it's a big problem in the black community in USA compared to Africa as a whole. I mean, we've got a bleaching problem.
Well, you know what I said? Hold on. I said to Zongo yesterday, right? I said there's never been a case where politically Africans have ever been attacked and killed by African Americans. Yeah, there's criminals and people get shot, robbed, or not. Yeah, of course. But you know, violence in America. So for him to go pick up here last night,
who bleached
we're killing them
from the Caribbean, who claim that they are more African than we are. There's more bleaching of skin in the Caribbean and in different parts of Africa than it is in African America. Right.
Yeah, so actually in South Africa, the black migrants have been targeted like about 2 times now, I think, where they are attacked. So if there's anyone,
Black Americans not in that level of poverty.
Not because they're immigrants.
It's because of social
because they live in communities, okay,
Oh,
that are
impoverished
largely
yeah,
poor
impoverished.
communities, and I'm liable to get attacked as well as they are.
Yeah.
So
That's
they
true.
not,
Yeah, that's true.
you know, so don't so they you know so they're not gonna
Oh,
they're
But
not gonna be in the black community.
Dollar Bill, but Dollar Bill, don't you think Africans on average they are just ungrateful? Because for me, it doesn't make sense to say, okay, if you came to want to live in South Africa, even to live in poor communities, because maybe you're probably poor as well, that means you still look at South Africa as better than where you come from. So there's a possibility that as bad as South Africa is, the fact that we've opened our gates, with the problems we have, by the way, with all that, we still have opened up our gates to live with you, which you still desire to be here than your home country. Instead of always choosing the worst of us and saying we are this bad, well, how about being grateful of the fact
You didn't hear when that. If some thug shoots somebody when that's all Black America. Like
Man, Lozy, man, we
You know,
tired of
they
bull
truly
crap, man.
think
Lozy,
that
man,
white
we tired
people
of
love
you,
them.
man.
I don't get it.
Want to pave the way for them to be here. Then you got people like Zongo who turn around and put on his application African American, and then will tell you how African Americans haven't done nothing. He got his citizenship from an African American woman. They are very ungrateful. Yeah.
Exactly. Ungrateful is the word of the day, Dollar Bill. Ungrateful. Keyword. The word of the day. Ungrateful.
What you're really missing is like, see, Lozy,
about
the
our
way you
struggle here in
thinking.
America. They think that white people
you want to poison me,
welcome them
Zongo.
in the
I agree with you,
because of
Zongo.
what
I'm a
they
lived
can do.
experience, Zongo. I don't want you
The way
to
you
poison
think,
me.
you're not gonna go far in life, man. You
Oh,
like,
Lord.
you're
shut up, Zongo.
occupied with,
Shut
you
up,
know,
man.
what's
Shut up.
Zongo,
Just shut
please,
up.
Zongo. Migrants are just ungrateful, man. It's like it's so one-sided, man. If look, if Black Americans are so bad, leave their country. Why in their communities? Why? Because it's still better to be in the USA, live among Black people, than being in Ghana, living among your own Ghanaians. Zongo, you still better off around Black Americans than Ghanaians.
I think that's what the resentment is. Right? They say, "Oh, Black America," but the bottom line is this: Zongo always trying to get himself some dime piece of America, right? He's always these people watch our movies, they play our roles in Hollywood, they play us in Hollywood, they're trying to be in our music. They made a big shit about a couple of years ago when Afrobeats wasn't included in BET Awards, right? Remember that? They were like, man, remember that? I'm like, so we let them in everything, HBCUs, our homecomings, everything like that. We have the African Day and all our HBCUs, African Students Day, whatever like that. So basically, when you ask them, well, you guys don't assimilate. Oh, we can't assimilate. We got to preserve. I understand it's pride. Everybody got pride and everything. But damn, man, Africans are like the worst people on earth when it comes to arrogance and pride. I don't know what that is.
Yep.
Asians,
With
Asians
nothing to show for it.
because they know how to
With
humble
nothing to show for
humble.
it. With nothing to show for it. Like you will think they will be the humble people. No, they are arrogant, very arrogant, with nothing to show for it. Never want to live in their country.
worst type of
They
people.
go everywhere, complain about
he's more
nothing.
arrogant than African American.
No, we're not arrogant. But African Americans are very humble. I think we're more humble than we should be. Because we take a lot of shit.
If you don't like African Americans,
Hey, Dalibin, why you making my mic though? Dalibin, why you doing that?
Because I'm trying to be not to be triggered by you, because what you're doing is you're such a disrespectful person. You're such an ingrate. You think white people love you till they kick you in your ass or shoot you like they did Amadou Diallo 56 times. And then you're going to be like, well, where's the African American community?
It just like let me ask you a question, right? I said the other night, right? I said I'm conflicted. Look, I have a right to be conflicted in this thing with General Langley versus Ibrahim Traore, Burkina Faso. Like we see Traore, he's a hero, love him or not, but I also see General Langley. Why? Because I see him as one of us,
Man,
so
even Tariq stood with Ibrahim Traore.
But hold up. But Zongo,
that man is wrong. That one I don't approve.
He's actually shocked that I would even consider supporting Langley.
Langley is a man.
That's what we need to. But I agree with Bongo on this one.
Well, for Zongo, he wants us to identify with bums, right? Now, this is an educated man, a disciplined man who did what he had to do to come up in the ranks. Okay, and nobody gave him nothing. You can't win with these dudes, man.
I know. I was saying, hold on. The African government offer him a position, you know.
Okay. I mean, let's assume that what you're saying.
On this one, guys, like here's the thing. But here's the thing, But here's the thing, Kana. We can't cry. We can't cry of African migrants. We can't cry of African migrants coming in USA and working against Black Americans and stand with that guy who comes into Africa and uphold the regime of USA, you know, the empire, and wants to push.
Hold on. Here's the thing. Difference, Lozy, is this. One, we don't make the policies of the United States. You know, we don't make the policy, right? Africa, for whatever reason, have chosen to let Black America remain in America. You know, so people said we're not going to just sit here and be like, you know, something. Let's say Black people sitting around, they're working in a factory that packs weapons for an African war that's about to go out. Then they're making money, feeding their families and whatnot. What you want to say is the same thing as all the Black workers right there that got a deadline.
But Africans will be using this against you, Kala. When they come to
you,
they will be saying because one of your own is destabilizing their countries. You know, they're going to use this against you.
That has to be because, you know why? Because every time, let's say this wasn't happening, right? Before we had this conflict, the way Africans were treating us, and that's what Tariq is called right about, you know? They basically made it clear they want nothing to do with us. We're not Africans. Like Mike, he refused to call Dollar Bill African American, but you can't come to the same person and say Langley is an African now. We're only African when it benefits you guys. It can't be like that, you know?
Exactly. You know, it would kill him to say that I'm an African American, right? Because he wants to paint this narrative that I'm a white man who's dipped in chocolate. Okay, somehow.
So therefore, you can't do that and say, why are Black people not angry with Langley? Because you just told us we weren't Africans, you know? You can't have it both ways.
Look, Kala, you guys don't have a control over some few Black Americans selling out to the Western powers.
I don't think
you don't have control over it. But the point is, we don't need to celebrate that man. Here's the thing, Kala, we don't need to celebrate that kind of behavior at all. It doesn't matter what we think.
Celebrating it. I'm just telling you, it is what it is. If a person's a U.S. general,
if he was a Ghanaian or a Nigerian, the first thing the Ghanaians or the Nigerians would say, he's doing his job.
Yeah,
I agree. They were gonna say that, Dollar B, but I guess we apply that logic. Two wrongs don't make it right. You guys are more civilized. Look, Dollar B, you guys are more civilized. You have to be the big brother. You have to be the bigger brother.
You can't treat somebody as a stepchild and expect them, to be treated like you treat the good kid, right? You can't take the stepchild and say, you know what? You're not really one of us, right?
You are right, Dollar B.
We don't want.
If it was West Africans, they wouldn't give a damn, and they will be saying, "No, he's doing his job."
Exactly. They wouldn't think twice. The first thing they would be saying is, well, he's got a degree and he's got a job. So I don't listen.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. You're right. West Africans don't care about, man. They care about themselves. You know, if you want to find the West loyal set of Black people, go to West Africa. Many countries in West Africa, they don't care about anyone. They care about themselves.
Nigerians don't give a damn about nobody. They don't give a damn. Look, let me tell you something, brother. Like I said, I'm conflicted. You know, because my one have an allegiance to Africa, but I'm still in America, you know, so I'm conflicted. You know, Africans don't respect that. Same time, Dr. Arikana, who did she bring to Burkina Faso? It wasn't a group of Nigerians. I heard they're so educated. It was a group of Ghanaians. She brought Black people from the United States, you know, saying these are people that are going to work with you and things are going good because they're providing a lot of expertise and whatnot. So
man, there's already African experts. We don't need no Black.
Oh, okay, you don't need experts. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you don't need us.
Africans having a diaspora.
Okay. Zongo, who built the Lucas Institute in Ghana? Circle Center.
I mean, that's like a needle in a haystack.
That's
a
only
needle in a haystack.
shut up. In West Africa. The only surgical center. Who built that?
You know what it is? You got to shut him up because he's a bigot, just like Mike. He just comes in sheep clothing. But I told you he was a bigot also. He's a bigot, and he doesn't want to believe he's a bigot. But most bigots don't want to believe they're bigots. That's what he is. You want to listen. If you want to tell somebody that they're not an African, right? Your countries will not even accept them. Your immigration don't want them to be in your country. Okay, then what do you expect the guy to do? To say he's got to go where his bread is being buttered. That's where it is.
Zongo, why is
if he was Ghanaian or Nigerian, let me tell you this, Mosey.
When people are doing good, just give them credit they deserve, man. Black Americans have got more expertise than us here in Africa. Come on, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with
that? When the general of Jamaican heritage went to Grenada, okay, and overtoppled the black regime. Did you hear anybody say anything about that?
No, not
General
even
Colin
so.
Powell, whose parents are from
you don't need no black Americans.
Jamaica. There you go. You know what?
Zongo, what's your beef with black Americans? What's your beef with black Americans? What did they do?
We only black Americans, right? But he's angry. He wanted us to basically throw General Langley under the bus. Okay,
so that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not.
I mean, I really
not
black
doing
American community, Lozy, man. You don't know black Americans, man.
There you go. There you go.
So you live in there. Okay, so Zongo.
Look at all the billionaires. How many Zongos?
But Zongo, black Americans are so bad, but you rather live in America than Ghana.
I don't live with them. I live in a separate community. I don't live with them.
Come on, you can't go
every time you turn the TV on, you go watch a movie, anything like that. We're in there. So we're surrounded.
You know what? Check it out, Zongo.
Yo, I don't have issues with black Americans. I have issues the one that have issues with me.
You see what I'm saying? That's why you bigot. That's why I told you from the beginning you weren't crap, and you're still not crap. You're a piece of shit.
I don't have issues with.
You need to be fair, Zongo. You need to be fair,
and that's what it is.
You need to be fair.
With one that talks slick, you know.
You're a piece of shit.
Clap back double times, you know.
You need to be fair, Zongo. You need to be fair. I can't leave my country and go feel somehow about people that I went to their country, brother. Like you're gonna have to find peace with
and the people whose blood
that you live in their country.
People like
that.
The
white man brought me here. I don't talk slick to the white man. The white man brought me here.
Come on, Zongo. There's no logic in that. You think black Americans are your worst enemy compared to the white man? Come on,
the white men are the one in control of America, man.
You're an idiot. You don't think that we fought the white man for every opportunity? Then why did you put Native African on your application?
Man, all the blacks do is complain.
No, tell the truth. Man. Why did you put African American? Why did you put African American?
You sound like a fool.
Why don't you stop complaining about? Why don't you stop complaining about U.S. foreign policy? AFRICOM then.
Well, it was a conversation. It was a discussion that we held, man. Kyle, we just wanted to discuss.
You're not an African American.
All we like to do is complain.
Why did you hyphenate your name? Why did you hyphenate your name? Okay,
Kyle, I don't complain. You the one that complains all the lot.
I wish
the
world, but I'm not getting involved with that shit. You know,
how much is the white man paying you for defending him online, man? How much are they paying you for defending him?
Man, I don't get paid for defending them. It's just, you know.
Aren't you better than me, Zongo? Then you just tell people you're better than me.
The white man gave me a visa. The white man, come on, man. The white man gave me a
job. Come on.
Give me a job, man.
Am I correct to say Africans who don't have white people in their countries, they glamorize these people?
Lozy, keep these niggas out of your country. You know what? I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing. Keep those niggas out your country.
This is what we don't want in our country, dollar bill. You know, Zimbabweans speak like this. You see, they come in South Africa, the white man is their king, man. The white man is their king.
Ungrateful niggas out. I don't blame you.
No, I never said that. I said all I'm just saying is that the white man has.
When the white man comes and takes your green card away from you and puts you on a damn interim camp, don't call me up. Don't call the NAACP. Don't call any of us.
They're not going to do that, man. As a matter of fact, man, you the first person to laugh at me when the same as
you know him, huh? You don't think when you go
African
visit.
Goddess, of course you're gonna find white people in every African country. It's just about the numbers. It's a numbers game. Jeez, come on. There's Africans who've never seen white people in their countries because the numbers are very, very small. Like, come on,
man, Rose, man, what's your issue, man, with white people, man? What's your issue with white people?
Yeah, we got.
Are you really asking me that? Are you really asking me that, Zongo? Come on, Zongo.
He's an idiot if he thinks
that's land. They took your land in your country.
That's a stupid question, Zongo. It's a stupid question.
That's all he knows. It's stupid.
But yet you came yesterday on this platform trying to brag using the whites' accomplishments to speak for the country.
What white accomplishment? What are those?
Yeah, all about the GDP and the business that you talk about are mostly owned by
a white accomplishment.
The country, yes, of course.
They've been having their own country.
Zongo, did we have GDPs in Africa before colonization, including Ghana?
No country. The company.
So what are you talking about, Ghana? Are you defending all of this? Zongo, come on.
South Africans, you know.
So the white man did all terrible things and he did one thing right, and then that's what you're running with. It's like, okay.
Lozy, man, if you want us to come and help you guys to take back sovereignty, man, we can come and help you guys, but you gotta pay us this time around. No more free money, man.
We've been helped by a Ghanaian.
Zango's a comedian.
Zongo is a troll, man. He's trolling.
What do you mean, man? Kind of, man, I'm serious, man. Kind of, what are you talking about?
They want you to help them. They want you to get help from them.
But you see, Kala, this is why you must give up on the black people, Kala.
Get those Palestinians that they're about to deport because they go to Ghana, they're gonna starve. You know,
I mean, see, that's why I have issue with Kala, man. Even when they speak about Kambom, Kala could even understand that Kambom is thriving in Ghana, man. He had to compare himself.
Me and Bob Myers talk about that today. The brother's not. He's a good brother. Love it with Dr. Kambom, but he has a hard way to go. It's been over 20 years. He has a hard way to go.
Especially dealing with drunk guys.
So Kala,
come on,
you deal with
Ghana. It's like it's hard. It's like it's not easy to be successful.
If I was Dr. Kambom, I would beeline to South Africa.
So Kala, so must the person leave like in America?
I think you should go to South Africa to tell you the truth, or come to Liberia. You know, get out.
With this mindset of Zongo, might as well just come to South Africa, man. These people are still colonized, man. Jeez.
You don't think you have this kind of neighborhood in Ghana, like the one that you do, man? There's a lot of those neighborhoods in Ghana, man.
Yeah, right.
But the thing is, you can't afford, someone like you cannot afford to live in those neighborhoods, man.
Zongo, come on. Ghana is a full-blown third world, Zongo. Ghana is a full-blown third world.
Zongo, right? I don't want a big house and I got to go outside to take a dump. Doing that. That's not my thing, you know.
Oh, you want to get stampeded by a bunch of cows?
Yeah, Kala. I'd rather live in a small house in South Africa with running water, Kala. I'd rather be in a small house in South Africa with all running water.
You can always go to
I don't want that big house.
Hey, Kala, man. Kala, you must be living still in the 60s, man. You gotta wake up, you know.
Yo, I seen the
Ghana is crazy.
You guys got to do something about the poop, man. You know, y'all got to get the poop game up.
Yeah, Kala, man, you crazy, man. You still watching a YouTube video like 20 years ago, man? That's not the reason.
It's recent, man.
Oh man,
20 years ago, 20 days ago, same damn thing.
And he couldn't even go to the store without her taking him. But now he's installing the virtues because he got a little fat white woman.
Yo, check this out. G told there was a Ghanaian guy that was arrested in Poland for taking a poop in the pond somewhere in a public.
Yo, man, G's a fucking liar, man. G's a fucking liar.
Everybody can't be lying, Zongo.
Man, Jesus lying, man.
You know, Zongo, we proved to you about the other the other guy.
That's what they do. They come over here and they try to put the nonsense on us and whatnot. African American. Like you see that picture.
You know that the GDP per capita of Ghana is 2,000.
I said that was not no damn African.
No, that's an African American man. That's no damn
African dead rat one. That was a fucking African migrant.
No, man, that's a lie, man. That's an African.
Do you know that the GDP of Ghana is smaller than that of Zimbabwe? $2,000. Zimbabwe is a crippled country, but they still have got higher economy than Ghana.
The city of the city of Philadelphia, with only 1.5 million people, I thought it was higher than that, right? Has a GDP of $600 billion.
Yeah, that's more than any country in Africa, by the way.
More than all of West Africa combined.
Yeah,
the city of Philadelphia.
Yep.
That means
but
we got
Zongo
in Africa, bro.
And that's why Zongo's going in Ghana.
I used to grow up and think, man, when I was a young kid, man, you know, just how fortunate it'd be to grow up in a country where everybody look like you. But when look like you, when I mean you as the person, like yourself. But when I hear you come in here and just be a butt broken Negro who loves white people so much.
I say it like that. I'm glad my ancestors caught that boat, man. People hate when I say that. I'm glad my ancestors caught that. If I had to live with that, I'd be committing suicide.
You just got no nuts, man. You got no nuts, man. You've been butt broken, man.
If you ain't Ghana, you probably be my servant right now. I promise you.
Man. Servant, you couldn't afford me to be your servant.
Man,
come on.
Man.
Yo, Zongo has dreams of me and Dollar Bill kissing his feet.
You are I can come to you live right now and your cousins, okay? And they're all
it's gonna happen. You and Dollar, you definitely will end up kissing my feet, man. It's gonna happen.
Kissing your feet, nigga, please. You don't even listen. You don't even make what I make in America, nigga.
Man. You're gonna kiss my feet over here
I'll pull out my paycheck
in your homeland. I'm gonna make sure you guys kiss my feet.
Paycheck. Listen, I'll pull out my paycheck and crush you. You don't even make no money now as a civil servant where you are over there in Seattle. Because you know why? Your state don't make enough money. Shut up. You're not talking to one of these Negroes in the corner. Okay. You're not talking to one of those. Kala, okay. Kala is the insurance man, and I'm gonna teach you with over 25 years. Okay, and you look it up. You can go look it up how much I make. Okay, so stop coming here trying to front, Zongo. You ain't nobody. You ain't nobody home, and you damn sure ain't nobody.
You know West Africans. They got this culture of make it until you make it, man. They just go around.
You got the faking down real good.
Yeah.
Stay your ass away from Ghana. Colin Dollar will make.
I'm not interested in Ghana. You think? Listen, this is the whole thing.
Yeah. See, you know what? Your African village in Ghana. You in Bomani.
If I wanted to go to Ghana,
we gonna go and take the land. We gonna go and take the land.
Where your family lives. If I wanted to do so, I could do it tomorrow. Okay.
So if you guys want to be disrespectful, your African village, Kala Bomani, we're gonna take that village, man. We're gonna take it out.
You go there, you do Zongo, man. We're gonna have a whole thing. Zongo, if you start within like 10 yards of that community, you're gonna have a bullet in your head.
This bitch ass ain't taking nothing. He ain't doing nothing but taking it up the behind in Seattle.
So the bottom line is, like I said, man, rifle clubs. All that stuff's coming.
Can you imagine, man, an American Negro trying to kill an American Negro of the land? It's not gonna happen, man.
American Negro.
Over my dead body, man. It's not gonna happen.
No, you haven't even been back to your homeland. You ain't even. Listen, the closest thing that you're going to get to Africa, okay, is watch it on the internet. You're never going back.
Watch Wakanda forever.
Okay, you're here where you want to be.
Man, someone said Wakanda. The term Wakanda was created by a white man. I'm like, Black Americans, man. You guys just sit down.
Wakanda, look at
the white man create words for you guys, and you guys just run with it.
I know.
That's why we gotta take you guys serious.
You know what?
All you do is
listen.
How many years you supposed to think all that up, man? You had all this vitriol in your heart, man. God damn, man.
Tell him Ghana is not even an African word. Nigeria
wasn't even the name of the
not
country.
even an African word.
I only call it
Lago
Ghana. I only call it Ghana no more.
You let the white man control you, gave you your name. You still doing that. He still controls all 90%. Now the Chinese man got his foot deep up.
Oh man, yes, man. I know. Dollar Bill is not making no dough, man. I know, man. I don't want to hold that conversation with him, man.
Why is that? Why is that?
I was responding to St. James, man.
Is Ghana an African word? What was the original word for Ghana?
Gold Coast.
Nope. He knows what it is. Tell us, Zongo. What was the original name? And what did it mean? It meant the Garden of Eden. So who picked your name for you? Your white man picked the name for you, did he not?
Well, you know what? See, I live in your country, and I can stand on your ass, man. But you guys, when you go to my country, I'm gonna fucking control you guys, man.
You don't have a country.
That's what I can.
You wanted to take it over.
I will control you guys, and I'll.
You can't control your bowels. That's why you hear the white man.
When you got the Bomani that, it's gonna be funny.
He can't even control his bowels.
That's gonna be funny. You know,
man, Kyler, man, if I hold you, man, you're gonna even fall, man. Man, come on, man, you're not even strong, man, Kyler, man.
Hold on, PB Bob, hold on. Let's get something straight here, right?
I done seen him before. He looks like a little baby.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
Look, I am sick and tired of people going around talking about this 10K Black Americans. That is a fucking lie. It's about a total of 1,500 Black Americans there. You know, the rest of people are Ghanaians that came back to Ghana, like Zongo types, Lewis. And then
I told you,
you're right. You're right about
1,500 certified Black Americans living in Ghana.
Man, you right, guys contributed $1 billion to Ghana economy. I'm like, these are Ghanaians contributing that money to the Ghanaian economy, not Black Americans.
You know, African guys say, no, there's not no 20,000. Where do these people get these numbers for, dollar bill? There ain't no 20,000.
The original name is called okay, before the Portuguese, I had the original name, but the Portuguese before they called it the Mina, which meant the mine. Okay, and there was another.
Man, you know, from today onwards, man, we want to ban you guys from using the term African in your names, man. As a matter of fact,
ban nothing.
I'm gonna petition the American government.
You mess around with
using the term African.
Check out. Stevie Wonder can't see. How would he know? You know, Stevie Wonder's blind, man. What the fuck are you talking about? You so blind, man. Imagine 20,000 Black Americans living in Ghana. Okay, you know, South Africa is a developed country, pretty much. You know, they don't even have 20,000 Black Americans. You know.
No, we don't. I think we've got 3,000, maybe 500 now, which is.
It feels like 20,000. You know why, Colin? Because they're doing the work of 40,000.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people, but they're not. There's,
you know what? You check the countries most South Africans in Africa is Mozambique. Wait. They say there's 20,000 South Africans in Mozambique. Guess what? South Africa's got 1 million Mozambicans who've been living here for generations. You know what is happening? Mozambicans are going back to their country and they're registering that.
Hey, man, can you take Ghana to that? Trying to tell some girl over there.
The same thing that's happening in Ghana.
Yeah, I had to do that so we can hear you, man. Zongo's mumbling again. He can't help himself, man.
Man, Dollar Bill, come on, man. Why you muting my mic, man, Dollar Bill?
Because you've been acting silly all night, man.
Yeah, allow me to talk, man.
Because you guys
want to roast me? You don't want me to clap back at you? I mean, I think you're playing dozens right now. You know,
I keep
clapping back, man. You can insult me all night, man.
Isn't dozens part of your culture, man? Shit, I learned the culture, and I'm clapping back too, man. That's the. Are you learning?
Clapping at you, bro.
That's African American culture, man.
I know. You know everything about African American culture.
You gotta diss them back. That's what they love.
You know everything about
it. Love,
but you went to the ghetto, and so you went to the ghetto. That makes you an expert in African American culture, right?
Man, Lucy, you out here sucking their ass. You don't appreciate that shit, man. You gotta clap back out there.
Become a pseudo intellectual like
that's
you.
their culture, man. You making fun of people, you make fun of them too. That's what they like.
That's our culture. Okay.
Yeah. Well. That's your culture, man. You've
Look. I stand. Look. Look. Yeah. 20,000 visited. 15,000. Yeah. That's what we know that. 20,000. There's a lot of people. That's what boosts Ghana's tourism. The Black Americans going on. That's a lot of number.
Yo, man, God.
We getting the whole economy.
1,500 people settled. 1,500
over $1 billion. Okay, was generated in 1 year. And and it wasn't the Zongites coming back home. And
there's a lot. There's a lot of us that went back home, man.
But you weren't spending no money because you're cheap as hell.
Man, Zongo, man, I get more money than you guys. These Negroes, man.
Yeah, okay.
We're Negroes now.
Now we Negroes, Black Americans and Negroes. Zongo, I already told you, you don't even make as much money as my daughter, much less than me.
Ain't that the dollar can't afford to go on holiday Ghana? I might just this summer. I might just go to Ghana.
Yeah, that's why you take his ass to Liberia, man. Can you rent a hotel? You can't even afford that.
I'm gonna go online.
Now.
If you keep talking about this salary,
you're too broke to go to Ghana, man. You can't even live in a luxury hotel.
Because in America, everything happens to be what? Everything can be looked up and verified.
The reason why Kala has beef with Ghana is that he wants them to bow to him, and it's not gonna happen. It's
why
not
you
gonna happen.
About bowing and kissing
nobody's bowing to your ass.
When you were a child,
you bow yourself to the citizens of that country.
Were you hugged when you were a child? Did they hug you?
Get out of here.
Was your family like the first family, or
Dollar bill? We've been $1 billion to the country, and they want us to bow to them. Okay? Ass backwards and whatnot.
Man, God, man, crazy.
You guys would be starving right now if it wasn't for Black Americans going there spending money, man. Come on, Dongo.
Well, what money you guys spend, man?
You know, revitalize
from Africa. They're the ones that went back to the country.
Real estate and construction.
You
some
guys
of that land, had been for 400 years. Nobody's even cut the grass. Could you imagine that? 400 years.
I know. Are you serious, man? Kala took a Moroccan and to go to Liberia.
400 years.
You can't even take a one-way.
Some of those places that black people from America
you take one-way
going and revitalizing. The grass hadn't been cut for 400 years.
Hey, Kyle, don't tell me you guys when you're going to Liberia, you guys not going to take a one-way trip. Kyle,
I came back that night, dumbass.
You were there for a month. Sound like a month.
You had a layover, man. Don't tell me you're a poor ass.
Well, that's a big mistake. How dare you have a layover?
You had a layover in Morocco?
Yeah, that's so.
You direct flight to Liberia?
To be honest with you, I don't cheat, but I had these Moroccan girls just stay with us for a couple of days. So I said, nah,
guy, man. Keep your ass to the side. I'm not even on my level. When I'm going home, I'm taking a direct flight to Ghana, man.
There ain't no direct flight.
I came from America. I took a direct flight to America.
You're gonna fly over there yourself on the back of Superman. There ain't no damn direct flight.
Oh my God,
man, Princeton, man, we know Dalibor is ungrateful, man. He lives in Bronx. He's getting protection from Ghanaians.
I'm going down, man. I'm living in
over there, man. He want to speak trash over there, man.
What trash am I saying?
I'm out here, guys.
I'll catch you in
All
Bronx.
right, my brother. Take care, Lozy.
Oh man, Kidola is coming. Oh yo, Lozy, come back, man. Kidola, come.
Oh no, man, that would have been a nice one if Kidola.
Oh yeah, not that nigga.
Lozy said you don't leave. Lozy said you don't live in Nigeria, man. You live in
Kidola, you got some explaining to do, bro.
Kidola. He got to apologize to me because he put me in there because the Sim Police had a thing with this girl. And he went crazy.
He went off a dollar bill.
I was like, what the hell's wrong with this nigga? I didn't do nothing. I didn't say
anything. He took shots at me and whatnot. Called me a passport, bro.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. When Kidola said that shit, I went to Sim Police page and I'm like, man, Sim Police, man. I didn't know Sim Police was a fool like that, man. Man, Sim Police was a stupid ass fool, man.
Kidola.
Hey, Kidola, first of all, someone came His name is Lozy, and he said you told him that you live in Netherlands instead of Nigeria. Can you? True or not, Kidola?
Oh, okay. You getting blocked, Henry Muglia. You're blocked.
Oh man, don't block Henry, man. Don't do that,
You know what
man.
he just said? Suck off dollar bill. What? You out of here, man.
No, man, Dollar Bill, don't do that, man. He's a man. Man, come on, man. Don't do that, man. Oh, come on.
We don't do. We're not gonna deal with no homosexual crap. We're not dealing with that. You out.
Man, why do you want to remove people that support me on this platform? Don't do that, man.
I took him out. He's gone. He want to call men, okay, who are men about some homosexual crap.
Right. Speaking of which, Ross Moisture is here.
Man, I'm getting the moisture.
Yeah, that's the big brother, man. Ross Noise, man. That's my
man, whatever.
My bro. Hey, Kidola, man. Can you hear us, man? Kidola, are you there? Kidola?
I've never. Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah. Were you eating food or something? What's up with you?
I'm sensitive, all right. I took his
I'm just trying to choose some nuts before I go and do some 30 minutes jogging, bro.
Oh, okay. Man, that Lozy guy came here and he accused you of staying in Netherlands instead of staying in Nigeria. And I told him, like, man, everybody knows Kidola lives in Lagos, Nigeria. He lives in Nigeria anyway.
I've never talked to Luz. I don't even know that. I only met me on platform. I've never discussed no shit with him.
The man's not here.
Because I remember you said this one time you took a holiday trip with your wife to Netherlands, right? And you were going to meet even like me.
I'm always saying, I say where he is, you know, there's no need for me to.
Now, he said somebody was sucking somebody off. We don't play that. Okay, Aunt Nam?
Yeah, Carlos. So Lozy came and he lied on Kidola, man, because he just wanted to lie, man.
Bro, I'm 50-something,
Stop
man.
talking about the man when he's not there, man. Stop being a son.
He's going to listen to that, man. He's going to listen to that.
You want to be a man, you should have confronted him. Now you're trying to.
Man, nobody's afraid of Lowe's, man. Hey, Dollar Bill, man. We Africans. We don't play by your rules, man.
Oh,
we
yeah.
make fun of you, and we're going to speak behind your back.
This is Collagenesis platform, and you're going to play by our rules because it's your platform.
Black American guy. Are you doing, man?
All right? So you get that straight.
Hey, Kidola, man. Hey, you know, I watched the video about Sim Policeman, what he did to that Nigerian girl, man. That was foul. That guy, you need to ban him from coming back to Nigeria, man.
Oh, please.
Why you starting so?
I said this guy.
We don't tolerate disrespect, man. That's who we are, man. Africans, man.
Gongo. These guys, they go to Africa, they pretend. They never say their purpose why they're coming down there. He deceived this guy, right? Like he's looking for investment, want to set up. But getting to Nigeria, what he did, he started using that kind of, I want to invest on you.
You want to go to Onyeka? I'll break you down too.
Yeah, so use that to deceive the girl. The girl started maybe some girl maybe $100.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah. He's eating some meat. He's eating some meat.
I love that video about that guy in Nigeria. He's just hiding it. That guy have a lot of nasty video about that guy in Nigeria. That's why he was already demonizing her. Oh, she's ugly. Look at her. She's not nice.
I said that. What did Dollar Bill say? What did
man,
Dollar Bill say?
Man, y'all should, man, both your men should.
Tell me what did I do?
Dollar Bill, we know you and Sim Police, man. We come from the same boat, man.
You're the same boat.
That's who you are, man. You're the same
what boat do you come from, nigga?
Man, birds of the same feathers flock together, man. That's all. That's one thing that I know.
You want to take a little break for the night, bro? Because you're talking mad smack, and you're gonna get smacked. Okay, I don't come from anybody's birds, any feather. I'm my own man. I stand on my own 2 feet. What he said is what he said. I had nothing to do with that. He's his own man, and he can run his own show and say what he can say. All right?
Bro,
so you were happy with Sim Police did to that girl, man, in Nigeria? You were happy with that?
I'm not happy nor this happy. I had nothing to do with it. I don't control what comes out of his mouth.
Sometimes when you get
So why can't you
promoted,
condemn that shit, man? Instead of you say you have nothing to do with it, man.
Did I say anything that was? Did I say anything bad about the system?
Why would you condemn it right now? Would you do that?
No, you're not going to manipulate me.
Because you are a hypocrite. That's who you are.
You was a little punk,
Hypocrite.
and you're not condemning me. Okay, you don't have as much education as me, so you can't try to play me.
Hey, you see, he doesn't want to condemn him because
I don't have to
he's
condemn
afraid
him.
Simple is going to come on this platform and get on his ass.
I'm not condemning nothing.
This is a typical Black American Negro attitude, man.
Oh, you little.
They always try to defend themselves.
You're a little butt broke, because you're a typical Ghanaian under your wife's skirt because you couldn't go to the store by yourself.
And they all hide under the banner of, oh man, I'm a man of myself. He got to be over here so I can speak.
So
You can speak to him. He's going to listen to the show, man.
Why don't you confront him?
You got to. I confronted him. I confronted Simple.
At least Ola was man enough to confront him. My problem with Ola was not what he
Exactly,
said.
and that man, he can't condemn him because, of course, he approved that shit, man. We know that he can't. He doesn't want to do that shit, man.
What?
Even Kala doesn't want to condemn him. Kala, he doesn't want to condemn what he did.
I don't know nothing about this shit.
You can go to his platform right now and see what he did. You saw that video and you laughed to Kala. You do that shit.
Did you condemn that little pygmy?
I'm subscribed, whatever that he does live.
Kala, has the Africans condemned that little pygmy that they go on his show? Not Negro dumbass.
Yeah, well, we're held to a different
We
standard.
don't have issues with his commentary, you know.
Oh, you like
the truth. Put some respect on his
yeah, that's the truth. We don't have issues with him.
Who?
Like you don't know. We don't know where you stand when it comes to Simple's, man. You say, okay, you don't know. You have no.
I don't know where I stand. When I don't like something, I speak about it.
Why don't you? Okay, let us know where you stand. Then let us know where you stand.
I don't have to do your bidding. I told him off the back. I didn't have a problem with the sister. I never said nothing negative about her. Okay, and I can control what comes out of his mouth. Just like you get over there to Afrodummy.
What he did, the way he took the girl, would you approve someone doing the same thing to your daughter?
You approve all that negative shit that Afrodumbass have on his platform? You approve of that? When he's showing pickaninnies and stepping in flesh, you approve of that? Have you condemned him?
I mean, if those African Americans insult him, he has every right to insult them.
I hear Kala all the time.
Condemn him of what?
Condemning Tariq Nasheed. I hear Kala all the time condemning FBA and ADOS. When do you condemn something?
Man, Afrodamas, he never goes out looking for a fight, man. He always
Afrodumbass is a
That's what
dumbass. He's a dumbass. And I hear Kala always going after Tariq Nasheed. Even tonight, he went after Tariq Nasheed. No, so when are you gonna go after somebody for saying something against African Americans?
Yeah, because of course, Kala likes Tariq Nasheed.
You're calling him a dumbass because you don't like what he's saying.
No, I'm gonna call him a
dumbass
because he only says dumbass shit.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Well, that's what I say.
Okay, well, that's your opinion.
You saw what Simple's, man, when he went to Kenya, man.
That
you saw the way he was taking those videos, man. Oh man, that was
your opinion does not matter, Marvin, bro.
Well, it does. My opinion does matter.
And this Simple's guy,
Maybe
man.
your opinion that don't matter.
See, I mean, because there's one time he asked me, you see, when he said he want to go to Africa, man, he doesn't want to go to the big. He want to go to the place that they are not really exposed with those kind of lifestyle, you know, because he want the dumb ones, you know. And man, I'm like, man, this dude, man, I see where he come from, man. Because you know, if you actually live in the hood, they're like exploiting girls in the hood.
Simply don't live in the hood, bro.
But he's a hood product, man. He grew up in the hood.
Okay.
So
I don't sit in the background trying to talk about you.
He doesn't live in the burbs right now. He lives in the hood still, man. What are you talking about?
Zongo, after he sorted his Black American female and make them all baby mamas,
Yeah.
you have some little money.
But even Dalbo lives in the hood too. Dalbo is a hood boy.
Dumbass had a show talking about the
That
black.
nigga's gone. Tired of that. I'm
man.
tired of y'all. You know what? I'm tired of you ungrateful motherfuckers always coming up here talking shit about us. Fuck you. You should stay in your own country if you don't fucking like it. And you know what? Do something with yourself. Build that shit up.
But you guys are the one that's always instigating stuff. So why are you mad?
Look.
Why are you mad when people not mad?
How was I?
You guys are always instigating.
Fuck Ola.
No, we don't instigate. I don't. At least
Yes,
I
you
don't.
Say
do.
nothing nasty about nobody. Country.
Man,
They
Carla,
wanna come up and talk shit.
Carla is an
You haven't said anything yet, but prior to that, man, y'all been talking crap about Africa.
We're descended from Africa. We can talk about whatever we want to talk about.
You know,
get your own platform and you talk about what you
Okay,
want to talk
cool.
about.
Okay, cool. Can I make some point, please? Let me make some point. I don't want any interruption. You
Go
see,
ahead, man.
hold on. Can I
let
talk, please?
him speak. Go ahead.
Can I land, please? Let me land my plane, man. Relax, guys. Relax. Come on now. You see, Carla, when you play that video, and Jonathan was like, "Hey, man, but Tariq is right. You know, you guys are not African. You guys are from North Carolina, and Dollar Bill is from New York." I agree with you guys when you guys say when you are African, but when you are saying you are African, you have to tell me which specific ethnic group in Africa
No,
you
we
came
don't
from.
have to. No, we don't.
Hold on. Can I
No, we
please
don't.
finish?
No, we don't. Hold on. Wait, hold
I
on. Let me put it
asked you not
to you
to
like this.
interrupt me. Can I please finish?
Hold on. We're the
Can I please finish?
We're the African American. I know you probably guys are jealous of that, whatever like that. We are the.
I'm not jealous of that. I'm not jealous of that. You know,
I don't
like me. Hold on. Can I make my point? This is why I don't like to call you guys, man. I can never finish.
I come from like 20 different regions in Africa, 20 different tribes. What supposed to be?
Oh my God!
You know, I don't look. We our bloodline comes from all over the continent. What are I supposed to do?
I'm the Gullah Geechee people.
No. I don't agree with that. That's a lie, man. That is a lie.
I did my DNA, bro.
Okay.
How you gonna tell me I did my DNA?
I did mine too. Guess what? I did mine too. And I have family all history.
I don't come from just one tribe. I come from like 20. I come from all over the different parts of Africa. The only place I don't have ancestry is the Senegambia region.
Can I talk now?
So the bottom line, I look, and also I don't respect or do I acknowledge any tribal thing, because if it was any
Zongo, you see what problem with these people?
I would not be here right now.
Hey, Ross, man, what's up? What you say, Ross?
What am I going to identify with something that failed? You know, it failed us. You know, so it's time to start something new.
Hey, Carla, can you allow Ross to finish, man?
Okay. So if you are saying you something new, so therefore you're not of African descent.
I'm not
therefore you are American. You are what you are.
Look. I told you. You will speak English, man, because I'm getting tired of repeating myself. We said we're African American. Period. That's it. We're the African story of America, right? Nobody else is African Americans.
We are the true African.
We have an African story in America. Our culture is American.
Okay, Carla. But the moment, Carla, can I make my point, please? I was talking and then you rudely interrupt me. Can I finish my point?
Hey, go ahead, make some freaking sense, man.
Oh my God, I am making sense.
No, you're not.
You are claiming.
Hey, Carla,
hold on. Okay, you can call me whatever you want. I don't care. Like words don't really hurt. But if you are saying,
go ahead and say what you guys say.
Oh, ass nigga, shut up.
If you guys are saying you guys are of African descent, shouldn't you know like which ethnic group in Africa you came from?
Where we from?
Because that's what I did. That's what I did. That's what I told you.
I told you,
and they are doing it.
I told you where my ancestors came from. I know where my ancestors came from, but it's not necessary to like this because 400 years produce a new culture. Where do
you from Angola? You from Angola, man. Go back to your people.
So bottom line, look, 400 years produce a new people, a new culture. You know,
Carla, if you're from Angola,
let me ask you.
Like the Mbundu tribe, you most likely came from the Bakongo or the Mbundu people.
Hold on. You gonna let me talk? Look, the Scott
Okay,
Irish.
go ahead. You know
the history of the Scott Irish. Okay, the Scott Irish are Scottish people that migrated to Ireland and lived there for 1,000 years. And then they migrated to America to the Appalachian. The Scott Irish, they're completely different than the Irish Catholic Irish American. Why? Because 400 years.
But they are still claiming there's not an Irish ancestry.
If you did a DNA and took a sample of a Scott Irish person and a Scottish person, just the fact that they were away all that time when that produced a new DNA marker.
Yeah, I still the same. Yo, Carla, let me tell you something.
Same thing.
When I went to Nigeria, I was welcome. I was welcome by my people.
Same thing. Hold up. Same thing, African American, right?
Oh
my DNA also traces says North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Why? Because I spent 400 years in America. Now there's a DNA pattern linking African Americans in the South. You know,
we call them the Gullah Geechee people.
You know, so the bottom line, we are people. You know,
and the Gullah Geechee people.
Man, you guys refuse to let guests to speak, man. You know, let me tell you something. When I went to Nigeria, I went to Nigeria in March, I went to Kano, I went to Abuja, and I also went to Sokoto. You know, the people welcome me with open arms, man. They were not like, oh man, you were Haitian, blah blah blah. They welcome me. So some of them started there was like welcome back home.
This is your home. Open arms in Liberia. Look, I got a wife there and I got a house there.
Nah, Carla, man, they like your money, man. They like your money.
I have no desire.
Yo, Zongo, you see what I'm saying?
Look, I have no desire.
They don't know, man.
No desire. Listen, they want to claim Africa, but they don't want to claim
I do not like Nigeria. I do look. Just but the fact of the matter is the Nigerians that basically came to America ruined that because I have no intention of ever linking with Nigerians. I can give a damn about them. So what do I need to know about them for? You know?
Hey man, Carla, man, they don't like you in Liberia. They just want your money, man. Just being honest with you.
Okay, Zongo, shut up.
Hey.
But time him out for a minute.
Yeah, he needs that.
Yeah. Why do you guys have to time out? You guys don't have to do that, man.
No. Yo, when you say something stupid like that, does Zongo go around with me in Liberia? How many friends I got and people and family and stuff like that? Why would you say something like they only want your money one? I ain't giving nobody no money in Liberia. You know, so when people say stupid,
but you didn't say nothing foul. You say
that they only want my money. Are you saying? Are you disrespecting my marriage? Say my wife only wants my money. You know. See, people don't say
that was a little bit out of line, I try not to talk about people's personal life.
How disrespectful they sound. There's the average African mind is in the fucking gutter. You know, they're like,
nah, man. I don't get that. But bring him back,
his mind's in the gutter all night. Why would you say something like that about somebody's wife? You know, you never talk like that.
Idiot.
Man, he's just messing around, man. Just bring him back, man. It's a cool brother.
No, look, this line you cross. You never hear me take one of my guests on the show or anybody I'm talking to talk about somebody's wife and kids. Well, you never do that, you know. You don't talk about somebody's family.
Nah. I do agree with you on that. That's personal, man. That's somebody else, like private life. You don't talk about somebody else.
Yeah, but bottom line, he don't know my wife. He don't know my situation, so he don't say something like, "Oh, no." Yo,
I agree with that, Carla. Hold on, Carla. On behalf of my fellow household brother, I apologize. Okay, I apologize for him. But bring him back.
Hold on. I'll tell you right now, my peoples in Liberia, when we had Ms. Bell and I got our place and it was nice, it's decorated, all brand new shit. We invited all the people we know in Liberia, her family, all my friends and whatnot came by, BAO members came by and whatnot. And we cooked a big dinner for everybody and everything like that. And everybody would just tell everybody, this guy, Kala, you know, Liberia is so grateful to have this guy and whatnot, you know. What would we be without him? He put so much pride in us. We didn't know what we had in this country and whatnot. He just made me feel so proud to be a Liberian because the way he loves his country so much and whatnot. So please don't tell me that I'm there because people just want my money. What I do in my life is unreal. The thing about Zongo is nothing in his life has ever been real. The way he talks, everything like that. And I could tell a lot of these African immigrants, they need to go back to Africa, find out who they are, and build something because they don't friggin' have anything in life that they know and they're trying to build with, you know? Nothing's real to them.
So, Carla, with that being said, shouldn't you do the same thing too? Like going back to Africa and knowing
at my age, I know what I want.
And I'm going to keep repeating the same thing because, like, when you guys keep claiming
first of all, you can't say me because
your tribe.
I'm in America. This is where I live, right? I go to Liberia because I decided to make that my second home. You know, I have a wife there and a family. I have a house there. You know, pretty soon I have a business there, right? So the bottom line is I don't need to find myself, you know.
Hey, Kyle, bring Kadola. Hey.
But Kyle, are you integrating yourself into the Liberian society?
I have a family. I introduce myself, my Liberian family. You know, I don't get into Liberian society.
So Kyle, let me ask you this: like, so
I don't get into like. Look, I don't.
What
get
is your
into
white tribe?
Politics.
What is your white ethnic group? Is your wife American Liberian?
Look, you're gonna start interrupting. I'm gonna say what I got to say. You know.
Oh man, Donovan, man, don't do that to Kadola, man. Donovan, don't do that.
More than like, I brought a tour group to Liberia. We spent money on children's.
Dollar on ban Kadola, man.
A lot of charities in Liberia and whatnot. I'm a part of Liberian society. Don't tell me about integrating with somebody else. You don't know what the hell the word means.
Hey, Kyle, first of all, hey, Kyle.
Yo, Kyle, you seem very offended when I said that, man. I don't think
no. I'm saying because you're ignorant.
If you want to integrate yourself into
all you're
Liberian
doing is saying, what you want me to do is say, oh, I'm not. That's what's not going to happen is, you want me to say, say, oh, I hate being African American. And I want to be something. No, I think being African American is a lottery.
Stop banning people.
Let me tell you something. I really do feel being African American is the best thing God could ever made me, and I don't want to be like that. Did that make sense to you?
Hey, Kyla, first of all, see,
it doesn't make any sense to me because African American.
No, that's what it is. But that's the way we feel about it. That's the way we feel about it. We feel like
integrate yourself into an African society.
I thank God that I wasn't born in Haiti. I thank God I'm not Haitian.
Okay, that's great. Check this out, Kala. When I went to Nigeria, I didn't say these people that I'm a Asian or Asian or blah 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 blah.
Nigeria, you know.
I simply said that. Listen, my ancestors that came from house and land.
I don't give a damn,
they
man.
were
Nigeria's
taken
open
and they were
soul,
enslaved in Haiti. That's simply what I said, and I'm returning back. My people's homeland.
No interest in it.
And that is the house on it.
Don't let him take you there, Colin. Let him speak his thing. Don't let him get you angry.
That's what I said because
these guys
because when I went to Nigeria, I didn't bring Haitian culture with me.
Look, Ross Moyes.
I am integrating myself.
I will never benefit from Nigeria. Hold up. Will I ever have access to oil block? Will I ever have gold? Will I ever have
nobody's giving no oil block.
I have nothing in that country. I will never have anything in that country. So what do I care about Nigeria for?
Nobody's
didn't you say that part of the ancestors came from Nigeria, like Eastern Nigeria, from the Igbo people?
I could care less. I don't care about the Negro.
Say one more thing about it on Yeka Makadu, and you're done.
Hey, Ross Morris, man, thanks for standing on business on my behalf.
Talking about my wife, get him out of here, Dollar Bill.
Kala, hey.
No, he's not going to talk about
I do got wedding.
Y'all need to chill, man. Like, you guys don't need to be a tyrant, man. Just take it easy, man. We're just having like
no, but you don't come at it. Hold, this is a new age, man. You don't come at it with some disrespectful shit. You want to have a respect.
All right, Carla. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Just take it easy, man.
No, you don't consider me your brother. Stop it. You know,
apologizing for another man. That's gay.
No, that's not gay, man. You wouldn't understand that, man. That's my fellow kinsman, man. We don't. I personally don't believe in that black unity.
I know you don't believe in black unity, so stop trying to force it down my throat. So I know you motherfuckers don't like us and shit, you know?
Right? Yeah, you just want cosplayers all day. That's what I'm like, man. Stop.
I got him.
We know Haitians in real life.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Anybody, I swear to God, anybody talks about my fucking wife who I love.
Yeah, but Kala, man, I never spoke about your wife. Why would you label that against me, though? I never did, though.
No, you said they want you for your money. You're talking about I'm with my wife 99% of the time.
Yeah, but I'm not speaking about your wife
like that. So when you make a comment about they want you for your money,
no, but I'm speaking about Kala. See, when I said that, speaking about the country that you went to,
asshole, and move on.
I mean, Kala, man, why would you always link that to your wife, though? I don't even do that shit, man.
No, I'm saying like this. I'll say you don't talk about a man's.
That's fine, man, but I don't talk that way, man.
Oh yeah, but you said they only Liberians only want me for my money when I
what does that mean? I'm speaking about
you are. Who else am I talking? Who else?
Come on, man. I'm speaking about the country, man. The people that you go on tour trips and everything, man. Come on, man.
Who else? What would you be talking about?
Man, when you went to Liberia,
anybody else around me just want me for money. No, I got people there that really care about me. You know, I got people there that fucking kill for me in that country. You know, they love me.
Hey,
You know?
okay. Well,
I don't need nobody telling me like that. That thing where I have with Liberia is real. That's
okay,
real.
that's fine, man.
All
Kyler, man.
the other stuff, it ain't real. You know.
Well, Kyler, we didn't know I was gonna hurt your feeling when I said that. I didn't mean your wife. I mean the people in Nigeria, except
You
your
don't
wife.
even know the people, so shut up. You were wrong. Admit when you wrong and keep moving.
You know. No, I mean, no. See, my intention. I see. If I was gonna say your wife, I would have mentioned that. But if you send it on your platform,
So what do you mean? So let me ask you a question. What do you mean by they only want me for my money? Who only wants my money?
I mean, the countryman. When you go, you say people respect you over there. What do you mean?
Yes, when I carry myself and whatnot, and my message and whatnot, I'm so uplifting to people because I tell.
You wrote a book out there.
Whatnot, you know, I wrote the first historical novel in the country. You know, I brought a tour group there, and they admire the stuff I want to do there. I have a lot of plans, and they said,
So why did you bring your wife in this conversation?
One deal happened, and they said, I know you could do great things for the country.
So why did you bring your wife in the conversation? Why do you bring the wife in your conversation?
Can you guys just get off that?
Oh,
Bro, Carla, you take everything out of context. I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think he meant to say that like that. You took it out of context.
No, that's not what I meant, man. I'm not even gonna speak that way, man.
He had to discipline him, and now he's back. Now he can keep his mouth shut on certain areas. Keep it moving. Simple as that.
Man, Dollar, man, don't get me
Learn
mad,
some
man.
discipline.
Come on, get you.
Learn some discipline as a man. That's all. Learn some discipline.
Your dollar bill. My grandpa. I got some better questions for you, man. Like, when are you going to go to Africa?
You don't have to.
Hopefully, God's willing. God's willing.
What makes you think that you, Ross Moyes, can question me about my life? I don't even know who you are. You come up here every week, and all you do is make all kinds of talks and say all kinds of things about me. You telling me how broke I am and
hold up, yo, bro, yo, young black Milton, turn your camera on. I never seen you before. Turn your camera on. I'm not letting you up, young black Milton in the back stage. When I am not letting you up until I see.
I mean, yeah, dollar bill. You always claim that you're
the person
we
went away.
don't deny that.
The person went away. I know it was a white troll.
Motherland, man. You gonna let me,
was a white troll. I know it.
Like an Asian guy, man. Like, go to Africa before you. Come on, man. Like,
first of all,
where all the money you got, bro?
I got plenty of Haitian people, like I told you, who I consider be family. I was adopted by a Haitian family. They gave me nothing but love for over 20 some years, maybe 30 years. I've known them, so I don't have nothing.
A dollar bill. I believe that. I believe that. You know what? I believe that dollar bill because being Haitian has nothing to do with ethnicity. Like anybody can be Haitian as long as you are a so-called black man. It don't matter. You can be Haitian.
So I don't.
You are black African. You can be Haitian.
Problems with Haitians.
So I'm not even gonna argue with you on that.
I have nothing but love for Haitians. Haiti was the only country that came and wanted to fight to get us back. So I have no problem about that. I'm proud of my Haitian brothers.
And you know what we did? Like we tried to purchase like all black American that was enslaved, and the tertiary
exactly. So I have no issue. I don't have no issue with Haitian.
Think about it. So think about like when you guys are talking recklessly about Africa. That truly offended me.
We're not talking reckless about Africa.
I mean, like sometimes, man, like the stuff you be saying, bro.
Hold up. First of all, nobody on this platform that be coming at us are calling from Africa. It's all you Negroes that live in the West, that brainwashed Negropeans that be coming at us. You guys don't represent Africa. Trust me. I know I got plenty of friends and people all over the continent, and they got me. They back me 100% what I say. I had a young guy from Sudan, right, to comment, and I said, "Look at my comment section. You're Kala, man. When are you gonna do a show about South Sudan and whatnot? We need somebody like you and whatnot." So the influence of this chat platform, me, is spreading throughout the world, and I must be saying something right because I got a strong support among the Africans on the continent. Just like so you're gonna take that to the bank, So I'm
not offended. If you see me have a conversation with a particular individual and I'm coming at them because they said something reckless or stupid, doesn't mean that I have an issue with Africans. You understand? Because
sometimes that'll be you generalize, man.
No, I'm not generalizing.
You
would generalize us.
With an individual.
You would generalize us, man. I'm not.
I'm just clapping back. Defending my brother.
Listen, you and I have spoken before. I have no problem with you clapping. I just have problems when, like I had to get rid of some cats because they want to be reckless. At least you've been on here. This is the second time you've been on here. People like Ant Nam, they'll never come on here. They want to talk smack. I had to let him go because he said something reckless about my man's wife. So that was done. So he had to go. Okay. When people get out of the pocket, if you want to, I'm sure if you want to cuss him out, he don't have a problem with you cussing him out. He'll either ignore you or cuss you back. And most of the time he ignore you. I'll cuss people back. That's what I do. You understand? But there's certain
all I'm saying, never talk about people like my family. They're not here to defend themselves.
There you
go. If you got a problem with me, I don't care what you say about me. But the bottom line,
about that.
Family, leave my family.
I definitely agree on that. Like talking about other people's family. That's out of the question. Like you should not be talking about anybody's family.
Raz.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. Man,
like I said, I suck my say. I have no problem with the
let's just change the conversation, man.
We all owe debt to the Haitian people in this part of the hemisphere. Okay, they fought out against the white man, and I don't like the white man. So those Haitian brothers that fought against the white man are my personal heroes.
Yeah, what Colin, man? See what Rice is telling you, man. You gotta connect yourself with an ethnic group on the continent, That's
right.
The continent,
Come on, man.
That's why.
You gotta let people talk. Even if you don't like his point, like let him finish, and then you can rebuttal what he's saying after.
So what Ross is telling you?
Go ahead, John. Go.
Ross is telling you the right thing, because it seems Ross even understand the African society than even you guys, man. That's why when you see a lot of African Americans, when they go to these countries, they be giving them African names. Those African names is tied. Let me finish, man. Those names.
You're not renaming me. I don't need your damn name.
I don't mean.
Damn, I don't want to be no
Zongo Jr. and whatnot. Get out of here.
You want somebody to bow down there? That's the bullshit.
Rename me.
Get out of here, Zongo.
Get out of here. I legally got rid of the white man's name. I dropped the name from the Malinka tribe, whatever like that. And I said, this is going to be my name. So I've studied the history of what my name meant and everything like that. And I legally changed my name. I'm not changing my name again. I don't give a damn.
And I am the Ubuntu King.
Hey, Kyle, the point I'm saying is that those African Americans that go to the continent and those names that are given to them is tied to an ethnic group on the continent.
Yeah. So what exactly does that do?
So when you hear Omar Johnson's name,
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
We know where he belongs.
What is
somebody's name Kofi? We know he belongs to that ethnic group.
What is that,
That's what it means, actually.
Get over it, bro.
What the hell does that do?
Get over it. We're not the lost Negroes.
It means a lot. Let me tell you guys a story. There's this Asian senator, his name is Moise Jashar. He went to Nigeria. He went specifically to Enugu State. Like Enugu is considered like Igbo land. So he went there. They had a ceremony for him, and then they gave him like an Igbo name.
What we do?
So he was welcome, and then the people accept him. Like the Igbo people accept him because that's where he traces his roots. That's where he traces his lineage. And that's why I tell Haitians, when you're going to Africa, go claim your ethnic group. Because you can't be going to Africa and say that,
If you want to go, look, if you want to go there and do the boom shakalaka and no disrespect when that, hey, you
Carla, like I said, when I went to Nigeria, I went to the area where my people belongs. I didn't have to go to the southeast. I didn't have to go to the southwest. My people are not Yoruba. My people are not Igbo. I went exactly in the north.
Yeah, man. Ross is a Hausa man, just like me, man.
We both can't talk at the damn
Just
same
like his man.
We can't both talk at the same time.
That's how we rock together.
You interrupt me, brother.
Look, I am above that. How would that look as somebody like me that's a leader to our people when not bowing down to you?
Kala, if you don't do that, they're gonna exploit you on the content.
I am the fucking leader. Look, I'm the basically the facto leader of my community.
Kala, if you don't do that, you're gonna be open.
I'm not gonna look. The bottom line is this: no, I care about my people here. That's what I care about. My people are here. These are my people. You know, they come first and last. You know, I don't care about connecting with anybody.
Yeah. African goddess, Omar he has a Yoruba, so he's tied to that ethnic group.
That's good. Let us stay tied up. We're not.
Exactly.
We have many ethnic groups that we belong to.
Man, hey G, man, where do you belong? Tell me where you belong, G. Come on, you act like you know everything, G.
It's like, yeah, I sure do.
Yeah,
if I don't, my dad does.
Ifa Tunde.
Your dollar bill. You cannot tie yourself to every ethnic group in Africa. You have to be one or the other.
Listen, I'm not
That's
tying.
what you just said a moment ago.
All of those groups.
You know something? Daldo, you know what it is? It's like they're not doing this for us. They're doing it for themselves. It's African.
Hey, Kala, man.
Yeah,
that's
you
all
know
it is.
Boys,
that's all it is. Look, I know the African mind. The African mind is so.
Your Kala, please let me see Dollar Bill for a second.
Dollar Bill, what they do is they see Black America. We're so everything was so popular, was so beautiful, and everything like that. They want us to bow down to them to make themselves feel better about themselves.
It's not gonna happen.
You know,
that's not what it is, Kala. That's not what it is.
Exactly what it
is. That you guys are very arrogant.
Hey, check
you guys are boastful, arrogant.
Why don't you guys start with Haitians? Why don't you guys start with Dominicans, Brazilians, all those other people? Dude, African Americans are way above your league.
Listen, Haitians came from 21.
Start with your Haitians. Start with your people from Grenada. Start with your other people like this.
Listen, Kala, that's what I'm doing. That's what I promote to Haitians, and a lot of them are doing it. A lot of them are tracing their lineage.
I'm glad you're doing it, man.
And they are assimilating themselves.
We're not
Has it transferred?
Do you see
I've done it. And I've seen
Moist
trying to make their hair like ours.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has it transformed Haiti right now? You know, you guys
listen, Kala. Haiti's not in Africa. Geographically, Haiti is not in Africa, but the people are African people.
Okay. Now, what is Africa doing for Haiti right now?
Africa does not need to do anything for Haiti. Africa needs to do.
So what is? Why are you telling them they got to be?
Can I finish?
You make them finish. You little lose this argument.
These guys, you lose the argument in the middle of my section. The sentence. Can I please finish? Africa does not need to do anything for Haiti because Haiti geographically is not in Africa. What Africa is doing for Haiti, they are welcoming their people that belongs to an African ethnic group. They welcome me. I have a house on them. I also have a house on them. There's also a lot of Haitians. Can I please finish, man? There's also other Haitians that are welcoming back to the tribe that their ancestors were taken from in Africa. That's what Africa are doing for Haitians. Africa doesn't do anything.
You're telling me
Africa does not do anything
they recognize
for Haiti,
earlier?
the land.
Let me ask you a question. Then why Haiti's fighting so hard to stay in the United States?
I gotta go.
You say what? I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Okay, you heard me. Okay, why are those Haitians, right? That's like 200,000 of them. How come they're not going to Africa, seeking their tribe, and blending back in?
They are doing that. The thing is, Kala,
they're in America right now.
You don't go to Haitian platform.
They're trying to stay there.
You pay attention
right
to the Americanizations. That's your problem.
Right here in America, like
no. You focus more on Americanization, man. I'm focused on
they trying to stay here, right in America.
I don't care about Americanization.
Well, if you don't care about that, then why are you here?
I'm simply saying that I care about Haitians that want to know their roots. And that's what I promote. Like the ones that want to be Americanized, they want to be like Negroes, like FBA. I left them alone to their own destruction. I don't care about these people. I care about the ones that want to go back to Africa and knows their roots. You know where
okay, so why don't you go over there?
These are the people that I care about.
Bring those people over there. Why aren't you living there?
Well, that's what I'm doing. In fact, I'm trying to get my Nigerian citizenship and repatriate over there. That's that's my goal.
All you guys are full of shit. You know.
What are you gonna do? You can say that. You can say that.
You guys are full
What
of
are
shit.
you
gonna do there?
That's commendable, brother.
Don't worry about it, $1 Bill. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yo, this nigga ain't going nowhere.
Come on, why you gotta call me N-word,
You can say
man?
whatever you want, bro.
Unbelievable.
You can say whatever you want.
You guys
You don't know me like that. You don't know my private life.
You ain't going nowhere. All you like to do is getting online.
Oh yeah, trust me, I am. Trust me, I am. I will be buried there. I will be buried house and land, and I will have my family there too. I'll have my second family over there too.
Whatever. If you was there, hold up. What's taking so long? You got Cuddy. He's in Burkina Faso right now.
You know what's taking me so long? You know what?
You've been saying this for years, man. Yo, my boy Cuddy is there right now. He's a dusty Negro like you. He took his life into his hands.
Come on, bro. You bogus, man. Why you calling him dusty?
I got kids.
So
I'm taking care of my kids over here.
So he got to do
I got to make sure to take care of my kids. Once I'm done with that, I will be just like Brendan said.
If you really want to be in Africa, Ross Moist, you would basically go over there and say, tell your kids, well,
I've been over there. I was welcome and I got accepted. I got accepted by my people.
You need to be accepted, Ross. How old are you?
I'm 34.
It doesn't matter.
You're the same age as my daughter. You need to be accepted, huh, my brother?
At my age, I'm not looking to be
the thing is, I was welcome. I mean, the people gratefully, they graciously embraced me.
That's what I said. You should be there.
I'm well in tune with the Hausa culture.
After they accepted you, why'd you come back to America? Why'd you come back to America?
It's a long
because
issue,
I got responsibilities over here, brother. I got kids. I got kids with your FBA women, so I got to my kids while we repatriated.
I got kids card.
I got kids.
That's a valid reason, though.
At your age, you don't have any kids. I got kids. I got responsibility, bro. So I got to take care of mine while I move there. And I will move there.
You basically
don't got an Africa budget?
Stay in America.
Hey, Ross, can you allow the?
Don't worry about it, man. Like I make 6-figure, brother. I got an Africa budget. Don't worry about it, bro. How silly question was that?
Hey, Ross,
you need like 300K a year.
Can you allow the panelists, the new panelists, to talk to the guy?
All right. This is it must be that guy Ngolo. You know.
Oh, is that Ngolo?
Yeah. What's up?
No,
Ngolo is not my name. That is a phrase. It just means the era of power in Kikongo.
Your name is Ngolo.
That's not my name.
I'm naming you Ngolo, bro.
That's a phrase. But anyway, I would just like to I went back and listened to that stream I was on, bro. I was obnoxious, bro. I want to apologize to y'all, bro. I was obnoxious as hell.
I was just telling you, Ngolo, let me tell you something, brother. I was you at one time, you know.
Oh man, Colin.
I'm just talking. I stand on what I was saying. I'm just saying the way I was comporting myself was obnoxious.
Look, I felt righteous indignation too, but as I got older, right? Or age comes wisdom. You could be smart all you want, but something about the cultivation of age, right? That gives you. I learned that with my father, right? My father basically, because I always thought my father always said had this thing where he always tell people, why did my son think he's so much smarter than me, right? Because I always read books. My father was very smart, right? But I used to read books he didn't read, so I always thought I know something he don't know, right? But then one day I was talking to my father, right? And he just dropped some knowledge on me, right? And I said to myself, you know something? The only way I could explain the fact that he understood somebody is that he has age on me, you know? He has age on me. And those lived years, you know, just counterpulled him. No matter how much I thought I knew, and how many books I read and whatnot, I didn't have the life experience that he did, you know? Amen. So what I'm saying is when somebody has life experience, right? They lived, and they've been through what you've been through, and when I listen to them, you know?
Yeah, but Kyle, you gotta comport yourself like an African
Yeah,
elder.
niggas got a
You know?
problem with that though, because you know, like a lot of
If
niggas
you
don't
in
have
Dallas, you gotta
dads.
comport yourself like an African elder.
Oh yeah,
I
no. Yeah, look, we say what we want to say.
What African
Being
elders?
being dollar bill like the Rumble, you know. But the bottom line is, you cannot. What you guys want is you want us to act like L was absent respect. You know, can't work like that. You know, you act like look when somebody basically shows respect, right? Don't mean you have to kiss my ass, but shows basic respect and whatnot. Then people act like, oh, it's a pleasure. Like there's people that I talk to, right? That I know is more senior than I am, and I just sit back and try. Like I had this one guy that I know, he's in Virginia Beach, older guy, right? This guy's a retired nuclear physicist. He worked for GE since 1978, and this guy drives a brand new Corvette. He's 83 years
Why
old.
you gotta bring his car into this
He has
conversation?
an Escalade. Listen to what I'm saying. Just listen.
Shut up,
right?
son.
And check us out. He drives. He got so many cars. When I
It's
see
all
him
about
right now,
status for Americans, man.
hold up. I said, look, I told, but he got kids, he got grandkids, and great grandkids. He lived his life, whatnot. And I said, Mr. Edward, every time I see him, I said, I want to grow up to be like you. He said, man, I'm nobody, you know. I said, sir, you are an honorable man. This guy basically did everything right and everything. And just sometimes he just talks to me, right? And when he talks to me, I don't freaking talk back. I just sit back and I shut up. Why? Because he's an elder, and he's a senior, and he's been through life and whatnot. He's not been where I've been like 5 times, you know. And so basically, I just sit back and shut up, you know. Whatever he has to say,
Yeah,
I sit back and listen. That's
Did
just
you hear that, Zongo?
I mean, so are you trying to say that for someone whose knowledge of the world is based on the books that he read, you want us to listen?
No,
to
I'm
him
saying
now?
no. I'm saying the fact that, you know, for all it's worth, you know. I mean,
Yeah, but Kyle, we've never heard
I'm
you.
saying, the people. I'm not asking you to respect me. What I'm saying, but
Yeah, we've never heard you.
look,
Like,
hold up. You're only impeding your own blessings. You know, simple as
yeah,
that.
Kyle, a lot of the times when you try to
impeding
make
your
a
own
point, you
blessings, right?
reference movies,
Because if you don't
you
learn
reference
if you don't learn freaking basic respect and whatnot, I really feel sorry for you, you know, because this ain't for me. You know, the bottom line is I live my life already, you know. The bottom line is I say this all the time, Zongo. Have you ever really experienced anything real? Was anything real? The girl that you had in Chicago, was that real? Have you ever had anything real in your life?
Nah, he don't get no bitches.
You from Chicago?
He don't get no women.
Yeah, I lived in
man.
Chicago before, man. In Garlow, man. I live for
But
a short
everything
while.
to you is a joke. We're not
Oh,
anything real.
Right, he don't get no
And
hoes.
also, the reason why I say
Heights.
that, a reason why I say that is at some point in time, you got to say to yourself, you know something, you know, I have to go back to my country, right? And I got to make it right because I am sick and tired of these black people in America. I want to build something. I want to be part of Ghana. I don't give a damn if my standard of living goes down. I don't care how much money I don't make, whatever like that. I want to go back to that. That's real. That's when you know, Zongo, your life becomes real. You know, it's not real living in a fantasy in Seattle, Washington. That's it. So take that for everything it's worth. You know,
He's never gonna leave there.
Yeah, and that's like the most like whitewashed like type of black people live in Seattle, Washington. So I can see why
Man,
he's
go,
like
man.
that. Like
Come
it makes
on.
a lot of sense now.
Yeah, he ain't leaving there.
You like Seattle?
Elders are talking.
I
you gotta
don't.
shut
That's
up
what I
and
was
listen
saying.
to
Like
it.
he lives
No,
there.
I'm
So
talking
that's
to
why
the brother that
I
lives out
understand
there.
why he's like that. You know what I mean? I'm
Zongo,
like,
he just
Yeah, he
don't
loves
know.
it
He's a
out there.
those
nice
black
kid.
people are like super
Zongo's a nice
whitewashed,
kid.
bro.
He
Bad.
just got this bigoted stuff in his head, and he can't get it out. I don't know what happened
The
to
bottom,
him.
the reason why he has that
I
big
live in
ass
the
stuff
blackest,
is
the blackest city.
the reason why he Zongo's
man.
like
I
that
Nah,
know
but
it's
you gotta
because
understand,
his
bro.
life is not
Washington
real.
is a whole
He's
city is
conflicted,
like
right? He lives in
I
a
think
world
something
where he's
happened to
white
him, man.
people
I don't
and
want
whatnot,
to,
you know.
he probably don't want to discuss it. But
Hey, Ngola, where you say you stay again in
I've
Chicago?
dealt with a
Where do you
few
stay?
black women
something
from out
happened.
there.
You
They're
said
like
what?
super whitewashed. Like
Where
they're
do you
not
say you
like,
stay
you
again
know,
in
the
Chicago?
usual
No,
culture
I'm from Ford
that we're
Heights
used to.
and Harvey, but those are south suburbs in
Oh, Harvey, man.
Chicagoland
I
area.
know Harvey, man. I know Harvey. I've been there before. I used to have
Yeah,
a haircut. I used to stay at Tinley Park. I used to go to Harvey to have a haircut over there.
yeah. Tinley Park is a white area though. That's the white.
Oh, there's a lot of black people over there. I mean,
See?
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of black people over there. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
it is. It's
There is
relative. It's
black,
like 60-40, 60%
Yeah,
white,
yeah.
40% black.
Yes.
But
Tinley Park,
where
like
I'm from is but it's like 95% black.
yeah,
You got to
Harvey's
realize
Harvey's not far away from that. You know?
and he had
I
to have
used to go to Harvey to have a haircut over there. It's like
Yeah,
a West Harvey or something like that, close to like a South Holland. You know South Holland?
yeah.
Yeah.
I know the whole area, bro. That's why I'm from.
Oh, for real? Oh, that's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Zongo didn't take long to get his hair cut because his hairline's way back.
Yeah, this guy, man. The best barbers were the blacks, though. That's for sure, man. I can vouch for the blacks for sure.
Blacks for the blacks. Beat the blacks?
Yeah,
Or African Americans?
The blacks.
African Americans, you know.
Yeah, don't all my Africans, when you come over to America, please don't go to Great Clips. They
Where is
gonna do
that?
y'all bogus.
Where is that?
Great Clips it's like a chain barbershop.
Oh,
It's really for white folks.
Oh, really? Oh, I did that. I did it.
Africans go to white barbershops. You serious?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying don't go to Great Clips. I'm telling them when they come over here, if you're not familiar with the terrain, don't go to Great Clips. They're gonna do you both.
Where's the Africans go to get their hair cut? You know, they go to white barbers. They know that there's black barbers and white barbers. You know,
I be seeing them in our barbershops.
Like they go in New York, man. Africans just
so that's the one time they admit they're black.
Yeah, well, that's
When
just
I
guys.
go to the barbershop, yeah, bro. That's
They
the
don't come
only
in New
time.
York and talk this. I don't never hear no Africans talk the stuff that I
Like
hear.
they be at my
on
barbershop,
Instagram.
Caribbeans too.
These guys, they
When I was growing up, most of our barbers were from the Caribbeans. Whatnot. They lived in the black community and whatnot. They lived in the black community. They made their money.
Africans live in the black community. My next door neighbor is he bought a house next door to me. He's a Gambian.
Now in Jamaica, Queens, my uncle Jimmy and Aunt Daisy, their neighbor is from Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, what you call my family? Someone's so ignorant. They be bringing food over there. Nicest people, right? You got my cousins about don't be eating the Africans' food and whatnot. Stupid ignorant shit, you know. They're the nicest people you ever meet, you know.
Man, that's crazy.
I have plenty of African friends I work with and I live by. Listen, guys, I gotta go to bed because I gotta get up in another.
So what?
hour.
So am I, bro. I got up in my.
You been on for
All right,
5
y'all
hours?
brothers be smooth, man.
5 hours, 5.5 hours of Zongo.
And Ross, come back sometime, man. So,
Hey man, and you still live over there, man? You still living over there? Still living?
No, I'm in Raleigh. I go to North Carolina State University. I got one more year.
Oh,
but I'm born.
What do you study?
I'm raised in Chicago. Chicago
That's
area.
like you'll be out of school, so you get a good job. Your whole perspective will change, bro.
Nah, I'm not getting no job out here. I'm leaving as soon as I finish my degree. I'm leaving America.
Where you going, man?
Oh, come on,
What's
man.
your degree
That's
in?
up to this, man.
What's your degree?
What country? Hold on, what country you going to?
I haven't decided yet.
Yo, go to South Africa. We're gonna go take you.
Oh man, come on, man. He knows where he's gonna go.
Stay away
He
from the Zongites.
Do not go to Ghana. Do not go to Ghana. Right now, with your
Stay away from
degree,
the
do
whole
not
life.
go to West Africa. When the
Don't
only
go to-
country in
don't,
Africa,
man.
you
Go
got
to
two.
Kenya.
It's like 3 countries. You got Mauritius, which is a.
Kenya.
You got Kenya, and you got South Africa, right?
Yeah.
Then you could get some money, stuff like that, Well, other than that, man, stay your ass in America, because you don't want to waste your year. But then again, you're young. You got years to screw up.
You got things to do.
Yeah, you got years. Yeah, I would say like this. Yeah,
Don't
go ahead
hang
to
with
the African
Zongo.
continent, man. You got years to
the white
screw up, But somebody my age, man, me and Dollar Bill's age, we cannot afford to screw up or whatnot. The 1 year of the wrong decision could cost us the rest of our life, So you young people, while you're young, go explore the continent. Make mistakes, Do what you gotta do. Make those
Live
mistakes.
your life. Live your life.
Live your life.
Stay
I'll tell
away
you
from
that.
the Zongites.
But the bottom line is, like I said, but just do it. By the time you turn 30, 35, you better start buckling down and make a decision, and start earning.
Definitely.
If you in America, you're earning quarters for your Social Security. That's real. You don't want to be retired without Social Security and Medicare,
ETFs. Get that together. Get those dividends coming in. And don't even take the
pay
money
your
out.
taxes. Pay your taxes. Pay your
Pay
taxes.
your tax.
Don't get caught up. Don't get no thing where you're behind your taxes over here or whatnot. Because eventually they're gonna come for you, whether you were not your citizen or not. They're gonna come for you. They want your money. So
I don't make taxable income.
Okay, not yet, but you will.
The money I make is all through street pharmaceuticals.
Oh, he's a drug dealer.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Drug dealer, yeah.
You gonna get
every niggas be like that.
Man, you should be staying in O Block, man. Park Gardens, man.
Hey man, shout out BD them, man.
Oh yeah, BD.
I have a good time.
All right, fellas, I gotta go too, man. Y'all have a good
Nah,
night.
y'all be
Thanks for
smooth.
coming by. It was a good show. Think about this topic: South Africa versus Ghana. You know,
Awesome topic, Kala.
Oh, thank you.
Peace.
Man, Tyler, man, you guys, man, just crazy, man.
Yeah, so we always have the good ones. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I
Man,
think.
I mean, Doc Migo, man, he always just hating, man. I don't know what's wrong
Stop,
with
man.
him.
Stop messing with Dark Migo.
Right, he always got his
I'm gonna leave the
dick sucked,
studio,
bro.
man. Maybe
Dollar Bill, Dark Migo
he
showed a
always
rack.
like
Dollar
booty
Bill.
clap
He just made
Dollar
I'll
Bill.
show it again. He don't
Migo
got
showed
no
a
money.
rack, man.
he
He
not,
pulled out a
he
rack
not gonna show
and
no
flashed
money,
on the
Kyle.
camera, man. I was like, damn, man.
All right,
I believe in
like,
Dark
tell
Migo. He
tell
know how to
Zongo
stack.
show his place
You
of
know how to
residence.
stack
You know
that
that nigga
paper,
don't got
probably working
nothing.
all that
Oh
overtime.
man,
and got
hey,
That
that
for
nigga
real,
got a
so,
hey,
sleeping
Doc
bag and
Migo,
a
I can
paint.
give you
That's
my
it.
number, and I'm gonna
that's how you
FaceTime
do it,
you
young
now.
man.
Bro, you got an Android, man. You can't
Drop that money.
FaceTime.
Hey, drop
I
your
gotta go, brother.
digit in your
All
private
right, y'all
time.
take care.
Later,
Y'all
Dollar
take
Bill.
care. Y'all take
All
care.
right.
I
Hey,
will
hey,
let
drop
y'all
your
on.
digit, man. I'm gonna
Right,
I don't want
later,
FaceTime
y'all
you
to
Dollar
kill
see
each
where I
other on
live,
the line.
man.
So I'm gonna end
Okay?
it.
Yeah, I'm off, man. He could talk to himself, brother.